Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to King Khalid Racecourse, the final week of the Jcsa's YouTube coverage on King Khalid Racecourse, and we're very excited to bring you 9 wonderful races. I am joined by the man on my right, Mr. Rory Delagi. Third week here in Saudi Arabia. How are you finding it, and how are you doing?
Finding it good. Haven't had my massage for the week yet, but you know, trying to get a crowd in for tonight and see how that goes. We're ahead of the game this week at this stage. Anyway, whether we're still ahead of the game on Friday is another matter altogether. Manageable cards today, smallish fields, the order of the day, but some very interesting races at the same time.
Yes, they are wonderfully interesting and intriguing indeed. Let's have a look at the tables right now and see where we stand at this point at Taif. King Abdulaziz bin and Sons are the leaders in the Owners' Championship. They're running away with things. The Al Khalidiyah in behind as well, only running Arabian horses, remember. You've got Prince Faisal bin Khalid as well, doing very well, just trying to chase him in behind Prince Sultan and bin Mashal, and then you've got Prince Khalid bin Sultan in there as well. Let's have a look at how the trainers are doing just as well. This is the Trainers' Championship. Ahmed Mahmoud just beginning to run away from Saad Mutlaq, but it's very, very close. Bedan Al Sabai recently hit the milestone of 400 winners in Saudi Arabia, so he'll be buzzing for that, and hopefully he can keep rattling in those winners and bridge that gap. You've also got Abdullah Al Bada and Gaith Al Gaith, both tied on 19 points. Finally, let's have a look at the jockey then. Camille Ospina has lengthened his lead at the top of the championship, 44 winners to his name. Adel Al Faradi, one of 21 jockeys who were banned this week due to whip offences and careless riding. Naif Al-Anazi is here though, Wigberto Ramos, and the man who had a treble on Saturday, Luis Morales, with 22 points, trying to bridge the gap on the lead. Fascinating stuff in all the championships as we build slowly on to Riyadh. Now, let's have a look at some of the horses who are going to be exciting us over the next 3 days.
It's time for the finale as the Taif season comes to a close. It has passed us by so quickly as we've got to see so many exciting competitions. The closing week begins today as we see Yamari as a standout on the card after he won last week, dominating the race from start to finish, and seems to be close to repeating that again. On Friday, we will see 3 championships, starting with the Sprint Championship for 3-year-old colts over 1,200 meters. Bakil will try to regain his winning streak after falling second place with the older horses. Meanwhile, Rossmore Nation raises his hopes after surprising everyone during his last victory. The Arabian Horse Sprint Championship may present a good opportunity for Wathab Al Khalidiyah to achieve the first victory in his career after finishing second in his best 2 appearances. He will be accompanied by Own, who finished third behind him last time out. Although her only win is over a mile, Reem Al Riyad storms the Sprint Champion Cup for fillies with high hopes of winning the title. She was last seen coming second in the Taif Cup. Motarakia will try to step up to the challenge after she recently won a local bred maiden. On Saturday, the Speedstar Sunset Flash will appear in the King Khalid Racetrack Championship Cup for fillies, hoping to make up for her loss of this title last season. However, Mazuna may stand in her way and add a new title to her record after her easy win in the Taif Cup. In the King Khalid Racetrack Championship for Arabian bred horses, the Al Khalidiyah stables are placing their hopes on Kasrat Al Khalidiyah. He must withstand Najib Al Zaman, who will try to take advantage of the absence of Asfan Al Khalidiyah from this race and conclude the Taif season with a win, just as he began with a win. The final will be the King Khalid Racetrack Championship Cup over a mile. Go Fast Trowel Land may receive the most nominations due to his third place in the Okaz Cup. But Ford Maddox Brown will try to leave his mark once again, as he did when he won the Macca Cup. Some very exciting competitions will be witnessed in the final races of the week. Who will head to Riyadh carrying the cups and prizes of the closing ceremony?
Well, isn't that just a thrilling lineup to look forward to? Sunset Flash specifically, and as well as Ford Maddox Brown, two really exciting horses that we'll get to see on Saturday. Now, you heard Shamila's voice just then going through those headliners. Let's see her in reality now. Shamila, you're in the parade ring. How are you?
Thank you very much, Callum. I am at my favourite place of the racecourse. Apart from the 2,000-metre start, I won't be down there today. I am in the parade ring. And things are starting to wind down here at Taif Racecourse as we enter our final weekend of racing of the season. And can you believe the English broadcast has been going for 14 weeks? I can't believe that. Anyway, you might notice that there are some smaller fields in this weekend, and that is because a lot of the trainers have already started to send their horses back home to Riyadh, and the official closing date at Taif Racetrack is the 14th of October. That is when they close their gates for another season. Now, today I am really looking forward to our feature race, race number 3. Yamari really stunned us last time out, and I cannot wait to see him again.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Now, you've met 3 members of our team, and as I say every single day on this broadcast, we are an awesome foursome, so we do have one more person to introduce you to. It's Mr. Mark Francis.
Callum, a very good afternoon to you. Yes, I can't believe we're in our final week here at Taif for the season. But as I said last week, really looking forward to making the move to Riyadh in 3 weeks' time. 9 races, as you alluded to at the top of the programme. We begin with a 6-furlong maiden. I have to say the standout race of the night has to be the third that Shamila was just alluding to there. I think Yamari, one of 6 local horses, local bred horses, certainly will take all the beating. But we've got ex-Godolphin horses on show, ex-Ballydor horses on show, and that comes up at 5 to 5 local time. That's our open race over 7 furlongs. But we conclude proceedings right at the end of the card at 8 o'clock over the 1.5-mile trip. But 9 races to look forward to. There's that maiden there at 8 o'clock local time. But we're not too far away from our first contest. And here are the runners and riders. Looking Bear, it's the first of 4 debutants. Ahmed Al-Azari in the saddle. Shal Wheat, Muhammad Al-Shamari in the saddle. Thakir Mohammed Suleiman, My Runner Farhed Al-Faredi. Al-Frem, I think this has got a great chance today. The guys will go through the form lines in just a few moments' time. Al-Qayed, who was beaten by Sabat on debut, is the 6th for Abdallah Al-Hussein. Khalid Al-Mimoni, meanwhile, rides Al-Frem. The first of 2 fillies, Muta Olimar, Camilo Ospina, champion jockey elect, it would seem, here at Taif. Jamahirya, Naif Al-Anazi, probably the only jockey with a reasonable chance of catching him. And they're ended by number 9, Yastorli, for Abdullah Al-Khridis. So I personally thought this was a pretty straightforward start, chaps. Is it as simple as a match between the 5 and 6? On paper, yes, but that is never the case in racing.
Thank you very much, Mark. And yes, on paper, it looks to be a match between a couple of them in 5 and 6, but races are not won on paper, Rory. So, out of some of these debutants, who are you looking forward to seeing the most?
Well, yeah, we've mentioned that the horses with form there, and there is a reasonable level of form from Al-Frame and Al-Qayed, both open to improvement as well. But there are a couple of interesting newcomers. The first few, well, let's go through them, shall we? One by one.
Let's go through them. Might as well. Looking Bear, number 1, coming out of Stall 1, debutant.
Yeah, he's a son of Le Brevido, who was runner-up in the French 2,000 Guineas and then won the Jersey Stakes at Royal Ascot. So you'd expect his offspring to be fairly sharp. And interestingly, his dam, Awesome Snow, is out of a half-sister to Ultra, who was champion 2-year-old colt in France a few years ago in the Godolphin College for Andre Fabre. So that's a decent pedigree on that side of it. Shal Wheat, not quite so interesting on paper, by Assay Clare, who didn't even managed to win a group race. He did win sort of 4 minor contests in France for Cricket Head, but that doesn't look a particularly decent pedigree. The dam has produced 1 other runner to date who's been unplaced in all 7 starts. So Shall Wheat, not that easy to fancy on paper. Thacker, though, Thacker does jump off the page. By Blue Points, so are very, very much in demand, and you'll expand on that shortly, I'm sure. By Blue Point, out of a mare who won twice over a mile, once for Jean-Claude Rouget, once for John Gosden, and that mare Gazawad had a time form rating of 100. So again, that's a very interesting looking pedigree on paper, and I expect Thacker to be competitive first time out. And then we've also got My Runner, who's interesting enough. He's by Gun Runner out of a mare called Boxwood. The dam was a 3-time winner in the US at up to 7.5 furlongs, including a listed race. And she got a rating of 104 in her peak, so that's an interesting pedigree as well. So we do see some mixed pedigrees here, but and it's never quite sure. You're never quite sure right at the end of the season whether 2-year-olds starting out now are starting out because they need a bit of experience right at the tail end of the season, and maybe aren't really ready for it, or whether they're ready to go and live up to those smart pedigrees. But if any of the 3 that we mentioned, as I said, Shall Wheat would be a surprise, but the other 3 all make some appeal on paper, and it makes the race look a lot more interesting than the head-to-head it might appear on the form book.
Yes, Rory, I think it's great that we can talk about Thacker, because by Blue Point, which I think is just really emphasising how strong this racing scene in Saudi Arabia is that we're now beginning to see these very prevalent European pedigrees make an appearance here. I think Thacker's future probably lies on turf in Riyadh, and this is a run to get some miles under the belt and get some experience. And I think it's an ideal opportunity to get experience because there's not many people here. We are really much on the downgrade now, and it's certainly not as big and exciting as we saw just only last week. So this is an ideal opportunity to get your horse to see the racetrack, go through the motions, and run a good race. But I think Thacker could be very dangerous because Blue Point is such a prevalent sire at the moment. Just only now, we've just had Tats Book 1. There was a Blue Point that made over 1 million guineas. Very exciting to see just that. But the other point about this is that he's doing it on the racecourse as well, a Group 1 winner in France. So plenty of excitement throughout that young stallion, and a dual Royal Ascot winner as well. So certainly got plenty to look forward to. Let's have a look at a couple of these in the paddock. Looking Bare, this is one of the first of our debutants. My first thought, very weak behind.
Yeah, it does look a little weak behind. He's slightly obscured there. He's not the biggest either, but again, he's got a pedigree that suggests that he's going to be better on turf. But he should be sharp enough for the 1,200-metre trip on pedigree, and he's certainly one to keep an eye on.
Yes, from the family of that strong French runner as well. So plenty to look forward to this horse, maybe not on the dirt, but on the turf. Now let's have a look at the next one. Now the next one is Shall Wheat. Now a horse that you're not totally blown with pedigree-wise, but again, races aren't won on paper. So hopefully we can have a good look at him in the parade ring and see if he's catching the eye as he goes around the paddock. And we get a very good look at number 1, Looking Bare. Here is number 2, Shall Wheat. And I'm not going to lie to you, the paddock hasn't blown me away as much as the pedigree didn't blow you away.
No, quite short coupled as well. Doesn't look 100% fit. We move on quickly. That's probably not a bad idea. On to Thacker, who's very interesting on paper. A little bit of daylight underneath him at this stage. He's got some growing to do, and he's probably one who will come into his own next season, particularly on turf. Here we see a number 4, My Runner, who's also quite interesting, by Gun Runner at Boxwood. So he's very much bred for this surface. Do you think he's ready looking there?
Yes, I think he's the most complete looking of the ones we've seen so far. I wouldn't necessarily say he seems red hot and ready to go, but as just his confirmation suggests, he certainly looks the most race ready, not the most race fit.
Yes, and here we move on now to the horses with form. Alframe coming up. Now he was he made most of the running when a neck second over course and distance today. We looked like he was going to win all the way through that until very late on, beaten by Al Wathaq. He had Adar behind, who's a winner since. Taj Al-Anaya was back in third, who set a reasonable standard there. So he looks very interesting here. And quickly move on to Al-Qayyad. Now, I liked him. He showed a lot of speed when 5th to Saybout over 7 furlongs last week. And I said immediately after that race, this is a horse who needs to drop back and trip, and he'd be a good sprinter. Drops back to sprinting straight away, and that's a big positive for him. Mutsolima, was second to Lei Oyun Mashael in meeting 25, rather, I should say. Sorry, 2 starts back, meeting 7. That form didn't work out as well as it might have, and she was a wee bit disappointing when 7th behind Bakhtar last time out. Again, Bakhtar, an above-average prospect, though, so not disgraced there.
She didn't run the good race there either, though, did she? She seemed quite poor in that performance. Jcsa, number 8.
Yeah, 5th over course and distance, meeting 18, but it's been below that form twice since in maiden company. Not easy to fancy in this scenario.
And the final horse we'll look at is Yastorli, who is horse number 9, in shot now with the tail in the air, just relieving himself at this point. 0 from 5, and has shown absolutely nothing on those 5 starts.
Has shown very little indeed, and has a rating of 40, and that's probably a flattering one as well.
Still looks a bit yearlingish as well. Still looks quite behind and backward physically. Just as I've looked at a couple of those, the one thing I took from Saka's got some growing to do, which is interesting because I think when people saw Blue Point as a sire, they didn't particularly imagine him to be big, strong, stocky types, but they all have been, haven't they? They've all been big, strong animals.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, a lot of Godolphins are, but Blue Point was a little stockier, I suppose, than that. But you know, he was a horse who beat Batash twice at Ascot. He did that double at Royal Ascot, which is a fairly rare occurrence, certainly for a British trained horse. Yeah. And he's clearly producing some very good stock at the moment. So it's exciting to have a Blue Point on the ground here.
And it's very exciting for Godolphin as owners, and Dalham Hall. Oh, he's Standard Island, doesn't he? He's Standard Island. But one of the things that I noticed about him when he was on the racetrack is he always hit the line hard. He wasn't a sprinter that was flat out all the way and then stopping at the line. He hit the line really hard and could run a mature race. You compare him to Batash, he was just nuts.
Yeah.
He was blasted away. Blue Point ran a much more complete, mature race, and I think we're seeing that in his progeny. They're not just speed demons. Shamila is in the parade ring. Who has caught your eye?
This stunning 2-year-old colt by Blue Point has definitely caught my eye. Horse number 3, Thakur, is my paddock pick for this race and looks the best out of all the debutants in this race as well. Like you said, Callum, he does have a bit of growing to do, just growing into himself, and I'm sure he will do much better on the turf. However, he is looking stunning in the parade ring. Another horse I really like the look of is horse number 5, Al Frame, ridden by Khalid Al Mamoni, who had a fantastic weekend last week. The horse was second last time out and could come on from the run from that. Now, I do have 2 paddock negatives, horse number 1 and horse number 2. Horse number 2 is just carrying a bit too much condition. However, they are debutants as well, could grow into themselves. It's only their first run, so we can't hold that against them too much.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Just a word there on horse number 4, My Runner. Now, if we look at this from a pedigree perspective, this horse looks destined for the dirt and looks like this is going to be this horse's job in the future. Does he look ready to go in the parade ring? Does he look fit enough to handle himself on debut?
He does look quite fit, Callum, and as you said, by Gunrunner, bred for the dirt, so hopefully we do get to see more of him in Riyadh. This will only be a prep run for him. Doesn't look as fit as Thakur to my eye, however does have very nice hind quarters, very well put together horse as well.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and that's why we have her down in the parade ring, because she does such a good job of spotting paddock positives and paddock negatives. Of the ones with form, one we didn't really get too much time to talk about was Motolema. Now, this is a horse for the White Stable in a 2-year-old maiden. Always a danger in these contests.
Yes, I made a bit of a mess of reading his form out, or her form out rather, first time around. She was second to Lei Oyun Mashael. Lei Oyun Mashael won a couple of races early on in the season and looked like she was going to be a big player, but she rather lost her form mid-race. And Motolema was a little bit disappointing when 7th to Bakhtar last time out. But Bakhtar, of course, a horse good enough to run in the Taif Sprint Cup.
Yes.
So and ran very well there until getting tired late on. So no great shame in that. But she does need to step forward. She's had 3 runs. The 2 really interesting ones have only had 1. You'd expect them to improve past her at this stage. But you know, she's slowly getting the hang of things, I suppose. And she's not in. She's got plenty of room to move around here. It's not a massive field. There are a couple that you can rule out very easily here, so she should have no excuses in terms of of positioning in this race. She's got the experience on her side, so you'd be disappointed if she can't put up a decent showing.
And she comes out of stall 7 with 2 possibly weaker rivals on paper to her outside, so she shouldn't have anybody coming across her to get to the rail early. I don't imagine that's going to be her concern, but she doesn't have much speed either, so I imagine she's probably going to be the horse making ground late on.
Yes, I mean, it'd be interesting to see if she's able to go forward. We talk all the time about how Camilo can get these horses moving forward, and as she said, nothing's going to come across her from the outside, so she should have a clear run into the bend. I doubt she's got the speed of Alfrime in the early stages. He looked very speedy when second to Al Wathaq on debut.
We've just seen Thacker go out on course over our shoulder and just looking a little bit green going out on the course, which is to be expected on debut. Let's have a look at Al Frame, horse number 5 on your screen now. Let's have a look at that horse in action, finishing second at the back end of July. And I thought this was a race-winning performance. Very unlucky to be reeled in the dying strides on this occasion.
Yeah, he looked very sharp on this occasion. You see he leads about 3 lengths clear into the straight from Al Wathaq. 1 or 2 decent horses behind, as we said. Taj Al Anaya stays on for third. Adar, who's a subsequent winner, has come there as well. But he looks like he's holding on until the last 20 yards, really. He's maintaining that distance, 150 metres out. Still a length and a half ahead. Clearly started coming to the end of his tether, but it's not like the winner only really gets there in the dying stride. And this was all but a winner on debut, and you could argue that he's sort of a winner without a penalty, running in a maiden race again. He looks like he's guaranteed to set the pace to the race, and that's a case of whether others can live with him in the early stages, and then whether they've got the gears to come past him late on. He certainly will test them.
And the winner going on to finish third in the Taif Cup is certainly a big form boost, considering that Taif Cup, the filly version, was one of the races of the season here in Taif. We saw an absolutely dominant winner and everything else sort of coming in behind.
Yeah, that was over the 7 furlongs, and it looks a stronger race, the fillies race, than the colts race that day. And obviously the form has worked out with Al Wathaq winning that race, then benefited from the slightly longer trip, and with the likes of Taj Al Anaya and Adar in behind. So that form has been franked. It's better than average. The time wasn't brilliant, but at the time that race was run, the track was riding probably at its slowest all season, 121.28.
Do you know what it was? It was Cuppy.
Cuppy.
It was Cuppy at that time, for sure. Now, let's talk about the jockeys, because there's certainly plenty of stories in regards to the riders. Khalid Al-Mimoni, who is on Al Frame, horse number 5, who we just saw in the video footage of. Khalid Al-Mimoni had a massive weekend last week. He had 3 winners over the 3 days. Very, very good. Also a very big week for Naif Al-Anazi, who won one of the $500,000 Saudi Riyal auction contest as well. So 2 jockeys who'll be coming into this with bags of confidence. Kamir Ospina, as per usual, had plenty of winners as well.
Yeah, it was nice to see Naif get a big winner last week. We ran into him after he was coming back from weighing in there, and typically had a big smile in his face, but with the exception, also a little bit of relief, I think, with that big winner as well. And he was delighted to come and say hi afterwards, which is one of the great appeals here, that the jockeys are more than happy to talk to whoever happens to cross their path. It feels like a tight-knit community, but also not a closed community. It feels very open. We came to watch work here on Monday night and had a chat with some of the jockeys as well, and it's a really friendly place, isn't it? And that's,
yes, it's a wonderfully friendly atmosphere, certainly. And I think when we came to watch work in the mornings, we were amazed by the amount of purebred Arabians that were still on show. And then you look further down the cards, maybe not today, we've got 2 3-runner purebred Arabian races, but tomorrow, 18-runner affairs. They're sticking around trying to win some last-minute prizes. They
are, yes, and there's that really big field. So tomorrow looks a tough race. Today's contests, we'll be struggling to talk about those for 20 minutes, it has to be said, but we'll see. Yes, let's just do selections finally. Shamila mentioned Saka being her choice. I'm going to go for Al Frame. Rory, who do you like? Listen, I'm going to go for Al Kayed here, because I put myself on the line and said that he wanted this trip last time. Handing over to Mark Francis.
Thank you, fellas. Yeah, Al Frame for me. Likely pace angle, and should hopefully go one better than that debut effort. Of course, the third has come out and won. A decent run from Al Wathaq in that Taif Cup. Last one moving forward is Looking Bear. We're all set. Rearing is Shalweet. Jumping off is Muhammad Al Shamari. Just got upset in the stalls, Shalweet. Have to see what's really happening down at the start, but you can see Mohamed Al-Shamari off the back of Shalweit, who's not enjoying his first experience at the racecourse. So the horse has been taken away. I wonder if they'll go without here. It's being led around the back and will be reunited with his rider. We hope, anyway. Looks as though they might go without here. And they're off and racing. My Runner was slowly away, and a reminder they went without the 2 Shalweit. In the early strides, Looking Bear is prominent, so too is the white cap of Thak debut, and showing plenty of pace early on. Just being tracked by Al Frem, he's only a length off the lead. There's a break of a couple to Al Qayed in 4th. Already being chased along is Muta Olimar. Towards the rear of the field is My Runner after that slow start, only has 2 behind, and that is Jamahirya in the yellow cap, and the back marker is Yastorli. Inside the last 600 metres, Looking Bear on the inside of the strong travelling Thakir towards the outer, and length behind is Al Frem, and poised to challenge towards the inside. Al Qayed is pushed along. Making ground from the back of the field is My Runner, and as a result, Muta Olimar is caught wide on the turn as 3 in line inside the last 250. Al Frem now takes the lead. Along the outside of Thakir and Looking Bear, who seemingly doesn't have any more to give. Looking for an out is Al Qayed, and staying on from out of the pack is My Runner, but Al Frem is clear inside the last 100 metres, and Al Frem is going to get off the mark at the second time of asking. Goes one better than the debut ever and strides away with this. Al Frem wins. Muta Olimar may have got up for second. It was tight for third between Al Qayed and My Runner. Pretty straightforward then for Khalid Al-Mimoni, and Al Frem took it up on the home bend and ran away with this maiden contest. A decent effort on debut, and looks to have plenty of ability. This 2-year-old by Al-Sheeb into the time of 1:18.44. 4 lengths back to Muta Olimar. Didn't really have too much luck in running. Stayed on to the line well. My Runner, a decent effort on debut in 3rd. Al Qayed was 4th, and Thakir showed a bit of promise back in 5th. Al Frem wins our opening contest.
Khalid Al-Mimoni continues his strong run of form. 3 winners last week, and in our first race this week, he's had himself a winner here on board Al Frem, who built on that promising second-place debut with a very authoritative win today.
Yes, didn't make the running this time, but I think you've got a couple of above-average types in Looking Bear and Thakir, who are not really ready for this, but obviously sharp enough to dispute the lead early on before fading late in the day. And Khalid was happy to sit in behind an Al Frem, who's not short of pace himself, and just looked to pounce off the bend, which is exactly what he did. There were some promising efforts in behind, particularly I think from My Runner, who was the worst away in the first 50 yards, but ran on strongly to get up for a 3rd place, I believe. Muta Olimar is clearly going to be better over a longer trip. It's done her best work late. She's been racing at this trip thus far, but looks like he probably needs 1400 these days, and that was a step back in the right direction after a slightly disappointing effort last time out.
Yes, it was interesting for Mutalema because she clearly got outpaced early on. She was behind the bridle for a long way, but as they came down the straight, she seemed to really enjoy that stretch run and stretched out to run quite nicely. My runner, I thought, with a massive eye catcher, completely left at the start. One of those first day at schools, I've got no idea what's going on, but the further they went, the more my runner began to enjoy himself, and certainly a good race. Saka and Looking Bear, the two pedigree pointers we mentioned earlier on, thanks to your deep dive there, Rory, they both ran magnificent races. I think you'd be really happy with especially Thacker. Faded late. This isn't the surface this horse wants, and it's not the ideal condition first time up at the end of a season. Certainly not a negative at all for me. I thought that was a really big run.
Yeah, I thought it was a good run, certainly a good starting point. The same with Looking Bear, who showed the speed to lead out of the gates. But neither of them looked absolutely wound up for this, I didn't think. Both can strengthen up a little bit. And this was a case of getting a bit of experience into them at the end of the Taif season before moving forward to Riyadh. I'd be interested to see if they run in the first few weeks of the Riyadh season, or whether they sort of put away until the new year, which I think, they do need a bit of time to strengthen up. But yeah, it was a promising start from them. Al-Qayyad ended up, just looked like he was going to run over second briefly, ended up finishing fourth, but close to the second and third. That wasn't a bad performance from him. He just got a little bit outpaced, switched to the inside and stayed on. Then had to switch out behind weakening horses again, which lost him a little bit of ground. But that was confirming the promise of his debut, and he'll be up to winning races as well. So all in all, a pretty promising start to the day. Plenty of winners, I think, will come out of the race.
I think you're right in that. A couple of disappointing. Jamarea outclassed, Yastawali outclassed. Shal Wheat will have better days on a racecourse for sure. That horse sat down inside the stalls, but we saw how well that was handled. I was saying off camera, I imagine they're going to bring him out the front now, and it's exactly what happened. They brought that colt straight out the front of the stalls and said, we'll try again next time, and we'll have a stalls test, no doubt, going forward.
Yeah, exactly, and you'd hope that that experience won't star things for Shal Wheat. He wasn't the most interesting of the newcomers on paper, but obviously he had quite an unfortunate experience there, and the key is that to get him through a stalls test fairly quickly, get him out in the racetrack soon enough, and show him that there's nothing to worry about on the track. But obviously when you have an experience like that, you got to work first of all on the horse's mental state, and then think about fitness and ability to run after that. But hopefully it won't be too long before we see Shal Wheat having a more positive experience on the racecourse.
And we just saw with those beautiful camera shots from our production team that Al-Qayyad, as you mentioned, had to switch inside, outside, back to the rails. So had plenty of work to do. We could see my runner breaking very slowly from the stalls and all the pace towards the rail.
Yeah, pace towards the rail. As you said, my runner, a notably slow starter, but he soon makes up ground. You see that Jama Reyes towards the back earlier on, and after getting away reasonably well, Yestoli was soon struggling. That was the one with no form at all, and was soon out with a washing. You also see that Muto Alema was struggling to go the early pace here, and looked like she was going to struggle to get involved. You'll see that when we swing into the straight, she stays on well. Looking Bear and I think Thacker's just about taken over at this stage, but they
runs
flashed
around there
speed.
a little bit, doesn't he, Thacker? Just gets in a bit close to Looking Bear and then spooks back out green.
But this was the right ride on Al Frime as well, given the front two were likely to show a bit of speed. Khalid Al Mamonias, rather than getting involved in a duel for that lead, he's just sat behind them, waited until the first signs of them cracking came, swung wide, and got to the front pretty easily. And from that point on, the race was done. It was a case of who was going to pick up the places in behind. You'll see that at this stage, as they move out a camera shot, it's still Looking Bear and Thacker having that battle that they had from flagpole. But eventually, Muto Alema stays on well for a second. My runner comes from right to the back of the field to grab third, and Al-Qayyad also picks up places late in the day, having switched off the rail.
Yes, and the two horses towards the outside just going out of shot now were the ones that finished second and third. And Al-Qayyad, you'll just be able to see a beautiful shot of the jockey having to pull this horse out wide from behind those two fading runners in the shape of Thacker and Looking Bear. But runs on really nicely. And I think what's great, as you can just see the switch here, is once straightened up, finds more again, doesn't stop.
Yeah, he's actually run on well. I mean, he ends up getting done by, I don't know, about sort of neck and half a length for second from this point onwards, by a couple who had more momentum than him. Obviously, he's lost that little bit of momentum as the two in front of him began to stop, and then he stayed on again. The second, third, and fourth have essentially have run to an almost identical level to each other, and it's a case of who's going to improve most. You wouldn't say that Al Qaeda is the biggest, but he did catch my eye on debut, and I thought he was worth persevering with. But the horse with the strongest form was Al Frime, and he's confirmed that off the back of a little break here. And no doubt connections will think he can go on to better things.
Yes, non-winners events, I imagine, and non-winners of 2. Maybe next time out at Riyadh, that could be wildly competitive, because I imagine we'll see lots of first-time starters in those type of races too.
We will. I mean, it's interesting to see the first few weeks of the Riyadh season, how competitive it is. There's certainly there's actually quite a lot of races open to some of the weaker runners. The maiden races aren't necessarily particularly strong, and you've got some low-grade handicaps going on as well there. But horses who've just won a maiden might be the hardest ones to place.
Yes, you mentioned that the prize money wasn't blowing you away over the first couple of weeks. There has been an increase of 7% all the way through, so there's certainly good prize money available, but certainly weaker races earlier on in the season.
No, particularly, just looking at the first few weeks of the Riyadh season, the Thursday cards are quite low-key, and then things ramp up markedly on the Friday and Saturday after that. And that's, you either look to try to spread the money evenly across the 3, but you know perfectly well that the Friday and Saturday cards are the ones people tend to look forward to. So it makes sense to have a little bit of a weaker opening day, and then to have stronger races with extra prize money following on from that. And you'll see a different class of horse running on the latter days there.
And those, as we call lower grade races on the Thursday, it doesn't mean the quality will be any lower either. The quality of action will still be great, because we'll still see some rough diamonds. We'll see some horses who are dropping down the handicap. We'll see some horses who are unexposed, who've had a few starts. I can imagine some of these horses that finished in behind would run them. But Mutalema is a prime example for a horse that could figure in some of those handicaps, looking very tasty.
They're also going to be very, very competitive. There's a lot of horses in that ratings band that would fit into the handicaps, and obviously we can get slightly more runners on the track at Riyadh as well. And you will have, as you said, a lot of horses who've gained fairly low marks, but maybe aren't ideally suited by either the trip or the track they're running, or a Taif, who will come into their own at Riyadh. And I think you might get a few looking to run up early sequences there. So it's always interesting at whatever end of the scale you're at. Even we talk about small field races, they can often end up being the most intriguing races of the entire day.
Especially when Arabians are involved.
Yeah, well, indeed.
Always fascinating to see when the purebreds are running. Now, I was just about to talk about horses building up sequences in Riyadh. We've got a horse coming up later in the card, Pagan. He's a horse that built up a hat-trick of wins. He started in those low-grade races, ended up running in the dirt sprint qualifier contest as well towards the end of that run. So it can certainly be done. They can start slowly and build in these smaller grade races and then build up to bigger and better things.
Yeah, we've seen it with a number of horses this season. Horses at Taif who didn't really fire at Riyadh, especially imported horses last season, who then acclimatise and suddenly are able to go on to better things. We've seen a few horses win 2, 3, 4 races this season and just look different animals for that. We're looking again at the start of the race here.
Just interesting that our race winner didn't get the best start, was kind of nudged along out the stalls. I imagine Khalid Al-Mimoni wanted to lead and do what he did last time, saw those 2 in front and thought, no, I'm okay, I'm going to sit behind these guys and let them cut out the running.
We let Plan B come into effect pretty quickly. Yeah, I looked at the race and thought, well, we know he showed really good speed against good horses on debut, so he should be able to lead these, but you never know with newcomers what they're capable of doing, and the 2 who went on here are bred to be sharp. So there was no sense in, after getting a slightly iffy break, to try to rush up to them. And I think you see Khalid Al-Mimoni want to take a position, saw they were going hard enough in front, okay, that suits me. And then, of course, you know what you want to do then. If you think they're going to weaken off the bend, you don't want to be stuck in behind them. You want to make sure that you're able to move out in enough time that you can take the bend smoothly and get yourself in a good position. And you'll see that he took over just on the crown of the bend, and that was perfect timing for him.
Is there a moment of concern if you're Khalid Al-Mimoni when you see those 2 newcomers go out in front and you're thinking, I can't give these guys too much rope? We've seen it with the white stable runners where they just run away in these maiden contests.
Just half a second. Once he realises they're not aware, his horse does have enough early speed to keep in touch. And if it's 2 or 3 lengths, that's okay. If that grows to 5 very quickly, then suddenly you've got to do something different. But as long as you're within a hailing distance of them in the early stages and you don't let them start getting away from you, then the panic doesn't set in. So obviously that first second he wanted to make sure that he was in a handy position, and once he got there, then any concern he would have evaporated pretty quickly.
Yeah, so then we see Al Frame and Khalid Al Mamoni celebrating to his adoring fans here at King Khalid Racecourse. A jockey in red-hot form and a rider to follow for sure. Now, we move swiftly on to our next contest. We stay over the 1,200 metre mark, but we've got a wildly wide open contest here for the local bred horses. It's a maiden, but a lot of these have got decent form.
Yeah, a lot of horses in here with fair form and maidens. A lot of horses have been running well in handicaps as well, and no absolute standout. A lot of these rated in the sort of mid to high 60s. One or two look like they might struggle in the contest, but it looks an interesting one, and we'll be seeing footage of 3 of them later on.
Yes, our video team has been hard at work. Another man who is always hard at work is Mark Francis. He will take us through the runners and the riders.
Thank you, Callum. I'll try my best. Second race coming up is a local bred horses maiden for the 3-year-olds and upwards, once again over the 6 furlongs. The first of 4 fillies is Fazat for Rayan Outer Ash. Almar Habani is the 2 for Alex Moreno, possibly the most exposed in this lineup, 0 from 19. Yosadek for Ferez Al Sunaitan has placed just once in 16 starts. Jcsa for Khalid Al Mamoni, looking for a double. Akko Badar for Abdella Al Hussein, the highest rated in this field of 70. A rating of 70, that is. Azim is the 6, Ahmed Al-Sharar with a white cap. The 7 is Nuta Al-Hijaz for Noef Al-Mudiani. The 8 is Mozare for Abdullah Al-Khamis. So, 4 seconds this year. The 9 is Saif Azam for Iyad Al-Tharizi. Yantahid, who unseated Wigberto Ramos at the start last time out, is the 10. Al-Zamawi is the 11 for Saned Al-Dayhani. The 12 is the first of 2 greys, Gaydar for Fawas Wanas, shown very little so far. And Shamimai Noemat is the 13, another grey, the 6-year-old, a maiden since 2019. So 13 go to post ahead of our next, and it looks a tough conundrum to solve.
Thank you very much, Mark, for taking us through the run of the riders. You mentioned this was a tough conundrum to solve. We've had a very tough conundrum on set. We've just been moved by our cameraman and one of the chairs has broken. So Rory is violently gripping onto the desk as we look at horse number 1 for that.
Yeah, for that, one of the more interesting horses here. Best effort to date, went 3.5 lengths second to Wafi Al Zouk in a 7-furlong maiden last week. That's solid form. Wafi Al Zouk is a good performer. And he should cope with the drop back to 1,200 here.
Al Mahabani is the next horse we're going to have a look at, number 2.
Yeah, runner-up twice, including over this course and distance a year ago, but no form of note since, and was beaten almost 12 lengths when 6th over a mile last time. I dropped him back sharply in trip. 19
race maiden as well, always a concern. Yosadek, number 3.
Yeah, not from 16, Yosadek. 7 lengths 4th in a 7-furlong maiden 2 starts ago. That's the only time he's earned any prize money in 16 outings. So not the easiest to fancy. He was beaten 19 lengths in 9th in a course and distance maiden behind Motorakea last time out.
Jcsa, horse number 4, jig-jogging around.
In the prize money just once in 12 starts to date and ran a stinker last time, rated 44, the hardest one to fancy in the field.
Looks lovely in the parade ring though, but doesn't show that same ability on track. Akubada, horse number 5.
Below best since finishing 2.25 lengths 3rd to December in a 7-furlong maiden meeting 10. Has been off for a fair while. Meeting 16 the last time we saw Akubada. On ratings, he's got a big chance, but does need to bounce back after that little break.
Azim, horse number 6.
Place efforts came back in 2021 and his form has nosedived since. Very poor of late.
Nuta Al Hijaz has been busy this season.
Has been busy, that's exactly what I've written in my race card with an exclamation mark next to it. On her best form, she's got chances here. Not at all disgraced in recent starts, but needs to do a little bit more to get amongst these. Did stay on well when 4th to Motorakea 2 starts back. That's probably her best recent efforts.
This is Masare, a horse who's had 2 seconds in a row.
Again, not from 17, but in very good form at the moment. Had Nuta Al Hijaz behind, beaten 5.5 lengths, when 2nd to Motorakea over course and distance last time out. Obviously holds her on that form. Has strong place claims, but the fact that, you know, he's not from 17 is definitely a worry because he's got the ability to win races.
Saif Azam, number 9.
Saif Azam, 11.5 lengths 5th to Art in a 7-furlong maiden last time out. Had Yosadek close to him on that occasion. 4.5 lengths, in fact, behind Jcsa there, and you'd struggle to see him turning that form around.
Jan Tahid will need to do better than he did last time, where he didn't even come out the gates.
Yeah, well, he actually unseated his rider coming out of the stalls, and I think you can put a line through that. He'd been runner-up on his last 2 starts, a good 6 3/4 length second to Mosher Heba over course and distance 2 starts back. A reproduction of that would see him go fairly close.
Al Zamorli, horse number 11.
Was 4 1/4 length fourth to Lipa over 7 furlong 2 starts back, but didn't really build on that when 6th in a not a 60 handicap last time out, and he was behind Wafi Al Zouk on the first of those. So he does, he ties in with Fazat, but he's held by Fazat on that form.
This is number 12, Gaydar, who is just proving a little bit challenging in the parade ring, just spooked a little bit, and followed by number 13, Shamimi Noemat.
Shamimi Noemat is not the easiest to fancy. Has been fairly busy, but I think she'll need to raise her game a little bit to win this.
Shamili has been in the parade ring. Who caught your eye?
Thank you very much, Callum. Wasn't that first race so good from Al Frame? And I must say that it was a paddock highlight as well. You didn't mention it, but it was a paddock highlight. A horse number 10, Jan Tahid, has really caught my eye in this contest. Ridden by Wigberto Ramos, to a 3-year-old colt by Frozen Power, who I've come to realise is a very prominent sire in these local bred contests as well. Now, there are a few really nice looking horses in this local bred maiden over 6 furlongs. Another horse that I really like is horse number 1, Fazat, second last time out, and Gaith Al Gaith is having a fantastic season, so I wouldn't be surprised if he was in the placings as well. A horse that I should highlight as a negative, probably out of all the horses, is horse number 6, Azim, just looking a bit backwards compared to all the other horses in this contest, and horse number 12 is getting a little bit hot behind the saddle.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And yes, you can see number 12, Gaydar, getting a little bit worked up before we started running. And as well, number 6, Azim, we're just hearing, is looking a little bit backward. Plenty to look forward to in this contest, though, with plenty of horses coming here on the back of second-placed efforts. I think the first one we're going to have a look at is Jan Tahid, who is coming second on July the 13th. This was the run before unseating at the start last time.
Yeah, no match for Mosher Heba here over course and distance, but runs a very good race to be second. Beaten 6 3/4 lengths, but the rest of them were fairly well held in behind. He was always fairly handy here, Jan Tahid, and kept on strongly on the rail to grab that second place. In a maiden that's not particularly strong, you've got to consider his chances.
Yes, he sort of plugged on nicely down the rail. Let's have a look at Masare as well, who is, we just see Jan Tahid on screen here, looking very nice on the way down to post, going down in a nice gentle canter. I imagine if you're the jockey on board, the main concern is the gates, but once that's out of the way, this horse has a massive chance. Masare is a horse in shot right now, a lovely animal who's finished second on last 2 starts. We'll have a look at one of those performances right now. This was the second place effort on September the 21st. I thought it's a really good run here. You can see with the big eye visors on.
Yeah, the horse in front here is Jcsa, who's got an engagement this weekend, was quite an impressive winner on this occasion. But Masare was always well placed and kept on fairly strongly to hold off the others and finish second. Beaten 5.5 lengths by Jcsa, but Jcsa is definitely above average sort. And again, although Masare is not a world beater, a reproduction of that run would be good enough to go pretty close here.
Could have faded on that occasion when in second, but didn't, stuck on quite nicely. That's what caught my eye. For that is the horse we're looking at right now, horse number 1, making her way down to start. All 6 of her runs have come this season, and this was a really good effort, finishing second on September the 29th.
Yes, she's in the middle here. Gamoods on the inside appeared to travel well into the straight, but then weakened, and that left Wafi Al Zouk to go clear. But Fazat looked like he was going to be beaten a fair distance at this stage. He actually keeps on pretty well to keep the distance between him and the winner respectable, and kept pulling away from the others all the way to the line. Beaten 3.5 lengths in the end, in second to Wafi Al Zouk, who had plenty of form before belatedly getting his head in front that time. Now, the problem with Fazat is dropping back to 6 furlongs here. He kept going pretty well that day, but he did show the speed to be handy from the outset. So again, should still be able to hold a good position here, and doesn't have an awful lot to find on the form book.
And one of the things that Fazat has in her favour is the fact that the draw gods have been kind to her for the first time in a while. She'd been drawn wide throughout a lot of her contests recently, and now she gets the draw from the Plum Gate 1. If she can try and find some early speed, she'd certainly be a threat here to kind of lead from pillar to post.
Yeah, she's certainly got the speed to lead over the 1400 metres. She might meet some slightly faster types here, but there's no superstars drawn alongside her, so she should be able to get a good position in the early stages, and she'll be staying on better than most in the straight.
Yeah, we know Yunta here certainly won't be a speed factor early. I can imagine that horse is going to come on later on in the day. I think Masare will probably be right up there with the pace. That colt has been there all the way through his last 2 good starts. He's been bang up there, so I imagine the tactics will stay the same today.
Yeah, Yantahid is a difficult one to call because he's only had the 2 runs, ignoring his unseat early last time out. He was coming back from a break as well on that occasion. So although he's been doing fairly good late work in his races, he was never that far away last time out, going back to meeting 16. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's developed a little bit of speed with the benefit of those 2 runs as well. So I don't think he'll necessarily be too far off them, assuming everything goes well out of the stalls.
One of those other horses that won't have speed is Nuta Al Hijaz, who is famously slow but enjoys running over this trip, funnily enough.
Yeah, typically stayed on late when forced to Motorkaya, meeting 46. Motorkaya comes into a couple of these lines of form, and Nuta Al Hijaz will be looking to finish 3rd or 4th, but I'd be surprised if she's good enough to live with the really speedy horses, and she'll be looking for a bit of a pace collapse later on to make the frame.
As we can see, the horse is circling down at the start. There's just one horse being checked over in the vet check area, so I'll give you news on that as soon as we see it. It's one of the greys, so that could mean it could be Gaydar, who is getting very, very worked up in the parade ring. I imagine they're giving that horse a check over. I just can't make out the colours from that far away, but hopefully that is Gaydar.
I thought Gaydar, because one's in green and one's in quite bright pink colours.
Yeah, we could just see the other one in bright pink there. So Shamimi Noamat is in the circle. So it must be
the bottom pair. They're not easy to fancy. I didn't get to talk about them properly beforehand, but Gaydar has had 2 starts today. Has been beaten almost 70 lengths in total in those races, and has shown more temperament than ability so far. And Shamimi Noamat did show a little bit of ability. He's a 6-year-old entire, but no show in 4 runs since the beginning of 2021, with gaps between his races suggesting he's been hard to train.
Yeah, clearly not the easiest to get fit. Let's go through selections right now. We know Shamila's a big fan of Fazat, and she also mentioned Yantahid as well. She wants to make it 2 from 2. She did mention the winner of our last race too. So who do you like in this one, Rory?
Not an easy one for me. I'm going to take a chance that Yantahid. As I said, I have no real problems with that incident at the start. The horse didn't do anything massively wrong. The jockey just got wrong-footed and came off, leaving the stalls. I think Yantahid will be fine this time around. And because he's open to improvement, the form horses, most of them have had plenty of chances. Masare's had 17 runs, and although he's probably got the best recent form on offer, the fact that he's managed to have 17 runs despite being essentially a 70-plus horse without winning is a worry to me. So Yantahid gets the vote.
I'm going to go for Masare and completely blow what you said out the water, because I think that horse is prepped for a win. 2 runs last time have been great, so I think that horse had a massive chance. Masare, number 8 for me. Yantahid, number 10 for Rory and Shamila. Shamila also said for that looked very good in the parade ring, the horse you see on screen now. Mark Francis, over to you.
Thank you, fellas. Yeah, there's a few here I'd like to play a hand with. Al-Zamawi must be one of the unluckiest maiden horses in training. Only once drawn a gate with a single figure. He's an 11 today. Has been running well despite the form figures you can see. But Yantahid, I think Rory's spot on. I don't think the horse actually did a lot wrong last time out, but will be a lead in fancy if getting out the stalls okay. Fazat was another that I should mention, but I'll go with the Yantahid here. When he has completed, he's come second on both occasions. Fazat comes in. Loaded. And they're off. Jumping away then. Looks a pretty level break from the 6 furlong start on the inside. Fazat got away smartly, so too did the multicoloured jacket of Al Mahabani. Leads, and inside the last 5 furlongs they go. Al Mahabani in front to the white cap of Azim. Just caught a little wide there is Mozare, and back towards the inner is Fazat. Just in behind these runners then, we have the yellow jacket of Jcsa. Just in behind these, we have the blue cap of Al-Zamawi. Looking towards the rear of the field, the pink jacket of Shamimai Noemat is back there, and so too is the other grey, Gaydar, as they pass the halfway point, and Al Mahabani is kicking on here. Al Mahabani in front to Azim in second. Mosere just caught wide on the turn in third. Fazat continues to plug on back towards the rail, and then comes Yantahid, who's now moving into fourth, but they've got to go and catch this leader. Al Mahabani in front. The white cap of Azim. Fazat is digging in towards the rail, just looking for a bit of racing room, and then comes Yantahid towards the outside. 2 in line. Fazat towards the far side of Azim. Yet Fazat's now digging in, and Fazat begins to draw on and go on to score. Fazat the winner. Tight second. Azim towards the far side of Yantahid, but Fazat got the gap and went on to score. Decent second last time out. And the connections have struck whilst the iron is hot here. Rayan Outer Ash wins aboard Fazat in a time of 1:16.54. Seeing off the attentions of Azim, who only ran once this year, back at meeting 10, was drawn 17, has run with great credit here in second. And Yantahid, much better from him today in third. The win distance, 1 3/4 lengths. Fazat the winner. Beats Azim into second, Yantahid third, and the 4th place horse was Al-Zamawi, ahead of the long-time leader Al Mahabani. Fazat wins race number 2.
Well, we mentioned at the top of the show that Gaith Al Gaith had been passed by Abdullah Al Badr in the Trainers' Championship. Not anymore. Gaith Al Gaith getting his name back in front in a very tightly contested Trainers' Championship as his runner Fazat, who was mentioned by Shamila as a paddock eye catcher, has gone on to win our second contest of the day under Rayan Al Taresh. And that, I thought, was a very good ride because the horse clearly didn't have the speed early.
No, but it was helpful that he actually had speed directly in front of him. The key then was whether he was going to be able to get a run, but things opened up nicely for him against the rail. Not guaranteed that will happen here, but he didn't have the luxury of being able to come outside of runners. But immediately from the start, you had the likes of Al Marhabani and Azim showing pace on his outside. And he was able to sit behind them. He was going as fast as he really wanted to, as fast as he was comfortable with. But again, Rayan didn't try to get him out of his comfort zone to get closer there. He knew the horse would finish off strongly, so the key was to keep him on an even keel, look for the gaps in the straight, keep an eye on the others to see if there were signs of them cracking in front, and make sure he didn't get caught up in traffic. And it's worked out well for him. You sort of a similar scenario with Yantahid, who was doing the same sort of thing while trapped wide. Couldn't really go the pace, but made ground in the middle of the track and then looked to come wide of runners in the straight. But the clearer route was the one that Fazat took in the end. He managed to avoid all sort of traffic in in the straight on the rail, and we'll see that when we get the replay shortly afterwards. But yeah, he got a good run right. He's coming off here from a career best run. That second to Wafi Al-Zouk last time out was a big step in the right direction for him. He'd been running pretty respectably before that, but he had a little bit to find on the bare ratings. But recent form is often very important here, and he's built on that good effort last time out, despite the drop and trip arguably not being ideal for him. He clearly stays at 7 furlongs well, but it seemed unlikely that Almar Habani was going to be able to keep up that gallop throughout, given that he's had 19 runs, he's got a rating of 48. It would have been a surprise result if he hung on there. So so Rayan just had to wait and try to pounce when the opportunity came, and it came just as he hoped.
We talk about horses with recent form, so that came off this race on the back of a second-place effort. Masare came into this race on the back of a second-place effort and ran no race, was always running around on the turn and ended up finishing right down the stand side rail, well beaten. That horse is either over the top or just a cheeky monkey. Yantahid, exactly what we said before, doesn't have the pace to keep up in these circumstances and always runs on well, but you imagine a step up and trip has to be on the agenda for that horse now.
Yeah, but it's been a good grounding for him now. Second, third, and 3 completed starts. We see the start again. Fazat actually jumped out of the stalls perfectly well, but he didn't have the speed of the horse next to him. Almar Habani ended up probably 2 lengths behind him coming out of the stalls, but was 2 lengths beyond him by the time they came into the apex of the first bend. But it's a good position to be in for Fazat. We know that he stays quite well. There's plenty of speed in front of him. It's probably a bonus for him that the Masari ends up being trapped 3 horses wide and over races a bit as a result. He ends up running a disappointing contest. Azim bounces back to form. His form had been disappointing for a while, but he's only had 1 run this season and did bounce back to his best here in finishing second. He's in second already, and he keeps going pretty well to the line. Callum.
I think we see some great jockeyship here from Rayan Al-Taresh, because the jockey aboard Azim is clearly deciding he's not going to the rail. He's going to make the outside move on the leader. He's committed to that. But look at Rayan says, no, I'm sticking to the rail here. Azim, I'm just hoping and hoping and hoping that the gap's going to come. And the gap ends up coming, but not the way he probably imagined it.
No, because as he got tired, Almar Habani, watching that, he does roll across to the rail. But as he does, he creates a gap between himself and Azim, and straight through that gap goes the winner, Fazat. We've seen plenty of scenarios where that gap closes and it's a nightmare run for a horse in that position. But as I said, just as it looked like he was going to get a run straight up the rail, but as the leader falters and heads towards the rail, he creates a gap between the front 2 that Fazat's able to take advantage of. As you see the replay here, just thinks twice about going up the inside, switches to the middle. There's not a huge amount of room there, but he's going better than the other 2 horses, and that helps make the gap for him. In fairness to Azim, he rallies when he's challenged there and tries to go with the winner and holds on to second place, which is a much better run than he's produced in quite a while. And I would suggest that Azim should be able to win a handicap if that's the route the Connections want to go, because he's come down the ratings a bit after that poor run of his. But a good win from Fazat. And I think you're likely to see him, depending where opportunities are, as likely to see him at 7 furlongs next time as you are at this trip.
Yeah, you saw his 7 furlong strength come into the race towards the end, where it looked like Yantahid was going to sweep down the outside and take everybody. But for that, just kept finding and finding and finding, and the further this horse got, the better he got as well.
Yeah, certainly the way this race was run. And you'd be worried about him in a slightly stronger contest. Obviously, he's going to climb the handicap a little bit on the back of this. Not massively. I mean, the third's got a rating of 66. The second was rated 61 coming into it, so he's not going to go massively high. But you'd have thought he'd be high 60s on the back of this. In a 0 to 75 handicap, for example, I'd be worried about his lack of pace over the trip. And I prefer in that kind of grade for him to be trying the 7 furlongs.
If he was rated 68, let's say, he'd struggle to get into a 0 to 75, wouldn't he?
I think he'd get in. I think
they're very, very tight. Those races, aren't there? There's plenty of horses trying to fill a few spots.
We'll see. There are a few gaps in the handicaps this weekend. So obviously, we're looking at Riyadh for him next time out, unless Connections want to give him a break. But he's only had 7 career runs, and he just seems to be going from strength to strength at the moment. So they'll want to crack on with him now.
And all those runs have been this season as well. A horse that didn't run at 2. She's a very lightly raced filly, and what she's done here has been really quite nice, to be honest. She's come on, she's used her 7 furlong strength to her advantage and done well. Al Mahabani has run a much better race, but just like we said before, once horses are able to dictate here, they can run much better races than they have done previously.
Yes, and it can make a difference when these horses are sort of mid-div early on. They can lose their confidence very quickly. We saw a couple last week with horses who were able to dominate for the first time in a while, showing much improved form as a result. Al Mahabani, in terms of raw ability, is better than his rating of 48. But he's been running disappointingly for a while. He did take a step in the right direction last time out, when 6th over a mile last time out, and is probably better suited by the sprint trip. So there were signs that he was coming back to some sort of form, but we didn't think on the ratings he was going to figure here. But he's run a good race, despite actually not quite getting the break either. He was slowly away and has moved up very rapidly to the front. From that stall too. So you'd mark him up on that effort, but at the same time, you're drawn back to his 0 from 20 status now. And whether he's going to be in the same form next time out is a little bit of a debating point, isn't it?
So, wrapping up that contest, for that will probably be aimed at 0 to 75 handicaps. Azim, I imagine, is also going to go the handicap route now as well. And Yantahid, are we stepping Yantahid up in trip?
Yantahid, obviously. I think he's going to stay 7 furlongs well, and there's no reason not to go for an ordinary maiden at that sort of trip now.
Yes, so he will step up in trip. And would you imagine handicap route or staying in maiden company?
No, there's no reason not to stay in maiden company. There are plenty of. I mean, you talk about how the maidens make it a little bit harder in Rhea, but I'm not sure they're necessarily that hard straight away. But again, I've not done a Riyadh season, so I don't know exactly how quickly they hit the ground in Riyadh. But I'd have thought they shouldn't be that hard to place Yantahid. And again, the track at Riyadh will suit a horse with his run style better as well.
Yeah, so as we can see, for that, your eventual race winner of our second contest, which means we will move swiftly on to our third. We can just see for that breaking away. Got a very good start here. Jcsa got the best start, but couldn't capitalise on it. But for that, broke away very nicely on this occasion. Unfortunately, unable to sustain. You see this beautiful shot from the start. Look at him, flies away. And you can also see the horse in the white cap towards the middle of the field, also getting that great start. That is Masare, just unable to maintain on this day. Trapped 3 wide and never looked comfortable on that tight left-handed turn.
Yeah, it's very interesting. The 2 horses who showed most speed in the race didn't actually get out of the stalls particularly smoothly and had to work their way into contention straight away. And again, a few of these horses who've got the ability to win races probably are struggling to do so because they're not able to hold a good early position.
But if they can't win this week, then it's very hard to see them winning when we get back to full fields, when we move on to Riyadh. That's the concern for me. We've got a non-winners of 2 event coming up for the 2-year-olds, and it's a shocking contest because everything in there is basically going, I'm just running here because I'm trying to get that win.
Yes, I mean, there are a couple of races this weekend that have struggled to fill, and you've got a much weaker field than you would expect for them. But in your standard maiden races, I think there's still hope for horses who are struggling to get their head in front here, if they're falling down the handicap. And again, at Taif, there tends to be a lot more onus on being handy early. So those horses who have gate speed but not the early pace to hold it, they're struggling to win races because they end up being poorly positioned. Some of those will end up coming down 10, 12 pounds on the handicap. And actually we'll find Riyadh will suit them a lot better because it's kinder to late running horses.
Yeah.
So there is the possibility that if you can find, again, and as I said, there are some low-grade handicaps early on at Riyadh, so maybe the maidens might be hard to win, but the handicaps might have opportunities for horses who've been struggling.
And because we've got more races, I imagine that we could see 0 to 55 handicaps and those type of even lower grade races, giving other horses an opportunity to win. Speaking of opportunities, we're going to take this opportunity to talk about our third race, which we move very swiftly onto. We step up to 7 furlongs here, and this looks like a cracker, Rory.
Yes, this looks like a very good contest. The Open for 3-year-olds and upwards. Lots of horses that we've seen before, and one or two that we expect to build on some promising efforts. I can see a big run from line of departure here, but let Mark take us through the runners and riders.
Yes, Mark, take us through the runners and the riders.
Thank you, fellas. Yeah, really decent race this with lots of famous pedigrees on show. I'm sure you'll be discussing in a few moments' time. 7 furlongs we're up to now. Open company. They're headed by number 1, La Tihati for Camilo Ospina. Line of departure is another former Roger Varian horse who is the 2 for Mohamed Al Yami. Pagan is the 3 for Alex Moreno. And the 4 is HMS Endeavour for Abdullah Al Khridis. Mahalik, I know this is a horse that is strong in the heart of Callum Helliwell. Khalid Al Mimoni rides. Prevent is the 6. Yamari, the 7 for Ferez Al Soniyatan, and the 8 is Good Connection, Abdella Al Hussein. Turning the page, Nordic Lights is the 9. Pennsylvania Dutch, who ran here last week, like Good Connection. Abdullah Al Saidi rides the 10, and Raed Al Sarah for Fahed Al Faredi. 12, Libby Amy is the only filly in the lineup for Farwas Wanas. Torquay is 13 for Iyad Al Tarizi. Frank Stella is the 14, Ahmed Al Azari. 15, Demome Abdulaziz Al Yesh. Mozakar is the 16 for Osama Al Sharani. Clarence is the 17 for Abdullah Al Jimi, and Fraction is the 18 for Abdullah Al Khamis. Lots of familiar pedigrees and familiar names, plenty to choose upon. Gents, I can see this is a local and imported contest. I make this 12 ex-Europeans against 6 Saudi breds.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, a thrilling contest, an open contest. It is wide open, and there are plenty of horses with chances. I have my favourite, who I absolutely adore, who runs in this contest. Rory, you've got a horse that you think is going to build on plenty of previous form. Let's start going through them, but let's start from the bottom rather than from the top. So we'll start off with horse number 18, Fraction, in this contest. So what do we make of Fraction's chances here? A winner this season, but that was back at meeting 8.
Yeah, back in meeting 8, and was a bit disappointing when 7th last week. Has a rating of 73. He's likely enough race he can still improve, and I expect him to step forward from that run last week, so not entirely ruled out.
Clarence C was a winner in France. That's where his win came. Hasn't shown much in the one start this season, though. Has to be probably one we can overlook.
No, again, gives the impression that he might be getting fit for Riyadh as well. Only made his seasonal reappearance last week and finished 11th. Much more needed here.
And as we see the jockeys heading out on towards their horses, now is a good time to mention we are live on YouTube. We'll be live tomorrow and Saturday as well. Let's start with number 1, La Tihati, who is certainly a horse to keep on the right side of, although was disappointing last time.
Yes, disappointing when 11th, beaten 19 lengths by Sunset and Vine over course and distance. I'd expect with a rating of 70, others will be stronger again.
Line of departure, the one you like, number 2, and Pagan, number 3.
Yeah, line of departure, listen, this ran in the July Cup a couple of seasons ago. Has not had an easy time of things since. It was well beaten on debut, but caught the eye when 5th here last time out behind Ryan's party, and we'll see that. Pagan was in the same race. He finished 4th. There's not much between the pair again, but we'll make our mind up when we see that footage.
Yes, and Pagan, the lovely moving animal as well. HMS Endeavour, number 4.
HMS Endeavour ran in the Middle Park Stakes in 2021 for Aidan O'Brien, but finished last there and has been pretty much last every run since. Yes,
one that's hard to fancy, but one who's really easy to fancy is Mahalik, the cheekiest monkey in all of Saudi Arabia.
Well, whether he's cheeky, it's difficult to know exactly what the issue is with Mahalik, but he's run over 2 different trips. He's run over a mile and looked all over the winner, all the way up the straight and got caught close home. Dropped back to 6 furlongs. I thought, well, he's not even going to get to the front here. Once again, got to the front, led easily, went clear, looked sure to win, and got reeled in close home again. He's faltered badly late on, whatever the trip is, and that's the concern with Mahalik. But in terms of ability, he's got loads of it.
Prevent and Yamari are the next 2. Yamari has to have a big chance.
Yeah, Prevent doesn't. Beaten 32 lengths in a 0-90 last time out. His wins came at up to 1.25 miles in the UK, Sweden and the UAE, but 2 local outings have been poor. Yamari's much more interesting. Rated 92 makes him the horse to beat on paper. 3 wins have come at 7 furlongs. The latest in a course and distance non-winners of 4 last time out, where he beat Fanar by 2 3/4 lengths. Solid form there.
Good connection. Bounced back to form last time.
Yeah, been running well on the whole. Course and distance maiden winner here, meeting 29. And his best effort probably when 4-length third to Jcsa last week. Mahalik was second that day, so holds him on that. But you wouldn't be surprised to see Good Connection come forward again.
Nordic Lights, number 9.
4.5 lengths fourth to I Am Magic, and of course in distance known winners of 4 meeting 28. Not so good since. Was 6 1/4 lengths fifth in a not 80 handicap, 2 stars back, won by Amarillo Gold. Disappointing last time out.
Pennsylvania Dutch finished 15th last time, but with a much better run than he's shown previously.
Yeah, he was terrible the previous run. He did show up a lot better last time, but he's not. The finished article isn't there with him yet.
We are going to go straight to Shamila, who is in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Callum. And my pick for this race is, unsurprisingly, number 7, Yamari. 5-year-old gelding by Premium Tap. Really, really impressive last time out when he won. And I can't go against him in the parade ring for this race, even though we've got stunning horses. Like, there is no paddock negatives in this race, Callum. We've got Pagan, we've got Mahalik, Yamari. All of these horses are looking so well. Line of departure, good connection, and shout out to Fraction as well. However, you know, I cannot choose all of those horses. The paddock selection for me is horse number 7, Yamari.
Just mind your back there, Shamila. They're getting very close to you there. See, not only am I the presenter of the show, I'm also the leader in health and safety as well, making sure that everyone is staying safe in the parade ring. But yes, Yamari, certainly a big eye catcher. This is number 12, Libby Ami.
Yeah, Libby Ami's got a rating of 65 and was disappointing on her seasonal reappearance, as it were. I think, you know, she will come on for that, and she might win races, but I think they'll be a bit further down the line than this.
Haven't seen 13 Torquay. We'll give you an update.
Torquay's a non-runner.
He's a non-runner. There you go. I should have looked on that when we were going through the runners with Mark, but Frank Zeller is running. 1 win from the 4 starts.
1 win from 4 starts. Son of Frankel, always interesting to see sons of Frankel here, but makes a seasonal reappearance. And given that his current rating is 72, I think he's struggled to get involved. Probably needs this again. Another one having a warm up for Riyadh.
Demome and Mosaka are the next 2 horses we'll look at.
Yeah, both have similar ratings, rated 72 and 73. Demome, 1 win from 11, but 2 runs this season, pretty close together as well, have been very disappointing, 17th and 15th. Mosakar has been running better, but he's 1 from 42. He's generally running pretty consistently, finishing midfield in his races, but he just doesn't win them.
Yes, and finally, Clarence C and Fraction as well. Clarence C, the winner in France, and Fraction, one we spoke about already, a winner earlier this season.
Winner of meeting 8. A little bit disappointing last time, and with a rating of 73, he's got plenty to do, Fraction, but I would have thought that he's one of those in the field with most scope to improve. So I wouldn't rule him out entirely. Solely 18, not easy though. And
Shamila mentioned that this horse was a bit of a paddock eye catcher as well. So not her paddock eye catcher for sure, but certainly one on the positive list. And no negatives, because clearly these are all very talented individuals. Yes, I was mentioning before the horses came into the parade ring, we are live on YouTube right now. We're on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays from Saudi Arabia. We will take a little bit of a break before we move down to Riyadh, but we will be doing exactly the same Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays from Riyadh. 12 race cards, bumper action, turf and dirt. I'm sure you're excited.
I am excited, yes. I'm also excited that we got a few weeks at home with the family before that. I'm missing my boys and my wife. So it'll be nice to recharge the batteries before then. But yeah, Riyadh is a new adventure and all the more exciting for that.
Yes, I've got no boys or wife to miss from home, but I am missing my mates. So, yeah.
If you ever want to borrow mine, drop us a line.
No, I've seen the videos. You can keep those all to yourself, and I haven't got enough Cristiano Ronaldo knowledge to satisfy those lads. As we can see them moving down to post here, this is Pagan in shot here. One of the horses we're really looking forward to seeing. Now, this horse built up a bit of a winning streak in Riyadh, and we can see him now finishing a very good 4th in his last contest, with Line of Departure just in behind him in 5th.
Yeah, they're both coming from a fair way off the pace. They're in a similar sort of position off the bend, but Pagan takes a route towards the inside and the noseband there and the white cap, and Line of Departure had to go very wide around the bend and also kept on late. So there was only about half a length between them at the line. For me, Line of Departure turns that around. He was a horse who won the Cathedral Stakes at Salisbury a couple of seasons ago for Roger Varian. He then ran in the July Cup. Obviously, that was a little bit too hot for him. He moved to the UAE last year and didn't have an awful lot of joy, but I think he's an interesting one here.
This is Jamari doing it from the front. If he'd allowed this free lead today, he's going to be very hard to beat.
He will. And it's interesting here that, you know, he's the best part of 10 lengths clear coming around the bend. He ends up being driven right out to the line and the winning margin is only 2 3/4 lengths. So Fanar runs on very strongly to grab second place. I just wonder, you know, this wasn't a bad race last time. It was a non-winners of 4. It's not like he's winning a maiden by this. So the question is whether he did a little bit too much early there, or whether he's going to be a little bit vulnerable in the finish. But he does look the horse to beat.
Here is Mahalik swinging off the turn as if he's going to win the race, and very quickly stops and passed by Jcsa on this occasion.
Yeah, I mean, he holds on for second as he did in his previous start, but he did exactly the same thing. He's the last horse off the bridle, absolutely swinging with a couple of furlongs to run. And you think, given he did this over a mile in his previous start, you thought, well, he's not going to give this lead up. But he does, and lets Jcsa come past him late in the day. This is not the first time he's done this by any manner of means. The question is whether it's just a physical weakness or whether it's a mental quirk with him. But he's more than capable of getting involved. It's just a case of you know, if he's going to run that sort of race again, he's going to be vulnerable in the finish once more.
Yes, there's no way I'm going against him, though. I think he's going to...
Do you think this a scenario where he and Yamari go head-to-head could be a bit destructive for both of them?
This is my point. I think him having a horse going with him early might help him. And I'm thinking that if he can go alongside something early, I really am clutching at straws here to give this horse a chance. But I think the problem he's had is he's been alone in his last 2 starts, and he's not seen another horse till late, and has then stopped when challenged. I'm hoping that if him and Yamari can set some decent fractions and do it together, hopefully he won't spit the dummy out. It could be the complete other way around, obviously. He could spit the dummy out very early.
Yeah, the question, I'm not sure he is spitting the dummy out. That's the thing. I'm not entirely... He's just... I mean, it takes so long for him to do anything wrong in his race. It's not like when he gets to the lead, he starts looking around. He's in front for a long time, and he looks perfectly happy for a long time. But the petrol just reads empty suddenly at the end of the race. This is an intermediate trip. Obviously, he's done it 6 furlongs. Last time I did it over a mile 2 starts ago. You could argue this is the ideal trip for him, but I don't think it really matters what trip he runs over. And I think if he gets in a duel with Yamari, I think he might compromise Yamari's chance. I think he will definitely compromise his own chance. I think the way he's been ridden in his last 2 starts is probably ideal for him. It's just gone agonisingly wrong late on. I think I've seen him held up just behind the pace in his races this season. He's been beaten further as a result.
Exactly that. He did it when he was running in the UK as well. If you've got any chance to look at his last run at Wolverhampton, he swings off the turn there, looking every inch the winner, and then fades back into 3rd. Let's do selections nice and quickly here. We know Shamila likes Yamari, number 7. Are you with her, or are you going to go with something else?
Yeah, I'm going to be with Yamari because he's clearly the best horse in the race. I'm just slightly concerned about what might happen if he gets involved in that duel with Mahalik. I know he'll beat Mahalik if that happens, but he might just set it up for a finisher. But he is the likeliest winner, and I've got to stop being clever here and just go with the likeliest winners in these races.
Yes, I'm going to go for Mahalik. I believe that hopefully the 3rd time is the charm, and this horse can put that runner seconds behind him. But I'm also going to mention Pagan as well. I think Pagan's got a massive chance of one. I know you like Line of Departure too, as sort of a secondary selection.
Yeah, sorry. I've mentioned Line of Departure a couple of times. I think he will step forward. He's at... I say Yamari's the one to beat on form. He's rated 92. Line of Departure's still got a rating of 95. Now, he was north of 100 a while ago, and he hasn't quite run to 95 yet here. He's sort of coming down the handicap. But if he finds his old form, yeah, then he's very dangerous. The slight question, I guess, with him is that he's a 6 furlong horse. Very much a 6 furlong horse in the UK. So the 7 might, although he stayed on well last time out, that was over 6. I'm not sure he stays on quite as strongly over this trip. But I think he is an interesting one.
This will be a stronger run race than what they ran in beforehand. Line of Departure and Pagan's contest wasn't so much of a from-the-front contest as this one is.
No, and it's set up nicely for them. So, yeah, I think Line of Departure's one to keep on the old notebook, but today might not be his day.
Well, they're loading up, and you know our selection, so it's time to hand over to Mark Francis.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, Yamari looks the horse to beat here, but I thought Line of Departure, another one of Roy's selections, would go well. Was a winner at Ascot in 2020. In comes Mahalik. I'm sure Callum will be jumping up and down if this 3-year-old son of the Gurkha wants to get his head in front. And he does deserve to, doesn't he? A reminder as well that Torquay's a late non-runner here, was actually still involved when we read out the runners and riders, but too late to add one of the reserves here. So we are down to a field of 17 here. There are 5 of them in separate stalls. That's Frank Stella, Demome, Mosakar, Clarence and Fraction. Just having a second thought is Yamari. Should be easy to spot with the white blinkers, representing the Saudi breds here, of which there are 6. But we've got Former Roger Varian horses in here, Beckett, Godolphin, amongst others. They're all set. And they're off and racing. Just clashing at the start was HMS Endeavour, who darted into Mahalik, who wants a piece of the early action and looks to go on as they join up with the round course. So Mahalik, in usual style, heads the parade. Leads by about a length to the first colours of the white stable, Yamari, who is very handy up with the pace, and then comes Pennsylvania Dutch towards the outside. These three are about 6 lengths on from Latihati in 4th position, who's tracked through on the rail by Pagan, and already they are very well strung out. So Mahalik in front, leading to Yamari in 2nd, and they've shrugged off the attentions of Pennsylvania Dutch, who's now 6 lengths down in 3rd. Moving into 4th is Pagan, as Latihati on the rail is just pushed along for a few strides. Then the yellow jacket of Line of Departure, the driven along HMS Endeavour. Good Connection is one of those next in the field, and then comes Nordic Lights, but the leaders are already turning for home, and Mahalik has been passed by Yamari. Yamari hits the front, leading by a length. Look towards the rail, an eye-catching run from Pagan now. Staying on from out of the pack is Latihati, and Good Connection moves into 4th. Towards the far side, Pagan in front inside the last 200, and Yamari hasn't got anything more left to give. Latihati now challenging that one into 2nd, and then comes Line of Departure, but striding away is Pagan. 8 lengths to the good over this field, and Pagan will go on to score. Tight 2nd, Good Connection may have got up for that position ahead of Latihati in 3rd place, and back in 4th was Line of Departure. Pagan now adds to his portfolio of victories in Saudi Arabia. Hasn't been drawn well in recent starts, and the former William Haggas trained 5-year-old wins in good style here in a handsome time of 1:28.19. Rode the rail, went the shortest way round, and used that good draw to smart effect. Pagan the winner. Clear then. Good Connection in 2nd. 4.5 lengths the winning distance. Good Connection, who was one of those that made ground towards the rear of the field. Latihati finished in 3rd, and back in 4th was Line of Departure. So Roger Varian's former inmates 3rd and 4th, but some way behind this facile winner, Pagan, who wins our 3rd race.
Alexis Mourinho, congrats.
Thank you, Saleh. Mabruk to Fahan Mendil, our team. And, he's a nice horse, actually. Today was a good pace. I bring him step by step, and, he did it today. Well, the last 600, I just tried to find the way, Yeah. He find an inside, so I just keep going until the finish. Thank you, man.
Alex Moreno there, our winning jockey, a man riding full of confidence, is always chipping in with a winner or two each week, and I can comfortably say my heart ruled my head, and I'll never forgive myself because the race went down exactly how we thought. Mahalik and Yamari took each other on too early. Both their races were run turning for home, and Pagan, who has been steadily increasing and getting more and closer to the boil, has got that dream passage down the inside and has won quite impressively.
Yeah, he's won 8 times in his career now, Pagan, and he got the perfect run through. I don't really understand why Yamari's jockey had to go up and challenge Mahalik the way he did, because if you know Mahalik's style of running, he's going to go hard in front and he's going to be vulnerable later on. There's no need to get involved in a war with him, but that's what happened. I did worry about that before the start. Yamari's run below par as a result, but yeah, getting involved in that kind of battle. It's not just going fast. It's the way you get wound up against another runner as well that doesn't help you for the finish. And Pagan, I'm sure Alex Moreno must have been absolutely delighted to see what was happening in front of him. He's just got the real run through, and Pagan, he needed the gaps to open up for him again, but he's a smart enough jockey that he can find those gaps, and I think he was able to stay on the rail the whole way up the straight with no hassle at all. Winner of a 7 furlong open at Riyadh in the previous season. He was disappointing in his first couple of starts this season, but bounced back to form with that eye-catching run last time out. And again, he and Lion Departure have both run well again.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with our winning jockey.
I am indeed with Alex Moreno. Congratulations, Alex. How was that race for you? Obviously, you had a job jumping out of stall 3. Everything worked out in your favour.
Well, thank you, Shamila. He's a good horse. First time winner this season. So I just, sitting behind the pace until the pacemaker gets done. So I just find my way until the finish.
And he's a bit of a 6 furlong specialist. He's won 3 times over 6 furlongs. How did he feel over this distance?
Well, he's a short horse. He's good and 1,400 to 1,200. But today, the race changed. Not many good horses, so he did well.
You seemed confident about that.
Yeah, I was. Thanks God.
Are you confident about any of your other rides over the weekend?
Sunset Flash.
Of course, your favourite.
Yeah, she have to.
Are you excited to go back to Riyadh as well?
Well, I was waiting this time a long time ago.
Well, good luck, Alex, and well done again.
Thank you, Jamila.
As we see them jumping away for the start of our contest, and you can just see Alex Moreno towards the inside, came out of stall 3 aboard Pagan, wanted nothing to do with the absolute burning pace that Malik and Yamari sets very early on.
Yeah, Mahalik took a little bit of a bump coming out of the stalls, didn't he? But then immediately went forward and got lit up, and got more lit up when he was joined by Yamari, and the writing was on the wall. From that point, it was going to suit those coming from a little bit off the pace. And you see that Camilo has moved himself into 6th place, just coming between horses. They're coming past Latahati on the inside to make sure that he's not giving his mount too much to do. But I think at this stage he's pretty confident that the front 2 are not going to get home, and it's a case of him biding his time and not using up his petrol too soon. And as we said, Pagan gets there in plenty enough time. You can see now that Mahalik is already showing signs of distress. And although briefly it looks like Yamari's got the race, you don't have to look too far back to see horses coming at him. And Pagan moves up strongly on the inside. You also see just at the bottom of the picture there, Good Connection, who finishes 2nd in the end, running on strongly down the outside of the pack. But Yamari's legless at this stage. Pagan's in a decent lead, and everything worked out absolutely to script for him today.
Yes, Latiati running a big race in 3rd as well. Good Connection flashing home down the outside as well, which is good to see. And Line of Departure running another very good race, which is continuing to build on the good form that we previously saw. And Pagan and Line of Departure boosted the form of the previous contest they were both involved in. Yeah,
exactly. They both caught the eye there, running on from behind in that race won by Ryan's Party over 6 furlongs. Pagan has been suited by the return to 7. He was a 7 furlong winner in Riyadh, as we said. So this trip's ideal for him. With a Line of Departure, Line of Departure did his best work late on, but he wasn't flying at the finish. And I think he'd be seen to better effect if he's able to get away a little bit better over the shorter trip. I think that's always going to be his best distance, certainly based on his UK form. But he's not showing blinding early speed at the moment, is he? And that's holding him back a little bit.
Yes, I think when you look through this race, Pennsylvania Dutch tried to show some early speed like he did before, but he dropped through the field like a heavy stone in water, and there was not really much to be seen from him later on. I don't know what they're going to do with Pennsylvania Dutch, because his form now reads 15th, 18th, 13th, 15th, and another poor run today. So not much to look forward to there. You could just see Nordic Lights, I think it is, just drifting wide on the bend as well. A lot of them had to come very wide into the straight, with some of those early pacemakers falling back through the field.
Yeah, and falling back fairly sharply as well. So that's, you get two choices. You've got to keep an eye on them. If you can keep a bead on them, then you can sort of move inside or outside coming into the straight. If you're coming from further back, there's more of a wall of horses in front of you, and you've got to go wide to get a run or take a massive gamble that somehow it opens up the inside for you. But the winner was value for it on the day. Excuses for Yamari and Mahalik, although excuses for Mahalik are wearing thin now because even given an easy lead, he struggles to get his head in front.
You can put a line through that performance, though, can't you?
Yeah, you can. As a one-off, you certainly can. And he'll be competitive again. Pennsylvania Dutch, as you said, is a bit of a head-scratcher. I think the real problem with Pennsylvania Dutch is he's a 9-year-old in tire now, and I think he's just, while he retains plenty of speed, he just seems to have lost his competitive edge. I don't think it's a physical problem. I think he shows the speeds, and then he just seems to let himself drop out of contention. And it's difficult to see a horse of his age, ungelded, retaining that form. But you never know. Maybe a switch back to Riyadh, where he ran well on occasion last season. Ran very well on occasion, in fact, last season. He might come back to himself. But on recent evidence, he seems to be in decline, doesn't he?
Yeah, so it'd be hard to see him getting his head in front again. But hopefully a trip to Riyadh will do him good, as we see Alex Moreno just getting weighed in, and another successful journey for that rider who's just full of confidence. We move swiftly on to our next contest, which is over the mile. So we step up and trip even further again. This is our fourth race on the card, Rory, and there's one horse with a pedigree who you're really keen to talk about in this one. I said pointing it out to you there because I had not mentioned that beforehand.
Thank you very much for that. Are we talking about number 5, or are we?
We are talking about number 5, Namir.
Namir is one of very few newcomers in the race. So yes, there are a couple of very, very lightly raced. One or two making their debut. Parkside Boy making his debut here. I think it's an interesting race. It's not particularly strong on paper, but there are a couple of interesting ones. And Namir has got a very good pedigree by Glen Eagles out of a mare called Sprinkling, who was a mile and a furlong winner on the all-weather surface at Lyon-la-Soie. What's the surface at Lyon-la-Soie?
It is fibre. It's not fibre sand, is it?
It's not fibre sand.
No,
it's an unusual one, though.
I couldn't even tell you.
It's Visco Rides.
Oh, well, I mean... Well, now I've known what the surface is at Lyon-la-Soie. Let's go to Mark Francis, who can take us through the runners and the riders.
Thank you very much indeed. Yep, we're up to a mile here for our fourth contest. Jcsa will head them, looking for a rare combination of running in the first week of the season and indeed the final week of the season. Iyad Al-Tarizi rides. Anna Al-Makdam wears the blinkers for Tariq Al-Hassan. Parkside Boy is the only horse in this field to actually win a race, and that was at Dundalk in April. Saned Al-Dehani rides this one. Fibre is the only grey for Thurb Al-Timyat. Hasn't really looked like winning so far. Namir, as you just mentioned, is the only debutant for Camilo Ospina. Contar for Alex Moreno, who won our most previous contest. Kasha Shah, another one we saw last week, is the first of 2 fillies. Sahim to Wake is Ferres Al-Sanaytan's mount. And there's one over the page, which is proving a real mouthful. I make it Wash Al-Karashiyat for Fawas Wanas, which completes the field of 9, heading to the mile start. Not the strongest race, chaps, but something's got to win.
Thank you very much, Mark. Let's look at number 1, Yartagel.
Yartagel beaten 31 lengths from the 8th of 9 and a 6-furlong maiden back in June. That race hasn't thrown up any winners since, and now races for new connections. Yes,
that was a long time ago, right at the beginning of the season, and a small runner affair. This is Anna Al-Makdam, number 2.
Better effort today when 14 3/4 lengths 5th to Mohammadi, and of course in distance maiden last time out. That's only ordinary form, but it brings him into the equation here.
Parkside Boy, number 3, a winner in Ireland, makes Saudi debut today.
Yeah, the clear pick on the ratings, but warning signs here. Very well bred by Caruscio out of Carrion Katie, who won the Lowther Stakes and the Cheveley Park. He was a 5-furlong maiden winner at Dundalk early in the season. That was only a 4-runner affair, not the strongest on paper, and he's disappointing in a couple of runs since. So although he's got a good rating here, I wouldn't have thought he'd want much more further than 5 or 6 furlongs on paper. Bred to be speedy, looked all speed when he won at Dundalk and hasn't gone on. So he might be vulnerable here despite looking the clear pick.
This is Fibre, number 4.
Fibre's rated 59, was beaten 20 lengths when 10th to Barrique Alfouz in the big auction race here last week. This is an easier a contest for him, but he was tailed off and has only tried a mile.
This is Namir, bred by a very good friend of mine back in the UK, so I hope Joe Robinson is watching because he's been waiting to see this horse make an appearance, and it's followed by Contour, number 6.
Yeah, signs of greenness from Namir, as you saw in the parade ring, and we're on to Contour. He was beaten 42 lengths when 10th to Leila LM over course and distance 2 starts back, and then beaten 21.5 lengths when 12th last time out. So not much to be positive about with Contour. Which brings us on to Jcsa. Not entirely disgraced over 6 furlongs, 2 starts back when 9th, but was beaten over 50 lengths in a 7-furlong contest last time out, which does not make you want to get too heavily involved.
Some to Wake has struggled recently as well, but had 9 starts now this season, but hasn't shown much.
Yeah, when you have to look back and say that a 13-length 8th over 7 furlongs at meeting 37 is the highlight of Sam to Wake's career, that doesn't inspire confidence, but similar comments apply for most of the horses in this race. So
well, we move on to horse number 9, Wash Al Khorashayat. I'm sure Mark Francis had a much better pronunciation of it than I did. Rated 45, but I think a career best effort last week on Saturday in the Fillies auction race ran on really nicely to finish 6th on that occasion. I just think that horse probably, rating aside of 45, I think that horse has a much better chance than the ratings suggest it does.
Yeah, that was really the first form that the Wash Al Khorashayat had shown. I just want to see whether the handicapper has. We get the cards early before the adjustments are made. Has been moved up to a rating of 56 on the back of that good run.
Got up £11.
£11. That was only beaten 10.5 lengths behind Naya. Now I know that the auction race, they didn't have a great deal of depth to it. There's 1 or 2 good horses in there, but some fairly moderate ones as well. But she did plug on late in the day, as if the step up to a mile would suit. And given that she's showing her best form last time out, you'd have to give her a chance in a pretty weak contest here.
Yes, and Namir probably, out of all of the horses here, you kind of get drawn to because they've got nothing negative to say about it. Plenty of these have had lots of poor runs.
Yeah, the only negative about Namir, we only saw her very, very briefly, or him rather, briefly in the parade ring because he was getting a little bit upset, but he looks calm enough now. A lot of white about him. 4 white socks?
Yeah, it might be bandages. Could be bandages on.
Oh, I'll have a look again.
See, we'll get to have a quick peep. No, that's not Namir that you're looking at. That's Sam to Wake in shot right there. That's got the 4 white socks, the flashiest of all of them. Namir is number 5, and I'm just checked because I couldn't tell whether there's white socks or bandages on. But Camila Ospina takes the ride, so plenty of positives there. Shamila, is it 4 white socks or 4 bandages for Namir?
Well, funnily enough, you should talk about that. It is 4 white bandages. He does have 2 back socks and 1 small sock in the front, so I can see how you could get slightly confused. However, this is also my paddock pick for this race, horse number 5, Namir, ridden by Camila Ospino, and he is a debutant, 2-year-old by Glen Eagles, but looking really impressive in the parade ring. Almost looks fitter than half of the field, and this isn't a big field to talk about. However, horse number 1 was taken out of the parade ring for a few minutes. I don't know why. One of the vets was concerned. However, this horse also does look a tad overweight to me. However, the other horses in the race are looking really well. However, I will go and chance my arm with the debutant.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Now, for all those who don't know Arabic, Namia means tiger, and I'm sure this horse will put on a very strong, powerful, tigerish performance here to win on debut, because I'm also going to select Namir.
Yeah, well, he's certainly the most interesting horse in the race. and obviously 4 bandages are clearly better than 4 white socks as far as most horse people are concerned. Yeah, we didn't see him. Only saw him for a second or two first time around, and he was just showing signs of greenness, but he seems to have calmed down. He's got more size about him than most of these, as you would expect, given that pedigree. Again, the dam had 3 runs on artificial surfaces, but Gleneagles has a reputation as a sire whose stock do best with a bit of dig in the ground on turf. So whether this is the ideal surface for him or not, I'm not entirely sure, but certainly in a race where most of them don't make a great deal of appeal, you really want him to be good, don't you? Because it would make you feel better about the race, all told.
And it would be great for Joe and his family at home, who were really they weren't disappointed to lose him to Saudi Arabia, but they were concerned he'd get lost in the wash and they wouldn't be able to find out how he's been getting on. So they're over the moon to see him on the racecourse today, even if it is on the last week of racing here at King Khalid Racecourse. One of the points I have to make here is that, what do you make of a stallion like Gleneagles? What do you make of him as a sire? Because he's one of those that tends to go under the radar, almost lost in the wash with Churchill and what he did.
Yes, and they're not massively different in terms of the kind of stuff they're throwing out as well. The Gleneagles offspring seemed to his better ones seemed to stay a little bit better than he did. He didn't really need given the ground himself, but a lot of his offspring handled plenty of. Churchill, I always thought, was a horse who wanted quick ground as well, and he gets quite a lot of stock who handles soft ground well. So it's worth bearing in mind that with sires that their offspring don't necessarily follow them in terms of their preferences either in terms of the ground, or indeed sometimes in terms of trip either. Some of them can be fairly neutral trip-wise while still stamping their stock.
We also saw a Churchill winner here in Saudi Arabia as well, so that clearly does work, and it was a very nice horse indeed. Can't remember the name off the top of my head, but we did know it was sired by Churchill, so that's certainly a good line to look at. And Gleneagles, a real European line to the pedigree. This was a horse bought at Tats through the sales ring, and will spend the whole career here, very much like another horse who we think is a real superstar out here, Al Motterhead. So it's great to see those European pedigrees bought and sold in Great Britain, running here in Saudi Arabia and doing it with some credit.
Indeed. Also worth pointing out that Gleneagles has had some success here with a horse called Eagle's Flight, who's won 3 races at about 600,000 Saudi riyal. So you don't see too many by Gleneagles in the kingdom, but he is capable of producing winners, and hopefully he'll be able to produce one here.
And making their way down to start, and Wash Al Qurashayat is really proving quite difficult to manage going down to the start, and it's a long run down there as well, because they're going from the mile, which means not only do they have to go onto the course, they then have to head down the chute.
They do indeed, which some of them don't mind doing, because for some of them it's going back to the stables as well. Yeah, but that's a bit of a concern for her, because although she looked that she would benefit from a step up and trip last time out, if she's going to go freely to the start over the mile trip and then race freely in the race, that doesn't help her chances of stretching out as well as you'd think it would. The more I look at this, the more I really hope Namir is ready to go, because it could end up being a messy contest. I mean, maybe we shouldn't rule out Parkside Boy. He's got that rating of 75. It's just that he hit a peak very early. John O'Donoghue trained him. He won that 5-furlong race at Dundalk, well placed to do that. And then again, I thought he was well placed to run in weekish races in the UK subsequent to that. And disappointing that he ended up not hitting the frame at a pretty moderate race at Foss Last, for example. So how he copes with the track is a question. And again, slightly surprising to see him running over a mile straight away, given the speed that he showed on debut.
Yeah, he beat an Aidan O'Brien runner on debut, who has run since and finished third in another maiden. So it's not form that blows you away, but it is certainly a level of form. The run in Chester bumped into one on that occasion. No negatives there. I mean, it's a difficult course, and if you bump into a Chester expert, you've got no hope there anyway. The Foss last run was really disappointing, and I think that's the one that is a major red flag for me. That was a really poor performance at the home of the Welsh Champion Hurdle.
Indeed, and I gather you'll be there for the Welsh Champion Hurdle. So always good to see, and of course the West Wales Grand National as well. Who could forget that?
It's all part of the Welsh Jump season opener. You've got Chepstow on the Saturday, Foss Last on the Sunday. Big days in Wales.
That actually works quite well. I've always liked that Chepstow meeting. For those of us of a certain vintage, that was the first meeting that used to be on BBC every year. It was the Mercedes-Benz handicap chase was it was a Hennessy trial essentially. And on ITV, the first meeting of the season, around the same time was at Kempton for the Charisma Records Gold Cup. And for me, that was the first jump racing I'd see for about 4 months. So we'd end with the entry, or went with the Whitbread Gold Cup, and then there'd be no jumping at all until these meetings. Kempton on ITV back in the day, and Chepstow on the BBC, and it was like my birthday when jumping came back on the telly again.
It is a wonderful feeling, isn't it? And now we obviously have the Persian War Novices Hurdle. We tend to see a few good Paul Nicholls recruits running in those sort of races as well.
Yeah, I mean, Chepstow have done quite well with shuffling their races around. The Persian War used to be much later in the season, and now it works a lot better as part of that early fixture. And indeed, years and years and years ago, the Welsh Grand National used to disappear in the calendar. It used to be run in the spring, and obviously it's more likely to be lost where it is now. But it's a massive feature of the Christmas programme when it's run a couple of days after Christmas.
Big credit to Chepstow. I'm sure they're all watching today. Alex Bray and the marketing team of Chepstow will all be keeping an eye on the action here in Saudi Arabia. But a great shout out to them because they were the ones that were hit hardest by the COVID pandemic. Not only did they lose one Welsh national, they then lost another when they were all set to have a race. And that was in the time where you had different rules for different countries. And obviously Wales and England, being two different nations, had different rules. And I think they got really hit hard by that. But they bounced back in with a vengeance and have put on some really good meetings since then.
Yeah, and I must say, the flat programme at Chepstow is pretty moderate these days. Again, I remember when there used to be a Welsh Derby back in the day, but that disappeared about 30 or 40 years ago. We tend to have sort of very run-of-the-mill flat meetings at Chepstow through the season, usually on fairly quick ground. But when the jump racing starts again, you get a different quality of animal there, and it's always really enjoyable. Great track to go to as well.
Yes, a track I've been and worked there a few times. It's a lovely track, a lovely atmosphere as well, and not too far away, just off the motorway as well, if you were ever considering visiting. Back to this race that we can see here. This is Parkside Boy. Just a quick note on that horse's colours.
Heard you mentioning Foss last, and it's sent him into a bit of a panic.
Yeah, I can't go back there again. Lighter colours than on the race card.
Yeah, we saw. I think that's the way that it ends up looking at the car. When you got these horses who run in almost luminescent lime, it comes out looking sort of a duller emerald green on the race card. But yeah, very eye-catching. You won't be able to miss Parkside Boys colours. In fact, you probably need sunglasses.
Yes, so that is Parkside Boys circling at the start. I understand that you, myself and Shamila all like Namir, the debutant, to take the victory here. Are you still keen on that one's chances?
Yeah, I've seen nothing to put me off Namir, even if I'm sort of going there because I desperately want the horse with no black marks against its name to prove itself to be half decent, and I know that you're slightly invested in that as well.
Yes, as am I. I think it's worth mentioning that Fiber, horse number 4, and Wash Al-Karashayat, horse number 9, also both ran on very well in decent contest, but it was only last week, meeting 51, so that was on Saturday. You'd be slightly concerned here on the quick turnaround.
Yeah, and what you see is horses do have that quick turnaround because connections are trying to squeeze races into them before Riyadh starts, and whether they're ready for it or not, you'd only find out in the race. It would be no surprise to see one of those two disappoint with a quick turnaround. And the signs are that although Wash Al-Karashayat was the one who shaped best last time out in the fillies auction race, her behaviour on the way to the start suggests that she might have gone over the top a little bit as a result of that.
So all of us are teaming up with number 5. So that's Shamila, Rory and myself, all like number 5. Namir, Mark Francis, our man in the sky, our voice from above. Who do you like in this one?
Thanks, guys. You've made sort of the negative points surrounding Parkside Boy, but let's not forget that he's the only one that's actually won a race, of course, over a different trip to today. But I thought if he is going to run near any kind of rating of 75, he should be too good for these. Saned Al-Dehaini in the saddle, and as you pointed out, in much paler green, sort of luminous yellow of the former Barcelona kit of 2006. That it is very, very bright, but as you make the point, shouldn't be hard to spot. So the runners will be loading the stalls in just a few moments. I'm with Parkside Boy, first run in Saudi Arabia. 3 runs to date back in Ireland, and a winner at Dundalk on the all-weather. So it should take to this surface. He's just been checked over, you can see at the top left of your screen, and he should be okay to run here. So Jcsa has loaded, so too has Kasha Shah. And we can see Parkside Boy in the foreground. Kontar is next to go in, and then Namir. 30,000 Saudi Riyal up for grabs here, half of which going to the winner. This is a contest of non-winners of 3. Of course, there's only one winner in this contest. So Parkside Boy circling at the start alongside Fiber, as Namir is safely loaded into 5. Wash Al-Qarashiat has loaded into 9. So the last 2 to come forward. Fiber into 4. And Parkside Boy into 3. Stand by. At the mile start for race number 4, and they're off and racing. Just chased along for a few strides is Fiber at the back of the field, and just cutting in behind runners is Yata Gel. Towards the inside, Anna Al-Makdam in the yellow and green colours is prominent with the white headgear, but taken on for the lead by Parkside Boy. It's Parkside Boy who goes on to lead, with Namir also handy. Bang there up there with the pace is Kontar, and then comes Kasa Shah just caught out wide. Yata Gel from stall number 1 is one of those that is widest on the course, out there with Sahim to wake, as the leaders are pressing on after completing their first couple of furlongs. The back marker is the slow starting Fiber, but it's the luminous jacket of Parkside Boy who has the lead and has the rail. So the yellow jacket of Anna Al-Makdam in second. Namir is back in third, 3 lengths down on these leaders. Then comes the black jacket of Kontar, and around the outside is Kasha Shah. Yata Gel comes next, then Fiber, who has passed one of the runners, and that's Sahim to Wake, who is at the back of the field. They completed their first 800 metres in 1:01:47, and Anna Al-Makdam is striding on here. It's gone clear by about 6, now chased by Kontar in second. Parkside Boy, well, he looks beaten now in third and has been relegated quickly towards the back of the pack. And staying on is Wash Al-Qarashiat into third, and then comes Fiber. But this leader's gone too quickly here because Kontar has swept on by. It's Kontar who leads now. Anna Al-Makdam now back to second. Wash Al-Qarashiat moving into third with Fiber, but this is in the last furlong with Kontar leading now inside the last 100. 5 lengths is the gap to Anna Al-Makdam, and Kontar will win this easily. Kontar wins. Second place, Anna Al-Makdam, who took it up too early, it would seem. Wash Al-Qarashiat, best of the rest in third. Kontar wins for Alex Moreno, a double for the jockey in a time of 1:46.78. Kontar the winner, a son of Ulysses, in a messy affair, it must be said. We must have had 4 or 5 different leaders. Anna Al-Makdam took it up on the turn, but found very, very little in the closing stages, has not seen out the trip here. Kontar certainly has. Anna Al-Makdam beaten by 7.5 lengths in the end. Wash Al-Qarashiat has got up for third, and it was very tight for fourth, possibly Yata Gel ahead of the slow starting Fiber. A scruffy race, chaps, to digest and dissect, but no claims about the winner, which was Kontar.
الخيال Alexis Mourinho. Alexis, well done. Tell me about that race, Alex.
Well, thank you, Salman. مبروك to Fawaz, Nasser Fawaz, the team. Well, I just sitting behind the pace, you know, till the two horses in the front just down. So I just tried to pass him in one time, you know. After he take the forehand, he just gone away. Alhamdulillah.
Well done.
Thank you, man.
Well, firstly, let's not take anything away from Alex Moreno, who has got the double. But now we've done that, let's talk about possibly one of the messiest races I have ever seen here in Saudi Arabia. Everyone wanted a bite of the lead.
Yeah, and they needed to be going a little bit slower to get home over this trip, to be perfectly honest. Particularly Parkside Boy, who, you know, he was the one with a rating that said he could win, but came here with questions to answer after a disappointing run on his last start in the UK, and was a very unlikely stayer at a mile on paper. Indeed, I think he'd be an unlikely stayer at 6 furlongs here. But he ended up dropping out and finishing tailed off. Obviously, first run here as well, he'd need time to acclimatise, but that was a very disappointing effort from him.
He does have bags of early speeds, though. So that's
yeah.
one thing you can show.
Yes.
Like that's the one positive you can take from this performance. Clearly, he's got speed to lay it up with some of the quickest here in Saudi Arabia. But this trip was just it was a non-goer from the start.
Yeah, I mean, to say he's got speed to lie up with the quickest in Saudi Arabia, he wasn't up against the quickest here by any manner of means. So he didn't have to be anything special to get to the front, but he's ended up soundly beaten in the end, and that's disappointing. Namer never looked like taking a hand. He was just too green on debut. You'd like to think he'll come on, but yes, this didn't take much winning in the end, it has to be said.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure, and again, back once again with our winning jockey.
I said to Alex he didn't have to win again if he missed me so much. He could have just talked to me, but he went and had a double very quickly. Congratulations, Alex. How was that race for you? Because watching it, it was very messy.
Well, you know, he was finished 12, 16, something like that. But it wasn't a short distance, 2,600. I just put in a good position behind the two in the front. So I just waited until they finish. Oh, I have to work a lot, and he did it.
Yeah, it sounded like a hard race for you, like you're huffing and puffing after the race. So how was it in the last 400 meters?
Well, in the beginning, he don't want to go, so I have to warm him up early. So after he just passed the horse, he continued the pace, you know. So.
Did you have any instructions before the race, or did you watch his previous races back?
Well, the trainer, he told me just keep behind the pace, don't be far, and warm him up early. That's all.
Well done, Alex. I hope you have a few more winners, and I hope I get to speak to you again today.
I hope so. Thank you.
As we see these beautiful drone shots as they jump away underneath us. What a shot that is, and now we see them running away. One of the slowest starters was Fiber, who typically did exactly what Fiber did last time and ran on for a very good race in behind, but just shows no early pace.
No, and just plugged on, as others cried enough, to be honest. You wouldn't be massively hopeful of Fiber getting his head in front anytime soon. For all he's shown bits and pieces of ability.
Yartajel as well, dropping right out the back of the television too.
Very quickly as well. That's disappointing from Yartajel, who was well beaten on debut and didn't look particularly good in the paddock beforehand. A horse possibly with a bit of an issue there, been off for a long time since that debut. You see that Anna Al Makdam has kicked into the lead here, rather needlessly, I thought. The Parkside Boy was weakening, and I thought Anna Al Makdam could have just sort of sat there and come through gradually, but kicked for home. And I'm sure, again, this is for the second race today. I think he hasn't said it. He's too nice to say it, Alex Moreno, but he must have been absolutely delighted to see what was going on in front of him, because things were just being set up to make it easy for him, and he's just at a target there halfway up the straight and just had to allow Contard to come home in his own time. It's not a bad pedigree. I mean, it's by Ulysses out of a mare called Chaturati, who was well bred herself, but she's not produced an awful lot on the track. I think this is their second winner, but they've been at a reasonably lowly level. Some of them, she's gone to some good sires. Summer Rosbringer cost a fair bit of money, but they haven't really pulled up any trees. And of course, he was 10th and 12th on his last two starts, beaten 42 lengths over this course and distance, 2 starts back. But what a difference a race or two makes. He'd been in much weaker company here, given a lovely ride by one of the top jockeys in the country, and has won without having to improve massively on the best form that he's shown, because the race has fallen apart in front of him. Clearly stayed the mile. That's a benefit, but you know he's been tried at a mile before, so it's not like this is something new for him. He just found himself in a very winnable race with a couple of horses he disappointed and a couple of dubious tactical rides in front of him as well.
He didn't even really have to stay the mile, did he? He just sort of had to stay further than everybody else did, because they went so far and he was the only one holding on to any sort of stamina reserves towards the end of the race.
Yes, exactly. You know, there were horses stopping at all race in front of him. And Jcsa was disappointing as well. That was beaten 50 lengths last time, having shown a bit of ability. That's run a poor race as well. So yeah, it's just a case of not asking for your effort until reasonably late in the day against horses who are blowing the, you know, I don't know what you'd say. They've shot their bolt in front of him, and he's just come in for the best ride in the race. You'd have to take it as a step in the right direction. Obviously, he's in a race he can win, and it's helped him to see it out. When you're outclassed in these maiden races, it's difficult to get a handle on how good a horse might be, because when you've got nothing to chase, you're not liable to show your best form. Here he's been able to come forward. He's got a bit of confidence from this performance now, and his next run will tell you how good he is. But it's difficult to find a race as weak as this, so he's probably going to take a little while to get his head in front again, unless he's very cleverly placed.
Well, he's got a rating of 46. He's not going to jump up too much higher from that, because, like we've mentioned, the race was very messy and this wasn't a high-quality affair. So it would be cruel to see him go above 50, wouldn't it?
It would, but we've seen some big, Wash Al-Qurashayat, we said, went up 12 pounds for finishing 6th last time out. So we do get some big jumps in the ratings. Because he's won by a wide margin, I think he probably will end up going up to maybe 60. I think he'd probably struggle off that. Although, you know, give him time to find his form, and he might well find that level. But I think in the short term, if the handicapper does put him up, you know, 8 or 10 pounds for winning this, it might not be easy for him. But he's got ability, and he should stay further.
And one of the things for me is that they go up very quickly. It takes them a long time to go down the handicap, doesn't it? You see a lot of the horses who, especially the ex-European breds, who are trying as they might to run in good races, but they've got nothing to show for it, and they're not particularly dropping down too quickly.
Well, yeah,
either.
you might have a horse who comes here with an old rating of 90, and it might come from 18 months ago, and you can tell from the first couple of runs the horse is going to be nowhere near that level. But it probably takes a whole year for it to get down, you know, even to drop a stone or so in the handicap. So that's a bit of an issue for them. But of course they can run pretty frequently here, as we've seen. We were looking at the last race about, you know, horse in Pennsylvania Dutch, who showed really good form last season. He's been running terribly all year. Still got a rating on our card of 72. He must be in the 60s after what he did today. But that's a slow process, despite the fact that he's really been running to marks in the 40s or 50s most of the season, because he's just not seeing his races out. But it takes a long time for that to be reflected in his official mark. So that's why we don't want to see Contar go up too much in the weights. But you'd like to think a son of Ulysses, he's not really a 2-year-old on paper, so the hope for him is that he develops over the winter, and stepping up to 2,000 metres or more, he might be able to find improvement. I'd have been delighted to see him in a better maiden, get beaten again, and being able to go into handicaps of a really low mark, but he still has half a chance.
Yes, a fascinating angle from that contest. Another man who's always full of fascinating angles is Mark Francis, who can take us through the runners and riders for our 5th race.
Thank you, Callum. Yep, local bred horses maiden coming up here for 3-year-olds. They're headed by number 1, Skip Moon for Mohamed Al Shamari. Asab is the 2 for Camilo Ospina. The only grey in the lineup is Marsoum Al Naya for Farhed Al Faradi. Al Jawar Al Safi is the 4 for Abdullah Al Kridis, and Rayan Outer Aish looks for a double aboard Vision. Sod Al Wa'ed is the 6 for Thurb Al Timyat. The 7 is Halwheel for Ferez Al Sanaitan, and the 8 is Mo to Etta for Naif Al-Anazi, not to be confused with Moa Etta, who actually ran here last week. 9 is a scratch. Moving on to 10, Al Shamasiya for Rodriguez Jose. The 11 is Sarwar for Alex Moreno, looking for the hat-trick. 12 is also a scratch, so no Mab Denner. Moving on to 13, Thab for Mohammed Saeed, has been off since March. Sana Noura, I thought, was a great chance here for Khaled Al-Mimoni to look for the double, number 14. 15 is Azel Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. 16, Yautauk for Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 17, Siftar Mohammed Al-Yami. And Ajalar is number 18 for Abdullah Al-Khamis. One reserve gets in. Yodhahi moves into stall number 9, replacing Harmony. Mabdina is a very late scratch, so we don't see Cabrat, the number 20. So we have a field of 17. Tough race to really unravel. A handful of these have really shown much ability. I imagine something will step up. Back to our team of experts to work that out.
Thank you very much, Mark. As we get 2 of the 3 musketeers, we were saying the third one must have been banned for careless riding, along with all the other jockeys here in Taif for the time being, as we see them coming into the parade ring. This, a local bred maiden contest, 3-year-olds and older. Some of these horses are going the wrong way, but some of them have a little bit of ability, and this is an ideal opportunity for a late season victory.
Yes, no stellar ratings on show. Sarwa was 74.
Sananora, 80.
Yeah, going back to the next page. The question, of course, with 1 or 2 of these, particularly Sarwa, is whether he's capable of running to that rating at the moment. Recent form figures 10, 10, 6, 5, 4. Suggests perhaps not, but yeah, that might make it a bit more open. A lot of these, again, either without ratings or rated sort of high 50s through 60s. So an interesting race, and we've got a couple of non-runners in it. We had Harmony was a non-runner a couple of days ago, and we've just got Mabdana, who's come out as well. So still, you know, we've got almost a full field, 17. Obviously, the second non-runner came out too late to get a reserve in. But not an easy race to solve.
Not easy at all. We just see number 15 coming into the parade ring, a little bit out of order. Asab is another one. Horse number 2, that's the one we've got video form for. One of the few with only just 1 start to the name. I imagine he'll improve from that 5th place on debut.
Yeah, showed plenty of promise when beaten 4 lengths into 5th by Atomic Impact in the course and distance maiden on debut. He was left poorly placed there. He didn't look to be blessed with an awful lot of pace.
I thought exactly the same thing. Yeah.
He got into a bit of traffic problems because he didn't have the speed to get out of them, rather than that he got a poor ride. But he'll get every assistance from Camilo Espina here, and you'd like to think he'll improve. Maybe he'll need a little bit further than a mile in time, because even over that mile in a maiden, he looked a little short of tactical speed. But he should have learned from it. He's one of the more interesting in the field as a result.
Motueta, one of the debutants, Naif Alanazi in the plate, so good jockey selection there. Powerful owners in the red stable would surely have a chance. What do we make of pedigree-wise this
Yeah,
runner?
he's by teletext. He gets plenty of winners out of America. Called Bint Al Jara, who didn't win here, but she was placed in 3 of her 4 starts in good races. This is a few years ago, so she wasn't running in maiden races. They were all some sort of prize. They were reasonably competitive affairs. She was placed in 3 or 4, so you'd like to think she'd be able to pass on some of that ability to her progeny, and Motueta is certainly one to note.
Is Motueta her first foal, first offspring to hit the track?
Yes, the first one that I can find, certainly. So we've got no real clues as to how he would run, other than the fact that she was of above average ability herself.
Yeah, Sananora is one of the more fascinating runners for me. Meeting 39, the 13th place effort, that's a Taif Cup. This is a big old drop-in class from there, so surely would have an opportunity. The rating of 80 suggests she'll be the one to beat here.
Yeah, she was clear of the rest, including 2 subsequent winners when second in the course and distance maiden here, going back to meeting 12. As you said, down the field last time out, but that came in the Taif Cup last time out. It was also second to Jadael a couple of starts back, and clear of Wardat Always, a long way clear, 14.5 lengths clear of Wardat Always, who was a winner next time out as well. So the form lines are working out really well there for Sananora, and I should say with a rating of 80, she ought to be the one who will take the catching in this race.
And the man in the saddle is Khaled Al-Mimoni, who is flying along at the moment, so he'd have a massive chance. Shamila is in the parade ring. Have you got an eye catcher for us?
my paddock eye catcher for this race is horse number 6, Soduk Al Wayed. Now, Naif Al Mandil has already had a winner today. Alex's first winner of the day came from this stables, and I just really, really like the look of this colt in this race. 3-year-old, looking really well, 8th last time out. He does have cotton wool in his ears just to keep him a bit more calm, but they're doing really well. All the horses are doing really well in the parade ring for this race. Another horse I also like is just behind me, ridden by Naif Al Anazi, horse number 8. That is another one I really like the look of in the parade ring. Horse number 7 was acting up a little bit and did start kicking the boards at one stage in the parade ring, but has settled down since then. And a paddock negative would have to be number 19 for me. Just isn't carrying as much condition as I would like to usually see. Compared to the rest of these horses who are looking very fit and well before this race.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Interesting to hear who's caught your eye and who hasn't, as we see some of them going out to post. That's Marsoum Al Nayef going down to post. As they're doing that, they've got a long run down. Let's quickly skip through all of them so we can give everyone at home watching on the Jcsa YouTube channel a quick rundown. We'll start with number 1, Skip Moon.
Was beaten 13 lengths when 10th on 7 furlong debut, but took a backward step when 34 lengths behind over the 2,000 metres here last time out, behind Mustafi. Perhaps didn't stay that trip, but not easy to fancy on those 2 runs.
We've got video form of Asab later of this 5th place effort, and we've already talked about that one. So let's move on to Marsoum Al Nayef, number 3, who we just saw going down to post.
Yeah, he does have ability. He was in the money in his last 3 starts at Riyadh last season, but his form has flattened out recently, and he was 12.5 lengths 8th to Muwaz in a 7 furlong maiden last time out. Place claims at his best, but does need a step forward.
Al Joa Al Safi is horse number 4, not from 5, 4 runs this season.
Yeah, and 15th on debut at Riyadh last term with a rating of 57. 5th over course and distance on his return, but he's gone the wrong way subsequently, and this looks too tough for him.
Vision is horse number 5.
Was 8th in the Taif Sprint Cup as a juvenile. Vision did show a little bit of ability, but didn't really go on. Disappointed in Riyadh last season, and just a fair 8th and a not to 60 last time out, suggesting that this company will be too strong again.
As just one of Shamila's paddock negatives, 19, just proving a little bit difficult going down to the post. Just wanted to break out into a bouncy canter. Sodiq Al Wayad with Shamila's paddock positive.
Yeah, he looks good, I'll grant you that, and he has shown a bit of ability. Finished midfield in a couple of runs at Riyadh, but tailed off in 2 starts this season in Taif, and does maybe a non-stayer over a mile and a half last time out, and drops to a mile, which gives him some sort of chance, but he's been beaten too far for me to warm to his chances.
Harweel, number 7, with a negative for Shamila, got a bit worked up in the parade ring.
Yeah, it was 5th on his return, but that was in a small field race over 6 furlongs and not to 60, so only 8 runners in that, and he has gone backwards since it, finishing well behind Motra Kia last time out. That was an above average race, but he was 16th that day, so nothing too positive to say about it.
We've already spoken about Motoeta, so we won't do that again. Al Shameshthea is horse number 10, rated 62, comes out of stall 10, had a 2nd place effort on the last run.
Yeah, a little bit in and out. But we'll go back and see if we can see Asab in action. That's him on screen at the moment, looking well. Blinkers on here, as he wore also on debut. As we said, he didn't show lots of speed first time up, but he showed plenty of ability in finishing 5th. And we'll just see that now. You'll see him in about 7th place here with a familiar green cap, being pushed along at this stage and just unable to quicken when his jockey wants him. He actually lost places coming around the bend. He wasn't badly placed.
And he got a bit of a bump as well.
He ran into trouble as the horse in front of him pulled out. And he does, from this point, he plugs on quite well to the line to finish 5th. He didn't take the bend particularly well. He didn't hold his position terribly well, but he did stay on at the finish to be 5th, and he was going on nicely at the line. He would have been 4th in another strider, so he needs to cut out the negatives that he showed, but he's got size about him, he's got scope. He will definitely do better at some stage, and the question is whether he improves enough from that debut to master these rivals today. It might not be plain sailing for him, but he's definitely got more ability than the vast majority of these.
Al Shamethea, this is the horse we talked about, horse number 10, before we saw that video form. Looked all set to be the winner in meeting 22. Sophia Cat, who's run big races since, managed to reel her in on that occasion. But she'd have a big chance today, wouldn't she?
She'd have a chance, yeah. I mean, I'm concerned that she's not been seen since meeting 22, and her form before that this season was a wee bit disappointing, but that was clearly, she was back to her best when only beaten a neck by Sophia Cat in that contest. That was over course and distance. The races worked out as well. The likes of Wardat Always and Tawaka were behind her that day, and they're both winners since. So the form has worked out, but the fact that she's been missing since meeting 22 is a bit of a concern.
Sawa, horse number 11, rated 74, but has been a long time since finding that level of form.
Yeah, but she's been pretty highly tried in Riyadh, running in races out of her pay grade, out of his pay grade, I should say. His form figures in maiden races 4.255 last year, so all his respectable runs came in this grade, and then he was taken out of his class to run in better races and couldn't show the same sort of form. I think he probably needed the run after a break at meeting 44, and I can see him. I'd be surprised if he's out of the frame, to be perfectly honest. I think he'll run better than his form figures imply. I think he does have a fair bit more ability than those figures suggest. And as I said, most of those unplaced efforts have some kind of excuse. So back in a fairly ordinary maiden race, I think Sarwa has to be a danger.
Saab is horse number 13. This horse was last seen rattling home at Riyadh over 1800, and I'm pretty sure this is a race for fitness. Sananora, horse number 14, one we've already spoken about. Azal, horse number 15. I haven't talked about this one, but two poor runs so far.
Yeah, 14th and 12th today, beaten 27 lengths from 12th over the 2,000 metres here last time out, and beaten 30 3/4 lengths on debut over course and distance. There were 3 winners in front of him that day, but still, that's accentuating the positive considerably.
Yataluk, number 16, 0 from 9, has had 2 runs this season, went very backwards on the last start.
Yeah, entered his Riyadh season by finishing 5th and wasn't disgraced when 8th in a 0-65 handicap over this course and distance on his return. Soundly beaten last time, but he was dropped to 6 furlongs, which wouldn't have suited. So you can give him a little bit of a pass for that, but on balance of form, he's still got something to do here.
Sifter, number 17.
Rating of 57, was 5 3/4 lengths forced to Wardat Always over course and distance 2 starts back, but was further behind her in a 0-60 handicap last time out and isn't progressing.
Ajala, number 18.
Ran absolutely no race in a 0-60 handicap 2 weeks ago, but prior to that had been runner-up in a couple of 7 furlong maidens, and you would give her place claims if back to that form, but the poor run last time out is disappointing, and she's 0 from 18 now.
That was first run for New Connections as well, which made it even more concerning because she'd obviously changed yards, having run that very good second, and then did absolutely nothing on her last start, so that's a concern. Yodahi is the other horse we'll look at, number 19, one of the reserves that sneaks in, well, the only reserve that sneaks in.
Yeah, he was actually 3rd in the auction race for Colts here last year, but as you saw last week, that's a race that, although it's worth a lot of money, it doesn't necessarily have an awful lot of depth in it, and he's been hard to place since. He was off a fair while. He didn't race in Riyadh. He came back in meeting 16 and finished 8th, but 2 runs since then over course and distance and the 2,000 metres have been pretty awful.
Great to see so many of you tuning in on YouTube, watching the racing here from King Khalid Racecourse as the sun begins to set, but the floodlights haven't been turned on yet, so we're not quite dark enough to get the floodlights up. But let's go through selections for this contest, because remember, this is a wide open affair. There's a couple of these I'm interested in. I think Vision, for me, is one that I can't take my eye off. I saw that horse got a really gentle ride last time out, finishing 8th. I think there's improvement there, so Vision would be my selection.
Okay, I thought you'd go for Sananora. My only worry with Sananora is in stall 14, because we haven't seen anything loop wide round the field today. Again, we haven't had that many big fields, but it hasn't. We've seen real runs being successful earlier on, and maybe that gives the advantage to Assad. But I think Sananora's got more all-round pace, and therefore Sananora's going to be the pick for me. If Assad can get himself in a position to strike Assad off the bend, he'll be very dangerous, but I think things can go wrong for him in the early part of the race, given that he lacks that tactical speed.
So just to go through those selections one more time, Sananora is the selection of Rory. My selection will be Vision, horse number 5, and Shamila likes a debutant, Motoeta, and also Sodiq Al-Wayad, horse number 6. So number 6 and 8 for Shamila. Mark Francis, you are our man in the sky. Who do you like here and why?
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, I like Sananura as well, rated 80. Khalid Al-Mamoni already on the score sheet. We put a line through her run last time. I think she's got some very good form in this grade. Only beaten a couple of lengths back at meeting 30 and under a length back at meeting 12. And surely this represents a very ideal opportunity for her to get her head in front of what will be the 11th time of asking. Colours as well. It's sort of a red jacket with sleeves, black epaulets and cap, and then further down the body in the abdomen it's white and green, so multi-coloured if you like. I didn't really have a second selection. I was hoping that Cabrat would get in the reserve 20, but clearly Mabdina was a very late scratch that there wasn't time to put Cabrat in, who ran very well from the front last week. But we have a field of 17 here. There's Jcsa, whose colours you may not see in the race card. That's a white jacket with sort of black hoops or chevrons, if you like, the reverse on the sleeves. But best of luck with your selections. Yodhahi goes into 9. Sawa, Alex Moreno looking for a hat-trick. Got about 5 out the back here, including Asab, Marsoum Al-Nayef, and these two here, Thab, in the background of Mota Etta. Maeve Alanazi looking for a winner. Got the Gerald Mosse white gloves on, hasn't he? Mota Etta goes in, so too does Thab. Asab will be next, and I think it's Marsoum Al-Nayef who will be the last to load here. The only grey in the field. Stand by. Marsoum Al-Nayef. There's 1 or 2 anticipating a start, of which we're not ready for. Farhead Al-Faradi looks calm, but the horse is kicking out here. You wouldn't want to be a stalls handler in this situation, would you? Just backing away. Thought you'd know better. This 3-year-old, 6 starts so far. The others are waiting patiently here. I wonder how many more opportunities they'll give him. Going to try and give him a turn. Marsoum Al-Nayef. As the other 16 wait patiently here. And being trotted up. And again backs away. Just to get the horse straight. To see Marsoum Al-Nayef again takes a turn. There's Vision, Brian Outer Ash already in winning form tonight. They're going to give this horse one more chance. The blindfold has been applied. Still twisting and turning. I think the horse has just realised where he is. But he does go forward. And we should be set for a race. Long hold. And they're off. Marsoum Al-Nayef was quickly into stride. So too in the centre was Sawa in the red, white and blue. The orange sleeves of Harwell is handy, and out wide the turquoise colours with the blue sash and cap of Sifdar is one of the early leaders. So as they complete their first furlong, it's Asab's white blinkers, who's probably just in front here, to the stripes of Al-Jawar Al-Safi in second. And the black jacket and orange sleeves of Harwell sits third, and just deeper out of those is Sana Nurah. These are the first 4. Marsoum Al-Nayef, who took time to go into the stalls, is quickly into stride, now sits in 5th position. Towards his outside, the paler orange with the black cap of Thab. Just being ridden for a few strides is Mota Etta, and then back towards the rail is Sifdar, and these 8 are kicking on here from Sawa in 9th position, and then the white and black jacket of Jcsa. Just in behind these, the yellow with the blue sleeves of Yatal, and the green colours, big white face of Sod Al-Waed, as the leaders are turning down the side of the racecourse. It's Camilo Ospina in front aboard Asab. challengers 2 wide here, with Masoum Al Nayef split in the front 2, and also 3 wide is Sana Narar, who begins to draw along the outside. Moving into 4th position stylishly now is Sarwar, as Masoum Al Nayef has kicked for home. Inside the last 200 metres, the grey, Masoum Al Nayef. Towards the inside, Asab. Then towards the outer is Sana Narar. But Masoum Al Nayef didn't want to go into the stalls, but is coming home readily here, striding towards the finish. And this is all over. Masoum Al Nayef wins. To in 2nd position, Sana Narar. Close for the minors, involving Sarwar and Asab. A race that not many got involved in. But Masoum Al Nayef, kicking off at the start, made everybody else wait and has come home a ready winner. From stall number 3, Masoum Al Nayef for Fahed Al Faredi. You've got to praise the jockey here. It's a great ride, but to keep intact at the start after playing up, wins in a time of 1:42.78. 3 3/4 lengths back to Sana Narar, who's run pretty well in 2nd. But it's a 3rd second in her last 5 starts now. Asab back in 3rd, just holding off the challenge of Sarwar. And Thab stayed on from out of the pack to finish in 5th. Wow, what a story, gentlemen. Masoum Al Nayef. Also very happy at the start. Be big smiles at the finish.
Well, there you have it. Farhad Al Faredi, the smiliest jockey in the weighing room, getting a win aboard Masoum Al Nayef. But the story of that race wasn't at the finish, it was at the start. Now, you may have heard Mark Francis mention that this horse was very challenging to load. I don't think it was because he was being difficult to load. I think what occurred was there was an incident in the stall, the horse kicked off just as he was going in, and that's what gave him a fright. And there's a lot of action happening around him. He got far too worked up, almost boiled over. But then the stall's handlers did something very smart. They put the blindfold on, and everyone got away from him. They only gave him one leader, and I think that was the key element to why not only this horse loaded, but was also then able to run a creditable race once loading.
Yeah, the fact that he was able to calm down after that incident when he went into the stalls put him at an advantage. Now, obviously, he could have got upset, and obviously he did get a little bit of a fright when he was faced with the stalls in the first place. But as you said, the handlers did the right thing. They didn't crowd him afterwards. They give him a little bit of space, and he's going in fine. And of course, the others have been in the stalls for a little bit then, which isn't always a positive for them. Listen, this horse has shown a fair level of ability. He's always been nearer first than last in his races without quite making the breakthrough. As I said, his runs in Riyadh last season, 4th and 5th in competitive races. He hadn't quite built on that this season. He's rather flattened out form-wise, but he has belatedly taken a step forward here. And you know, he's not a bad looker. He's quite sparely made, but he's tall enough. You'd like to think he could develop a little bit further, but yeah, he had been slightly disappointing in a couple of runs this season, but he came back to the form he showed in Riyadh last year and got a good run round here. Again, benefiting from a good draw in stall 3. The inside draws have definitely had the advantage today. We've seen a pretty fair mix since I've been here. but it's definitely been an advantage to be on the inside. Arsab actually got out pretty well and made the running, but he again, I thought he was going to drop away. I thought it would have been a head scratcher off the bend, but he actually stayed on again. I think he's got back up for third, hasn't he? So
third.
He's looked again like he wants a longer trip. So even though he's had the professionalism to get himself in front today, he's again showed that he's lacking tactical speed in the straight before staying on. So expect to see Arsab back up and trip. But Marsoum Al Nayef has got the job done. Good runs from the form horses, Sarwa and Sana Nora in behind. Sana Nora had a swing wide on the bend, lost momentum coming out of the bend as a result, and then stayed on again. I thought that was a perfectly good run. But again, you know, the pair of them, the Colty finished fourth, and Sana Nora, who's been third, they're fairly exposed as well, and they had higher ratings than the first two coming into this race. So although they've run well, you don't want to give them extra credit for it, because they're going to find it hard if they're into handicaps or whatever next time out off the ratings that they're on. But the form does make sense. I know Marsoum Al Nayef hadn't quite been at his best this season, but just the two runs, and as you said more than once before, the third run at
Taif
can be the one where they click, and he showed more than enough in those three runs at Riyadh last season to suggest he should be winning races, and very much got back on track today. And although ostensibly that was a little disappointing from Arsab having got to the front, he just looks a stayer, doesn't he?
He does. Plugs on at the one pace. I imagine 2,000 metres will be their next trip plan with this one, and those 2,000 metre maidens, they suddenly become far easier contests against horses who aren't proven stayers. And we see them jump away here. There was a slow start for Azal, as well as for number 19, Yodhahi, who was also slowly away. But at the front of the affairs, it was Arsab who tried to cut out the early running.
Yeah, the two who got out of the stalls well, actually, were your pick, Vision and Harwheel from stall 7. They were away naturally well. Actually, Arsab didn't get a particularly good break from the stalls, but was immediately sent forward by Camilo Ospina. And again, you know, he's ended up having to do work to get there, and Camilo's tried to get him settled in front and to find a little bit. If he'd got to the front straight away, you might have seen him run a slightly different race. But again, he showed that he's capable of winning a race. But wherever he goes, he's always going to be vulnerable to horses with more tactical speed. The way this is run, they begin to tighten up now in behind the leader, who you'd say has set a fairly modest pace, and that's almost counted against him in the end. But you can see why Camilo wanted to slow it down when he got to the front, because he had to work hard to get there in the first place. Now we see Marsoum Al Nayef move up on the inside into second place. On his outside is Sana Nora, but Marsoum Al Nayef just gets the better run of the three coming round this bend, comes between horses to take it up. Arsab and Sana Nora just lack the immediate pace to go with him before plugging on again. And you also see then Sarwan is the other one coming through in that picture. I thought he was bound to pick up third place, but fair play to Arsab for actually rallying and holding that position, having done plenty of the donkey work. The winner is capable of winning handicaps unless he goes up a chunk for this, because it won't impress that much on the clock. But we'll hear from Shamila.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with our winning jockey.
I am with Fahad Al Furedi, and he did promise me a few weeks ago that if he had a winner, he would give us a few words. And it was quite difficult for him at the gates on the race, but he rode the horse so well. And Fahad just wanted to give the English channel a few words. Fahad?
I'm so happy. Thank you. Very nice horse. Thank you.
Very good race?
Yes, very good.
Thank you so much, Fahad. Well done, Mabruk.
Welcome, Shamila. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fahad Al Furedi. And as you can just see there, he is the smiliest man in the weighing room. And it's great to see a win for the Al Furedi family, despite the fact Adele is currently dealing with a suspension. So Fahad carrying the weight of expectation in that household.
Yeah, not as confident with his English and having the interview there, but fair play to him. He's as you said, a lovely guy. Always very happy to be doing what he's doing. Delighted that he's got the job as a jockey at this race course, and very happy to be riding winners on a day like today.
Yeah, and what he's done there, what I thought was really interesting, he had to work to get the space because he was stuck directly behind the long-time leader, Arsab, and then Sana Nora was the horse that came right around the outside and almost pinned him in. And he really had to work to get wide, to get that space to run on down the outside.
Yeah, it's been beneficial there. He's got the pace to come through that gap. I think he's a little bit naturally faster than the pair that he split there. But he knew what might happen. And he's when he saw Sana Nora moving up on his outside, he made sure that he made a move at the same time, got through that gap, forced Sana Nora wide, which didn't help her chances at all. And then once he's got to the front, he had more tactical pace than the second and third, and stepped up on recent efforts. He is, he's better than a mark of 62, I think. But the question is, how much the handicapper is going to raise him for this, with horses rated 74 and 80 finishing in the first four. You can't say that either of those are particularly run to form. Asab obviously doesn't have a rating either, so I think you're probably looking at an 8 to 10 pound hike for this as well. But I think he'd be capable, if he doesn't go up above 70, I think not to 70 handicap should be possible for him, because he doesn't lack ability, he doesn't lack tactical speed, so he's always going to be easy enough to place. And now that he's run himself back into form, I think he should be able to build on this. He's obviously a little bit highly strung, but he got himself back in an even keel well there after that incident, and hasn't shown signs of what happened at the start in the race itself. He hasn't over-raced, and that's always a good sign. I think some horses will meet an incident like that, and it will just G them up a little bit, and they will show that in the race itself. Whereas the one real positive here from Marsoum Al Nayef is that once he's over what happens, he's able to race very kindly for his rider and do what he wanted him to do in the race, and that's been very important. Disappointing run from Vision.
Yeah, he's we never got involved with Vision really in that race. We broke quite slowly, ended up getting across to the rail. Thought we would get it creeping into it as they turned for home, but as you see, the first four in the race, if they're on the midway part of the last bend, are already in first, second, third and fourth. So you can tell the rest of those fielding behind having to run through, and the jockey very quickly realised that today wasn't going to be the day for that runner, so just ended up easing that horse home across the line. So yeah, no big run from Vision, but I would be one to keep an eye on. I think you also have to keep an eye on for this winner, who will be returning to Riyadh in 0 to 70 handicaps and could be a real threat.
Yes, we know he handles Riyadh, and as I said,
This is the incident here at the start. Now, you can see here, this is before the blindfold goes on. He's going to panic and pull away. They change the system. They put the blindfold on. Everybody steps back, and it's nice and easy. And I think he's done magnificently well to go on and win, having had all that action at the start.
Yeah, I agree. I think the blindfold can be very useful. But I think when you combine the blindfold with 5 or 6 handlers trying to get the horse forward, you undo the potential benefit of the blindfold. Blindfold means the horse doesn't know quite where he is, and they have to sort of be still to get their bearings. And if there's only one person with them, that helps to calm them down. If you put the blindfold on and then they're aware that there are 4 or 5 people around them, that's bound to make them panic a bit more, because they can't see those people as well. And we see that, I think, a bit too often maybe in Britain, where there are 2 last options. One is put the blindfold on, and the other is get all the stalls handlers available to haul the horse into the stalls. And if you put those 2 together, I think they tend to backfire.
Yeah. Yes, I think it's one of those situations where the main concern has to be for the horse's welfare, and if the horse is kicking off or panicking, more hands isn't necessarily going to be the easier. I was shouting from up here. I said, take a turn, take a turn, take a turn, because what you've done there is you've created an environment where the horse is already scared going into the stalls because it's heard that loud noise from the horse getting a bit upset next door, and then that whole experience is negative. And then once you take a turn and get everyone away, you actually bring the temperatures right back down. They can sense heartbeat from 4 meters away, so if you're all stressing trying to get it loaded, that's not going to help either. So what you want to do is calm the situation right down and then begin the loading process again. I don't know where Shamila has gone to. Apparently she's with our winning trainer. So Shamila, talk to the winning trainer.
Naif Alatowi is the winning trainer of race number 5, and he is on the English channel for the very first time. Congratulations, Naif.
Thank you so much, and we are happy you are there with us in Saudi and work, and for interview, and we know you before. We saw you on the TV,
Thank you so much. Now, tell me about this race. Were you nervous at the beginning? Obviously, they had some trouble getting him in the gates.
This horse, his quality, his pedigree, his grand dame from America, she's a quality. And this horse, he's relaxed before in the gate, but he don't want to wait too much, you know. Last race in Taif, he ran 3 times. First time, 7 furlong. I ran him just for ready, you know, because he's a quality, big horse. The second time, he should make good race, but they put him in the gate early. He always go easy in the gate, but today he remember what happened last time. He kicked the gate, he bleeding, he running, finish maybe 7 or 8. He can't see when he, you know, he have a big.
Maybe that's why he was scared to go inside the gate.
Today, you know, he's afraid. Maybe you remember before, but when he break in the gate and his position okay, then I am relaxed. He will do good race. Alhamdulillah.
And tell me about Fahad Al Furedi. He rode him so well in this race, took him to the front, and in the last 400 meters, there was no beating him.
He's a professional. You know, his older brother, Adil, he's the top. Adil Al Furedi and all our jockey, Saudi or our friend, you know, they are quality. About Adil, if you go to America or Europe, he will be with the best. And Fahad, in same line, you know. He ride him first time there. I told him the horse he need to be run. He's a quality. I told him just to break, close to the leader as you can. From the gate, his position okay. Then he's professional. He can make control for himself. And thank you for him, for you, for everybody, you know.
Will you keep him at 1 mile now when you move to Riyadh?
He can stay, you know, but we will see, you know. Now I am relaxed. He passed the maiden. After we will organize him, you know, in Riyadh. We will see what his level, you know.
Well, thank you so much, Naif, and congratulations once again on your winner today.
Thank you, thank you. You're welcome in our country. You are like our sister, and we appreciate it what you're doing, you know. Thank you so much.
Race number 6 is not too far away, and 10 horses got a post here for our mile contest and non-winners of 3. They're headed by number 1, Abu Ghadar, one of the 2 maidens in the lineup, Mohammed Al Yami. Saad Al Ez is the 2 for Alex Moreno, looking for that hat-trick. And Noor Ala Elia is the 3 here after winning just last week, Khaled Al Mamoni. Rams Al Fakok is the 4 for Osama Al Shirani. 5 is Zalil, the horse that he beat a couple of weeks ago now. Asia La ran no sort of race in our previous contest, but Zalil comes in here with a good chance. Fahad Al Furedi. Salute Song is the 6 for Thurb Al Timyat. The 7 is Lay Yun Latin, the other maiden for Abdullah Al Saidi. The only grey is Haris for Camilo Ospina. 2 over the page, San Remo for Rayan Outer Ash, and Tail Al Khair is the 10 here for Iyad Al Tarisi. So we've got, of those who have won races, they're rated between 60 and 76. It's set to be another tight heat.
Thank you very much, Mark Francis, and I heard your little tribute to Mick Fitzgerald there with horse number 8, Haas.
Yeah, oddly enough, I was thinking of Mick because the colours of the last winner are quite similar to the old Mick Fitzgerald Racing Club colours. That combination of
they've changed now, haven't they? Those colours are more yellow and red now, aren't they?
Are they indeed?
Yes.
I like the old colours. That's all I can say.
This is horse number 1, Abu Ghadar.
Abu Ghadar, best effort of late when 19 lengths, 9th of 12 in a 7 furlong, no winners of 3 on his return, but nothing since from him.
Saad Alays is horse number 2, very smiley lad leading up.
Yeah, very much on his toes. 6 furlong maiden winner in March in Riyadh. In poor form over 6 furlongs and well held on his only try at this trip.
Noor Alalia with the last time out winner and is paired with that man again, Khaled Al Mimoni.
Produced a career best effort when winning a 1.25 mile fillies maiden last week, beating Zircon by a neck. Drops in trip now is a slight concern because she was strong at the finish last time out, but again, Connections want to turn her out quickly, and this is the best opportunity for her.
Yeah, I was thinking 2,000 metres down to a mile will certainly be one to watch. Rams Al Sakok is horse number 4.
Debut winner over 1 mile and a furlong in January at Riyadh. Best effort this season with a 2 1/4 length third to Milani and a non-winner to 3 over course and distance, but has been disappointing his last twice and was well behind Milani in a 0-80 last time.
Zalil, last time out winner, that was over 7 furlongs, steps up a little bit today.
Yeah, won that 7 furlong maiden last time out by half a length. from Jcsa, with Zircon back in third. So that form ties in with Noor Al-Elia, but this one's stepping up in trip rather than stepping back. So interesting to see how the pair of them get on.
Yes, number 6 is Salute Song. Now, this is a horse who does have a win, but it wasn't this season.
No, December 2022, Salute Song won over 7 furlongs at Riyadh. Form's been on the slide this season and well held in a 0-65 handicap, both meeting 19 and meeting 25. Off since, needs that break to have refreshed.
Layun Latine is horse number 7.
Layun Latine showed a bit on his debut over 6 furlongs at Riyadh, but not much promise since that run. Was 22 lengths behind Rams Altacock last time out.
Yeah, he's a gorgeous looking animal though, Layun Latine. It needs to do more on the racecourse. Here is Harsh.
This is Harsh's first try at a mile. Won the second race of the season over 6 furlongs. Best effort since then when 11 3/4 length 6 to Msawe over 7 furlongs last time out. That was a hot contest. There were 18 winners, or the winners of 18 races in that contest. But the question is how Harsh will get on trying a mile for the first time.
San Remo, number 9.
Rated 65, was a 7 furlong open winner in November last year at Riyadh. Third in a 0-80 on his return with Zircon in fourth, again tying in. But has been disappointing 3 starts since and needs to find that old form.
And Tail Al-Khair is the final horse, one animal that we know will relish the mile.
Will relish the mile is the winner of a 0-75 and 0-80 handicaps over course and distance already this term. Was 10.5 lengths 8th in a 0-80 last time out, won by Arras. Arras then went on to finish 3rd in the Jcsa Al Masif Cup next time out, so that was a hot contest. This is easier, and I'd expect to see Tail Al-Khair back to winning form here.
Yeah, and Tail Al-Khair, one of the interesting things about this runner is all his wins, both wins have come over this trip in conditions contest, so I think this is right up this animal street.
Yes, I mean, this is, I think he was probably in a little deep. Last time out, that was a pretty hot 0-80. I mean, he has won in 0-80 company earlier in the season, probably not the most competitive race. Then also won a 0-75. So I think he's vulnerable in most open contests. But this non-winners of 3 doesn't look the strongest. Most of the horses in this race have either still maidens or they've only won 1 race. So it's effectively a non-winners of 2. It's not. There's also not a massive field for it as well. So it looks a good opportunity for Tail Al-Khair, and he's the one with least questions to answer.
Yeah, Zalil had to come widest of all to win last time out, so the trip probably not too much of a concern stepping up.
No, you'd like to think that Zalil will have no massive problems with the trip. Only a maiden last time out, and rating of 64 shows he's got a little bit to find with Tail Care, but I think the handicapper might have upgraded that performance on the ratings.
Let's have a look at some of these in action. This is Tail Al-Khair, horse at number 10 on your screen right now in those green and white Saudi flag colours. And this is this horse finishing 5th on September the 9th, so 2 starts ago.
Yeah, he's in the green cap with the mostly white sleeves. Struggling to get on terms at this stage, but keeping on willingly for 5th place. Wasn't particularly well placed in this contest, but this is a better race than the one he's in now. You see he stays on past the early leaders here, but he also gets nabbed by a couple out wide. So this is hardly his very best performance, but I think it's probably as good a recent run as any of them can offer. He was a wee bit disappointing, as I said, last time out, but I think it was a really warm contest. He was 8th in last time. He didn't run much below that form, and of course, as a 2-time course and distance winner this season, he does have that to recommend him.
Yes, and we just saw going through shot Farhad Al-Faredi with a smile on his face. He's looking for a double on Zalil, and we can just see in shot here Tail Al-Khair, who's a very interesting rival who we've just seen in the video form, looking very nice around the parade ring, striding out nicely, jockey on board with a big old smile on his face. See plenty of jockeys we don't see normally because there's so many about.
We do, yeah. We've seen enough of Ayad Al-Tarisi, who's a perfectly capable jock. He doesn't seem to be feeling the pressure of riding a particularly well-fancied animal here. Listen, there's a couple of others you've got to consider there. Harsh, obviously, is of interest. Rams Altacock is of interest on his best form. But I think Tail Al-Khair is the one who is most likely on paper, and I'll put you out of your misery. He will be my selection as well.
So we're both going to go on the Tail Al-Khair train, because I am also a big fan of that one as well. I think
I was just going to check Zalil's rating. I was saying he's only got a rating of 64, and he is still on 64. So the handicapper hasn't raised him any further. So, on the ratings he's got a bit to find, but he comes here in form. He's been in the money in his last 4 starts, and that counts for an awful lot at this stage of the season.
What about Noor Alalia? That was another horse that was a winner last week, rated 60 on our race card.
She has gone up for that win at meeting 50. Zalil's win actually was the previous week, so the handicapper would have a chance to put that up already. But Noor Alalia was 60, is now up to 68, which makes sense on the back of that career best over a mile and a quarter last week. The question is whether she will be as effective over a mile. I think she needed the full trip to win last time out. It was a good performance, and she's going in the right direction, but the cut back and trip is just a bit of a concern.
I am going to challenge you on that point. I thought she's quite lucky to win that day. I still believe Zircon should have won that race, had to come wide when could have gone down and inside, just met some traffic issues and was rallying late on. And I know Zircon's a serial loser.
Yes.
But that horse, I think the fact that Zircon is a serial loser doesn't boost Noor Alalia's win.
No, but
much.
but it's all about the relative merits of the horse, and Zircon's got a rating in the 70s, and has got lots of placed form. Not the easiest to win with. Those manage to find a way of getting beat. But you'd have to say Noor Alalia certainly deserved to go up in the weights from 60 for beating Zircon last time out. I wouldn't. Maybe she'd be okay with the drop back. And I thought she was going to win a bit easier than she did when she got to the front. And again, because it's Zircon, maybe you thought, well, Zircon's been passed, he's not going to come back now. But it's ended up being quite close between them at the line.
Tight.
So the question is whether she really relished the extra distance. At the same time, that was definitely a career best effort, and it was stepping up to a mile and a quarter. So you can't say the trip there was a negative for her. No 1800-meter races here, of course, which would clearly be ideal. But yeah, now that she's found her form, and the fact that she is getting weight, as a filly here, she's got 58 kilos. Most of her rivals have got more. Tail Al-Khair, who's obviously 8 pounds higher than her, he's giving her 4 kilos. So actually, they're pretty close together on the adjusted ratings if you take the weight that she's carrying into consideration. So there really shouldn't be too much between them. And as I said, it's a case of whether they should be as happy over the mile trip here against slightly stronger horses.
So many winners.
Yeah, that was it was the race won by Jcsa. I haven't written whether there's a non-winners of 3 or not, but yeah, there were 5 or 6 other winners in the race, not necessarily subsequent winners, but if you look at the wins they've got this season, that was a total of 18 races won by the horses in that race. So although Harst was only 6th, you'd have to say that's probably a better run than it looks on paper, because he's running into some decent horses. So if I can dig out exactly who those winners are, I shall surely let you know.
Well, I always appreciate it.
This is usually where the Wi-Fi lets me down.
Now we're looking at Tail Al-Khair just coming through here. Now this horse wasn't pulling up trees in the parade ring for sure. Unfortunately, we didn't get a paddock eye catcher in there, but I know Tail Al-Khair certainly wouldn't have been that one. My paddock eye catcher was probably Layun Latine, who won't stand much of a chance here on form-wise, but looked in red for good form. When we saw that horse in the parade ring, big, strong chestnut type who was glinting under the floodlights. As we see these beautiful shots going down to the mile start, down this chute. If you look on the path on your right, that's where Rory and myself were during the workouts on Monday, in the early hours of Monday morning. It was a real good experience that we had down there. Have you dug out some of that form from Harst?
Yeah, it was a non-winners of 3 last time out that Harst was behind Jcsa. The others in that race, Bashawat is a winner this season. He was 2nd. Amarillo Gold was 3rd, is a 3-time winner. In No Time, good connection. Harst himself. Winners in behind that, Rosa Vithiga, Mahalik, Matching. These are previous winners rather than this season's winners. Matching Socks, Hill Cove, 1M. Azam Badawi, Sophia Cat, as it was. All multiple winners. No, I did mention that it was this season's form. Looking back through that, certainly when you see Matching Socks pop up in there.
No, exactly.
Those are lifetime wins, but the winners of 18 lifetime starts, I don't think you're seeing that in this contest. As you can see, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 all told in this race. So it gives you an idea this is a fair bit weaker, and it does bring horse strongly into the equation.
Well, so selections in this race are fairly simple. Myself and Rory are going for Tail Al Khair. So horse number 10 we both like. Mark Francis, you are the man, the myth, the legend in the commentary box up in the sky. Who do you like in this one?
It's very kind of you, Callum. I'm going to be joining both of you here with Tail Al Khair, the only horse in this field to win more than once, twice in fact, in 12 starts. Back at meeting 16 and meeting 6, outclassing his last couple of runs, but ideally placed here, I think. Here's Salute Song for third Altimyat, white cap. Loading the gate. I saw that Haas was being checked over at the start, whilst I think it was Zalil getting a tack adjustment. In comes the aforementioned Zalil, and Saad Al-Ez goes into 2. They're at Riyadh in March. Last week. Final one to move forward is Haas. But set for a start. And they're off. Jumping away then over the mile, and Saad Al-Ez got a good start from stall number 2. The yellow jacket on the inside then, Saad Al-Ez, probably the overall leader, to Salute Song, who's handy and up with the pace, of which is pretty strong here. The yellow and blue of Lay Yun Latin, one of the 2 fillies, and also Haas is out wide on the course, of which they're joining up with the round course. And the yellow jacket on the inside of Alex Moreno, looking for this hat-trick, is the overall leader on Saad Al-Ez. The black and red with Rams Alpha Cock probably second. Between that pair is Noor Ala Eliar. Further out then to the green cap of Haas, and then the blue colours overall of San Remo are the first 5. Just wide on the course is Tail Al Khair, broke from stall number 10 pretty well. Just worse than midfield then, the yellow and blue of Zalil has 3 behind, including the yellow and blue similar colours of Lay Yun Latin. Caught wide on the racecourse is Abu Gadar, and the back marker is Salute Song. Turning into the home straight then, Saad Al-Ez yet to see another rival. Being chased along is Noor Ala Eliar. Spot the green cap on the outside of Tail Al Khair, who begins to make a forward move. Between that pair then is Rams Alpha Cock, and then staying on into 5th is San Remo. Saad Al-Ez then with 250 metres left to travel. Now being awoken by Alex Moreno. Noor Ala Eliar is bang there, and so too is Rams Alpha Cock. But it's Noor Ala Eliar who is hitting the front again and beginning to pull clear of Rams Alpha Cock in second and Saad Al-Ez in third. Noor Ala Eliar, winner last week, winner again tonight. Noor Ala Eliar wins again. Rams Alpha Cock in second, and possibly Haas, who made late ground to finish in third. Noor Ala Eliar turned out quickly, a fine training performance and very well placed. Noor Ala Eliar in 1:43.87 flies the flag for the fillies and wins by 2 lengths. Pushed out to the line to score, and all roads lead to Riyadh as she steps up the ratings. 60 today. She won't be 60 for much longer. Beats Rams Alpha Cock, who ran with great credit in second position. Haas did get third, just pipping Tail Al Khair, whose run petered out in the closing stages. Abu Gadar up for 5th. Noor Ala Eliar provides a double for Khalid Al Mimoni.
Khalid Al-Mimoni is at the double and is probably the most in-form jockey riding in Saudi Arabia right now, just flying along and banging in the winners left, right and centre. And he's done it this time aboard Noor Alalia, who has made it 2 wins in 2 weeks.
2 wins in 2 weeks, as Mark was saying in commentary. She won't be 60 for much longer, but she's already not 60. She went up 8 pounds last week. We don't get those ratings updated until after the race cards are published, so they appear on the website. But hers has gone from 60 to 68 already, and she'll be going up further for this. She's beaten. She's getting 2 kilos rather, from the runner-up Rams Altacock, who's rated 76, and that filly's allowance is clearly a big help. Tayal Al-Khair had extra weight in his bag for his 2 wins, so carrying 62 kilos. He looked a threat off the bend, but it all
went wrong on the bend. Yeah, I think there was either a attack issue or the jockey was concerned. Looked like he was out the side door on multiple occasions coming round that bend, so it'll be great to see the full replay of that, but take nothing away from our race winner, who has done that impressively. And you knew as soon as she was in front with a few hundred metres to go, there was no stopping her because she had that form staying on further.
Yeah, nicely set up with Saad Al-Ez, who'd be more of a 6 furlong horse setting the pace, giving her something to aim at early in the straight. That one faded out of contention then. And Noor Alalia, again, it's definitely an advantage to be near the inside. And we say that, and then we both go for something drawn and stall 10, widest of all. But yeah, Noor Alalia is in fine form at the moment. She's the least, one of the least experienced in the race, this only being her 9th start. And she's only really hitting her straps now, winning that 1.25 mile maiden last week, and she will go on to be effective. A mile will suit her at Riyadh. There's no doubt about that, and she suggests that she can stay 1.25 miles in better company. For all she wasn't super strong at the finish in winning last time out, but good to see her put big efforts back to back. And she's got size about her. We see her just walking away there from the winner's circle. She's got more size about her than most in this race, so you'd like to think, with her only being a 3-year-old, that the only way is up in terms of her development.
That's right, the 2 fingers from Khalid Al-Mimoni signaling the double. Well done to that man. And you see from here, look how wide Tayal Al-Khair is. There's a real issue that happened on the bend there. That horse never got into a rhythm, despite absolutely travelling into the race like a dream.
Yeah, you're convinced there might be a problem with the saddle there, with the jockey looking unbalanced at times. It certainly looked to be in places across the line, but obviously we'll see the full replay and we'll get an idea whether there might have been an attack issue there. It seemed to me that a number of horses coming wide round that bend have seemed to lose the pitch a little bit doing so, whereas in previous weeks that wide path has actually been a benefit. But a lot of horses just not carrying their momentum through the bend as we've seen at recent meetings, so that might be a bit of an issue here with the way the track is riding. And as we said, it's been horses coming up the rail or close to it who've dominated most races so far tonight.
I was going to say that we'll use this form line now to say that those drawn low have a chance, but our next 2 races have 3 runners each, so the draw will be less of a...
Low numbers will definitely have the upper hand in those races.
Yes, just 3 runners to see in the next couple of races, and we can just see one of the outriders having a good conversation. As we look at the full race, and away we go, and he just jumps away. There was one slower start from San Remo with slow away. As we said, Saad Al-Ez jumped out really strongly and set the early fractions, and our eventual winner, Noor Alalia, is just going to sit there and let that horse do the hard work.
Yeah, this is a perfect setup because Saad Al-Ez does have ability. Hasn't been in great form of late, but probably wants to dominate, like a lot of these horses who are best at 6 furlongs and want to go forward. Not all of them can dominate in those races, and they can be a bit in and out. But stepping up to 1 mile, he's obviously had more speed than these and has gone to the front. But the question was how long he would last there. He's lasted long enough to create the shape of the race. But you see, interestingly, as the queue up behind him, it's still those who are towards the inside are able to make smoother ground around the bend.
Keep an eye out on the green colours here on the outside. That's Tayal Al-Khair. that's the one to watch around this bend, because what seems to be a horse travelling really nicely, suddenly the distress signals come out very clearly. So it's just one to keep an eye on. Actually, moving into the race really nicely here, coming around the bend, looking fairly comfortable in 4th place, looking to be striking for 3rd. The eventual race winner is coming towards us, but we're just getting a bit of a squeeze on here, and I'm just wondering whether the momentum stops coming off this bend.
Well, I thought he's lost ground through the bend, even though he's travelling okay. If you watch going into the bend in the first place, I thought he was well placed. But as they get through it, he seems to lose that position a little bit, even though he's not under pressure. And then the leaders get away from him a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a tack excuse there. I've got that wrong. I think he's just lost the momentum coming around the bend, and the jockeys had to try and rebalance him.
But it's not the first. As I said, if you look at the horses line abreast into that bend, it's the horses racing towards the inside who seem to be handling it better. And again, we've been at meetings here where you speak to the jockeys, they'll say, actually, it's quite difficult taking the bend towards the inside at full pace, and sometimes it is a benefit to go wide. But those who've gone that wide arc around the bend just seem to have lost their pitch.
And they're double harrowing behind us as well.
Yeah.
So you can see straight away that they've got the tractors out. It's about time as well, because they're going to try and make this course a little more even. It'll be hard to tell over our next 2 races. We've got 6 horses across 2 races.
No, we can ignore the next 2 in terms
Yeah.
of how the track is riding, and then we're straight into the last race of the card. But that will at least give us an idea whether that's evened up a little bit. But certainly today we had before racing started, we had a couple of rounds of watering. But it does seem that the middle of the track just isn't helping the horses round that bend. Whereas, as I said, since I've been here, we've had lots of horses deliberately take a wide path round the bend, avoid trouble, maintain momentum. But they're not maintaining their momentum at the moment. A lot of them are sort of stuttering round that bend for whatever reason.
Yeah, it's not quite as easy as it has been previously. I was just thinking, in the last race of the day, I've got my supposed good thing of the meeting running in the Lucky Last. So hopefully that horse is drawn in... where are we drawn in the Lucky Last? We are drawn in, I think we're drawn in about 6 there, so we should have a good chance. We are drawn in 7. We are drawn in 7. No, not Correct. Al-Sal, I think we'll absolutely relish 2,400 metres. Now we know we can get the trip. So I think hopefully Al-Sal will run a big enough race here. But take nothing away from our race winner, Khaled Al-Mamoni, at the double. A jockey in such fine form, Rory, and certainly not the jockey who we would call a headliner at the moment, but is building to be just that.
No, he's not quite a headliner, but as you said, he's been racking up the winners in the last couple of weeks, ticking them off steadily, and he's climbing the leaderboard. And as you said about him in the past, he's a very reliable pair of hands. When he's got a horse good enough to win the race, he doesn't make too many mistakes. And we've seen him ride 2 or 3 very intelligent races tonight, whereas some of the less experienced jockeys have been on the card tonight. Maybe a bit of a rush of blood to the head at times, but Khaled Al-Mamoni can be trusted to have a cool head when required.
He certainly can, and we will have cool heads here as we move on to our next contest, which again, we stay over the mile, but this time we introduce the purebred Arabians, and we only introduce 3 of them.
Yes, and there'll be another 3 along in half an hour if you like that. And yes, this is rated 55, 66 and 55 in this contest. So there's a little bit of ability on show this race over a mile. There's a little bit of a tie-in form-wise as well, because you can't. There always tend to be intertwining form lines in the purebred Arabian races. There's only so many races they can run in, and they tend to pop up in the same ones. Shall we run through? I don't want to go through the form too early because
let's hold up and just appreciate the fact that on this race we've seen horses go 5 and 6 wide on the bend. We know that's not going to happen in our next contest, mainly because these horses are being the purebred Arabians. They tend to be single file going into the straight, and I think with Taya Hassan running, that's a pace angle for sure. I imagine that horse is going to lead into the final bend. It'll all be about whether they can reel this horse in.
Yes. Yeah, I mean that's a fair assessment, and the front 2 are easy enough to compare in the next Mama Yugaloon and Taya Hassan. We've seen 2 of these in the last week, Mama Yugaloon and Azar, the bottom one, so they've been fairly familiar to us. But you look at the form and you see a second there last time out from Mama Yugaloon. That was a 15 1/4 length second to Shamak Al-Khalidia last time out, which is his best effort to date. but there are only 3 runners.
Three-runner race.
So that's a little, you know, the joy you have when you see that he finished second last time out is soon dashed by realising that he was 15 1/4 lengths second in a 3-runner race. Taif Hassan is the obvious class act in the contest, 26 1/4 lengths ahead of Mahma Ugaloon when fourth on his penultimate start to Yarub. That was that gives us the direct comparison between the two and suggests that Taif Hassan should have no trouble beating Mahma Ugaloon in this race. He ran well last time out, went second to Jamil Al Wathba last time out over the 1,200 metres. The step up to 1,600 shouldn't be a problem for him, and he's got a bit more class than the other two.
Yeah, I was about to say, Azar's probably very hard to like in this race because this horse only managed to beat one horse home. In any time he's not finishing last, he's always finished second last. So be a concern if you were a supporter of Azar. One man who can take us through all 3 horses for our next contest is Mark Francis.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, just the 3 runners for our Arabian Horse Maiden. I can't believe in this race nor the next we don't have an Al Kaladir on show, which is a big shame. So a mile is the distance. They're headed by number 1, Mahma Ugaloon for, well, I would say a new jockey. It's a 4th new jockey in 5 starts for this horse, and he is being ridden by Albra Almu Hamidi. New name to the race card for me. Taif Hassan, you've made initial points there already. Abdullah Al Saidi. Decent effort last time out and should take some stopping. And the second of the greys, the only filly, is Azhar, who was certainly put in her place last time out. As Rory mentioned, we saw Mahma Ugaloon and Azhar both here last week, and normally is detached by some way. So, gents, I'm expecting a winning TriCast here.
Well, Mark Francis, you don't ask for much, do you? A winning TriCast?
Well, combination TriCast at the very least.
What could we do here? I mean, I imagine Taif Hassan is the one they've all got to beat, but Arabian Contest is stepping up in trip, tends to run quite hard on the bridle.
Yeah, but he's, although, you know, there's 11 pound between him and the other two on the ratings, and he is, I'll need to check what the weights Mahma Ugaloon is carrying, because there's nothing on the nothing on my race cards. I'll double check that. He's given a 1.5 kilos away to Azar, so that's the equivalent of 3 pounds essentially.
Yeah, he needs to give away 3 miles to Azar.
Well, no, but there's an 8 pound difference, so you wouldn't expect there to be that much between them. But as you said, when you dig into it, the rating some of these horses get. I mean, Azar has beaten one horse in his career. You look at it, oh, you know, 4s and 5s, that's not too bad, but actually they've been 5 and 6 runner races most of the time, and his best effort was probably when beaten 23.5 lengths into 4th of 5 behind Aletzia over 7 furlongs last time out. Hard to see him winning the race. So Taif Hassan, despite slight concerns stepping up from 6 furlongs to the mile, I think in this company he should be good enough to win it. And he was 20 odd lengths clear of 26 1/4 lengths to be exact, ahead of Mahma Ugaloon when they met 2 starts ago. So he really should have the beating of that one as well. Who would you think Mahma Ugaloon is definitely good enough to beat Azar?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Full
well,
stop.
there you
I
go.
mean, we can talk about this race inside out. There's 3 runners. It's not going to be much to discuss. One of the things I think we can discuss here is something we mentioned earlier: ratings. Now, if you do have a race card on you, you'll see in the next race there's a horse called Shalat Al Nakail, who is rated 47, which in theory means he's a lot worse than Azar. Taking all the math out of it, a lot worse than Azar. Shalat Al Nakail is a far better horse than Azar. Full stop. There's no questions asked about it. And it's just, for me, I wonder why we have a rating of 55 for Azar when this horse clearly is not the ability of a 55 rated animal.
No, but you get the rating sticks, and then the reason why a horse like Shalat Al Nakail isn't rated higher is because she's running and not the 55 handicaps. So she's always carrying lowish weights in there as well, being rated 47, and she's always getting beaten on them, and she's not from 21. So her rating can't really rise above 50, whereas Azar will get reasonably close to something with a high rating on one of his starts in a falsely run race. You do your sums there and go, well, that comes out as about 55. So you give him that rating. The fact that he's not running in handicaps is a bit of a help with that. But yeah, he's not been hopelessly tailed off, it has to be said, recently. But his runs suggest that he's the likeliest of these to finish last. Taif Hassan. Listen, Taif Hassan's best time over this trip recently is 3.5 seconds faster than Mama Yugoloon over this trip. So even if you talk about, the mile might be a little bit of a question mark, all he needs to do is run vaguely close to his best form, and he should be unbeatable here. Unless connections either unless the jockey either buries in the back of the field or goes far too fast in front. If he just allows the others to show their weaknesses first, and we said that's the best way of riding these Arabian races. And we see that, the jockeys who do best here, let the others beat themselves, and then you go on and win the race.
Shamila has been in the parade ring. Only 3 to pick from. Who do you like?
3 to pick from, Callum. Don't give us any discounts now. We have 3 runners in the race, and I'm going to go with horse number 2, Taif Hassan, the highest rated in the race and the best looking horse in the race by far. I know there are only 3 runners, but sometimes this is more difficult to choose the horses that you think are going to win. Now, the other 2 horses are also very strong. Horse number 1 came second last time out. Horse number 3 was 4th last time out. And Taif Hassan has had a pretty good season. However, hasn't had any luck. However, it could be his day in this 3-runner race. And as we said at the beginning of the show, we have small fields now as the season is starting to finally wind down. Obviously, in the big Arabian Championships, we have that 18-runner race. However, today we have 2 3-runner races, but it's not all bad. You can still see the quality shining through, and especially in these horses. And I would really like to see Taif Hassan, because I feel like we have been rooting for him all season, and he's given us nothing, Callum.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Shamila. And while you're here, let's educate people at home, those who are watching on YouTube. Only 3 runners in here. You are our Arabian racing expert. What are you looking for with these purebred Arabians in the parade ring? Is it similar to thoroughbreds, or is it completely different?
I'd say it's similar in some aspects to thoroughbreds. Obviously, you want them moving well. You want to see horses with good muscle definition. However, Arabians tend to be on the lighter side anyway, a bit like greyhounds, where they carry naturally less condition, and they can lose condition a lot quicker than thoroughbreds as well. So if they're fitter, they tend to look a lot skinnier. However, that's not always a bad thing. You want to see a nice rounded neck as well, nice neck muscles. People tend to forget about that. However, when you're riding a horse, as you know, Callum, horses pull, and nice neck muscles can be really beneficial to the horses when you're looking at them in the parade ring. But all of these horses, as far as I can see, have really good conformation, which means their bone density is really nice, and they've been bred really well, and they're just looking really good.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And you might like a strong neck. I can tell when I'm getting carted up the gallops, I certainly don't want the strong neck. I want something that I can just about cling onto for dear life. Rory, Mama Igaloon is the danger here to Taif Hassan. Is there anything that we can see from Mama Igaloon's last run that suggests that this 7-year-old colt is able to turn and beat Taif Hassan?
Well, we've got to stop calling them 7-year-old colts for a kickoff, don't we? I know it says so in the race card.
7-year-old horse.
Yeah, it would say hitch in a home race card rather than C. But once they hit 5, you can't be calling them colts anymore. I'm just looking at weight. He's got 60 kilos, so he's actually giving weight away to Taif Hassan. If he had 50 kilos, he'd have a chance of winning it, but he doesn't. So we know that these animals can be a little bit temperamental. They don't always run to the same level, and obviously for that reason, in a 3-horse race, Mama Yugoloon has got a chance of winning. But on the collateral form against Taif Hassan, I say collateral form, they met 2 starts ago, and there was 26 1/4 lengths between them, and that seems to be a fair indication of how they've been running most of the season as well. So difficult to see Taif Hassan not winning this race. But I should say, if horses aren't here at the top of their form, or if jockeys make errors of judgment in the way they ride the races, you can get shock results. I'd be surprised, but I've been surprised by others already today.
Now, there's a very common term when we were at home, which always says, select the least likely winner in a 3-runner race, because that's always the one that comes through. Always go for the outsider of the 3. Are you tempted with Hazar?
No. And this makes no sense. The only benefit to the hold. Well, there's. When I was a kid, I spoke to my dad about this. There is a bit of logic to backing the outsider of 3 in a race where 2 horses appear to be very closely matched. The idea being, hey, you're getting a bit more for your money in the first place. But also, what can happen in that race where 2 of them think they're in a match is they're watching each other in a tactical race. So they don't go the pace they would normally go for a big field race. So the two of them are set off at the back of the field. The jockeys will be looking at each other all the way through the race. The outsider, meanwhile, can nick 10 lengths suddenly while the other two are looking at each other and win the race by doing so. Because a race is not run at an end-to-end gallop. You can get a shock result. You can steal a lead at a certain point. So the outsider has a chance of being ignored by the other two, and therefore will win races that he shouldn't. That was the one logical argument to that. And of course, there have been times when, if you look at the results of 3-runner races over the course of a year, you would be better off back in the outsider. But if you look at those over a period of time, you lose more money back in the outsider of 3. So it certainly doesn't make an awful lot of sense from our standpoint in this contest. And it would be a big surprise if Azar was good enough to win this.
Yes, it really would be a big, big surprise. We saw a lot of Arabians working on course on Monday, and I imagine some of those that we saw working will be running here today in this contest. So one of the things we did notice when they were working was they were all very keen to go back home down that mile chute, so there should be no bother getting them down to the start here.
No, yes, there'd be more trouble getting them away from the start than getting them to the start, I would imagine. Yes, they are. They tend to be that little bit more willful, don't they, than thoroughbreds. And you can argue that's because they're a little bit more intelligent.
Really
and that's not to knock them at all.
Now, Khalid Al Mimoni is the most informed jockey riding in Saudi Arabia right now. He's looking for the hat trick. If there's anyone you'd want on Azar, it would be him.
Absolutely, yeah. There's no doubt about that at the moment, and maybe that was the comment he just got when he smiled before he got on there. But someone suggesting they should have no trouble bringing up the hat trick.
Let's have a look at Taif Hassan in action. Now, the race we're going to see is this horse finishing second at the back end of September. This was the last run out back in meeting 46. This horse has a good chance here. If able to repeat this level of form, will be very hard to beat, because this was a good effort here. The eventual winner didn't go on to do much afterwards. That's the horse that you can see, the chestnut swinging along and running nicely. And the grey, who we see, who's eventually going to finish third, is going to run in our next race, isn't he?
Yeah, that's Somra Al-Sagira, who was making her debut in this race, ran very well for a long way, but has probably just had enough as we join it, and Taif Hassan challenges on her inside and gets through for second place. Doesn't really threaten to win the race, and to be honest, he's largely run through beaten horses here. Does catch the eye in the end, but I think that's because he was ridden with an eye to finishing second on that occasion, asking for his effort as late as possible. But to be honest, his form stacks up pretty well. He's not from 13. You know, again, when we're talking about these races, and you say, the favourite's got to do something wrong to win. When they haven't won a race in the first place, they tend to be doing something wrong not to have won when they've had 13 starts. But I can't think that Taif Hassan's ever been in as weak a race as this. So he really should be making a count here. But you wouldn't want your life to depend on it, would you?
No. Well, Shamila mentioned earlier on in her paddock piece saying that at the end of the day, this horse has let all of us down on multiple occasions. Always shapes like it looks like to win a race, and unfortunately never does. Connections have made a very serious decision to say we're staying in King Khalid racecourse. We're running in Taif one more time because we want to get a win before we move on to Maidan.
Yes, and again, getting back to tactics here, I think the way to win with a horse like this, I think if you present him with the race, you put him out front and say, there you go and win your race. I think he's tricky enough that he wouldn't necessarily want to do that. But I think hopefully one of the others will want to go on. And what he wants to do, he wants to find out who's going to make the pace, and he wants to move up on their shoulder and just sit on the shoulder and sit there until the horse in front cracks. And then the race is won.
Now, this is all fine and well, but these other two horses, they don't have the pace to lead. That's been my only concern. And remember, this horse is stepping up in Chip. Could we have a moment where Taif Hassan actually over races, pulls too hard, and gets himself in a complete nut of tears before they turn into the straight and go for the race?
It's possible, but to be honest, as you saw from the last race, he will settle in the fields and come through horses. So although he's against weaker horses here, and neither Mama Yugoloon or Azar is an obvious one to go on. Mama Yugaloon getting very, very warm.
I was just about to say, if you didn't need any more negatives for Mama Yugaloon, now we're seeing it's getting very, very warm before the start.
But if he's, if he is getting warm and sweaty, then he's a little bit more likely to jump out the stalls and race freely, isn't he? And that's, again, if I was on Taif Hassan, I would want that to be the case. I'd want one of them to get a little bit lit up. And as long as they don't go, if they go off at 1,000,000 miles an hour, I'd probably sit off them.
Oh, you sit behind and go, happy day, wouldn't you?
But if one of these leads at a reasonable pace, then I'll just sit on its tail. Or when I say sit on its tail, I would want to move up onto its shoulder, just putting enough pressure on it to make it over race a little bit, and then hope that it cracks. That's the thing you do. In an ideal scenario, you want to ask as few questions as possible of your mind in a race like this. So often I would say in a thoroughbred contest where a horse has an advantage at up to a mile, I'd say just get out in front and win the race that way. Win it ugly, expose the weaknesses in the others. But the way to do it in an Arabian race isn't necessarily to go to the front, because they don't always like being in front and having daylight in front of them. So I think the key then is just find another way of putting as much pressure on your opponents as possible and as little pressure on yourself.
We've made our way down to the start. We know that we are all going to be aboard the Taif Hassan train, I imagine.
Sorry?
We're all going to be aboard the Taif Hassan train, yes. Yeah. So that means myself, Rory and Shamila are aboard Taif Hassan. One thing I do have to mention is the last time we were all aboard the same horse, we were well beaten.
Absolutely.
So that is a concern. But as they begin the loading process, we can hand
fairness,
over.
We've even gone to races where we've spotted a potential problem and still gone with the same horses. And we live and learn, or don't.
Let's go to Mark Francis, our man in the sky.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, this should be pretty easy for Taif Hassan, but I'll give Azar the vote for second over Mama Yugaloon. Starters ready. 1,600 metres. And they're off. Decent break, probably Azar the slowest out of stall number 3. As expected, Mama Yugaloon in the white and red will go on and make the running. Taif Hassan in the yellow with the blue sleeves, sitting in second, probably only a length down. And Azar is wide on the course in the white jacket with the green cross belts and sleeves as they join up with the racecourse proper. It's Mama Yugaloon under Albra Al-Muhammadi towards the inside of the 4-year-old Chestnut, Taif Hassan and Abdullah Al-Saidi. Azar is 2 lengths back at the back of the field under Khaled Al-Mimoni. Mile left to travel, half a mile to travel. Taif Hassan goes on here in front as Mama Yugaloon comes under a bit of pressure. Azhar now ranging up into second just to try and inject a little bit of pace into this contest. Taif Hassan clocking 51 kilometers an hour, looking to shrug off the attentions of Azhar, who's now being pushed along. Mama Yugaloon is relegated to the back of the pack. So Taif Hassan with 400 meters left to travel, easily coasts in to the home straight. Azhar under maximum work from Khaled Al-Mimoni. Mama Yugaloon is a further 4 lengths back as Taif Hassan strides into an uncontested lead here with 200 meters to travel, is motoring forward, and the gap is growing. Taif Hassan in front, Azhar a distant second. Taif Hassan provided with an ample opportunity to win for the first time. Taif Hassan and Abdullah Al-Saidi beat Azhar into second, and Mama Yugaloon back in third. Taif Hassan then, in a time of 1:58.71, nothing special, but really picked up the pace in the closing stages to hit the line hard, and he's done what was expected of him, winning on the 14th attempt. Decent run last time, and this certainly was a penalty kick of a contest, some 22 3/4 lengths clear of Azhar who normally is miles behind, but this time crosses the line in second. Managed to beat one horse home, and that was the free-sweating Mama Yogaloon, whose race was run pretty early. Taif Hassan wins the first of our Arabian contests.
Abdullah Al Saidi is our winning jockey aboard Taif Hassan, and credit must go to Winning Connections, who have decided to stay in Taif to get this horse a win before going on to Riyadh.
Well, you know what they say, if at first you don't succeed, try again.
That's exactly right. 14th time lucky, a very common saying all over the world. but take nothing away from Abdullah, who is our winning rider here, who is very, very confident indeed aboard this horse, and rode like he was on the best horse in the race. Allowed Mama Yogaloon, who you mentioned, free-sweated, got far too keen, set me an early pace. I'll sit in behind you and I'll go by and win my race, and he's done it nicely.
Yeah, I think the only concern for Abdullah in that race was that Mama Yogaloon, who went to the front, weakened very quickly and left him in front sooner than he would have liked. But, you know, if you're going to be chased by anything up the straight, it might as well be Azar, mightn't it?
Yeah, yes, it might as well. But Azar has beaten another horse home. That's two races where that horse hasn't finished last. Khalid Al-Mamoni did his utmost. You can see him really riding around that turn to try and close the gap and pressure our eventual winner, but was unable to do that.
No, he doesn't have the longest of strides on him, dear old Azar. I think he tried all the way to the line, but he's very short and choppy in his action, and he never really threatened to get into that lead that Taif Hassan had set up. And more importantly, Taif Hassan, it didn't look like he wanted to throw it away when he got to the front either. He was pretty comfortable when he got to the front, and he hasn't had a particularly hard race. But as we said beforehand, he had 3.5 seconds in hand in terms of his best time at the trip, and this was a pretty straightforward opportunity for him. So Connections were fully justified in turning him out quickly for a race of this nature.
Our winning jockey is that happy to be aboard the winner. He stayed on all the way through to the naughty corner. He refused to get off and get weighed in. He's very happy to stay on board this winning mount.
Well, he better weigh himself in as quickly as he can, otherwise it won't count. But yeah, we don't see Abdullah Al Said on the featuring very heavily here on a regular basis, but with a shortage of jockeys around at the moment, he's been given an opportunity and he's taken it with both hands.
Yes, and sums up all round for our winning rider, who is clearly chuffed to bits with that. Weighs in absolutely fine. A little bit lighter than what we've got on our card. I've got 59.5, but imagine there was lead in the saddle.
No, he'd have a claim.
Ah, okay, there we go.
He'd have a £7 claim, which would, and of course we don't have the race. One thing the race cards need, if anyone in charge of this is listening, we need to know when the jockeys are claimers and what they're claiming. Particularly if that is taken into account in the weights that are carried on the results, because we often look at, oh, this horse is £4 better, and it's not £4 better off at all. We've got a jockey's claim to take into consideration there, and we don't know what it is. So I'd imagine he's a £7 claimer. Otherwise, he's weighed in exactly £7 light.
Yeah. Oh, the other thing we did notice is the fact that in some of our bigger races, when the apprentices are used, because a lot of trainers and owners are very keen to go with the hand that brought us, and they stick with the apprentice riders, it'd be nice to know whether those claims count in the cup races, because they're not technically group races.
No, exactly. But it's not just group races where claims don't count. For example, the Grand National, which is which is just a massive handicap. You can't jockeys
Hey,
never
it's
been
a
able
grade
to claim.
3 now.
It is, but it didn't used to be. But you've never jockeys have never been able to claim in the Grand National.
Yeah.
And therefore, it's always been the most valuable races are not open for apprentices to claim. But obviously, you would have confusion around that these days with lots of quite valuable sort of auction races and stuff like that there where apprentices can still claim their claim, but obviously in group races it's very straightforward. Pattern races, no claims.
Yes. And in some circumstances, some apprentices or conditionals aren't allowed to ride in certain races until they've met the criteria to get the ride. But take nothing away from the young apprentice here, who has not panicked, so that we were concerned he may do. Sat there and gave a very professional ride.
No, it's almost like he was listening to my instructions. Just stick yourself on the shoulder of one of the weaker horses, whoever goes to the front, until they crack. Unfortunately, the leader, because he got very, very wound up beforehand, Yogaloon, has ended up weakening a lot quicker than you would have liked. To be honest, in an ideal scenario, you'd like to have the horse in front of you leading on sufferance until, maybe a furlong from home. As long as you know that the signs are there that it's going to crack, then you're just going to come through. But if it weakens before the home straight, as has happened on this occasion, then you end up getting left in front, and you don't need the horse chasing you to be that good for you to be worried about it. But Azar, very much struggled to get on terms there.
All hands and heels from here for our winning rider, and Azar was unable to close the gap. Taya Hassan streaks away and wins impressively. Finally, we've all teamed up on a horse, and it's one, not the hardest selection, but I imagine we might be going different directions in our next race, because I'm very keen on one, and it might not be the one that's more fashionable.
Okay, that's an interesting way, but we'll get there's an interesting form comparison in the next race as well. But with only 3 runners, there's no point in spoiling that for now.
No, we don't want to go too far ahead of ourselves, with only 3 in this race too. And again, it's crucial to mention that the Arabian races have been very strong throughout our time here in Saudi Arabia. It's now because the horse pool is not big enough to support it at this late stage of the season, because everyone's going off to Riyadh. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, let's narrow things down a little bit without giving a complete spoiler, right? I don't suppose it's Dirgham Al Ansari you like in the next race.
No, it's not. It's not. But Dirgham Al Ansari,
I'd love to hear the argument for Dirgham Al Ansari in the next. I think you can make a case, as you said, for Shalat Al Nakhail, because she has been running well, and she is a trier. Bless her. Despite the fact that she's not from 21 and rated 47, she is a trier, and she was going on well at the finish last time out. So I can see why you might have a disagreement in the next.
Yes, no, I think she's done everything right recently, and I think the rating of 47 is not particularly kind to her, but as you've explained earlier, that's the reason why she's got that rating, is because she's only getting close to horses who are rated 55, and she's still finishing a long way behind those.
Yes, and of course it was Somra Al Sagira, who would probably be the likeliest winner on paper in the next race. She's only had the 1 run. The question is, when you've been waiting quite a while for that first run and you turned out quickly after it, are you always going to be able to run to your form? I thought she gave herself a pretty hard race when 3rd behind Jamil Al Wathba last time. And obviously the form has been franked in the last race with Taya Hassan winning, but I think that's that's not really a franking in that form. But that looked at a fairly competitive race. She looked fairly promising, Somra Al Sagira. But we don't know how a once-raced filly is going to run, turned out fairly quickly, whereas we pretty much know how Shalat Al Nakhail is going to run, because she's been very busy and she pretty much always gives her running, even at a very lowly level.
Yes, and Somra Al Sagira will be stepping up in trip as well. Now, there's no Al Khaladiyyah in this race, which makes it wide open for everyone else to try and chip into their almost unassailable lead at the top of the table. Shamila has been lucky enough to get behind closed doors into the Al Khaladiyyah stable.
Prince Khalid bin Sultan's Al Khaladiyyah stables has been going since 1939. They are one of the most feared and respected racing and breeding Arabian operations in the world. This year they have a clear standout superstar with the one and only Asfan Al Khalidia. He's a great 4-year-old colt by Laith Al Khalidia.
His major wins include the Group 2 Al Manifa Cup, the Prince Abdullah Al Faisal Cup, and most recently annihilated the field in the Taif Arabian Derby. He holds a perfect 100% strike rate as he remains unbeaten in 13 starts, all under Abdullah Al Awfi.
Their other stable stars include Kasrat Al Khalidia, who was last seen out winning the Jcsa Award Stakes. He is a 5-year-old colt, full brother to Asfan Al Khalidia. Here we've got Ayofat Al Khalidia, who's unbeaten in 3 starts, a 4-year-old filly by Laith Al Khalidia, one to keep an eye on for the future.
This filly won an Arabian Open last time out, and they're hoping she continues her winning streak in Riyadh.
This 7-year-old grey colt is Mutawakil Al Khalidia. He's been unbeaten in his last 3 starts.
Not only has he won his last 3 starts in Taif, but he was 4th in the Group 1 Obeya Classic last season, boosting his form.
Now this stunning 3-year-old colt, Nadim Al Malouk, is our King Faisal Cup winner.
This colt was undeniably impressive when winning the listed King Faisal Cup. They're expecting great things from him in Riyadh.
Last but not least, we have Talal Al Khalidia, the highest rated horse in Saudi Arabia.
Rated at a whopping 128, the Group 1 Obeya Classic winning Arabian seeks to follow the same campaign and win it again this season.
Arabian racing is a growing sport here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Al Khalidia stables will continue to provide those strong bloodlines and superstars to follow out on the track.
How lucky are we that Shamila is able to visit that incredible establishment that just churns out Arabian superstars. Now, one person who is a superstar of the commentary ranks is Mark Francis, and he can take us through 3 runners, again Mark, for our next contest here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, 3 more runners for this Arabian Horses Maiden for 4-year-olds. And just a 3-runner field is a shame, but completely understandable. They're headed by number 1, Shalat Al Nakail for Abdullah Al Khamis, 0 from 21, rated just 47. Somra Al Sagera, up in trip, as you say, Callum, is the ride of Abdulaziz Al Yesh. Should certainly improve and probably take this running. And number 3, Durgam Al Ansari for Albra Al Muhammadi. Completes the field of 3. Another that's up in trip. Again, get a quick look at them in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Mark, as we see them lining up in the parade ring. Somra Al Sagera is just a 1-in shot here, making quite a quick turnaround after finishing a very smart 3rd on debut. Blowing kisses all around. Hopefully they've had a couple of winners there. The guys seem very excited to be here, and we're all in the correct order now, so they're just heading in. Durgam Al Ansari, the bay horse, right at the back of shot there, will be number 3, and Shalat Al Nakail will be horse number 1. Now, Rory, before we get to see them up close in the parade ring, just a quick mention of some Arabian racing news. Now, in France, we recently had the ARC, which means we had the Arabian Horse International World Cup contest, which won by Al Ghada, who's a very, very smart Arabian horse owned by I can't remember who's the silver maroon cap colours. Al Shakab racing horse. Now, obviously, they're big into the Arabian racing scene. Now, I'm hoping that they decide to come over and take us on, because I believe that's a really serious animal. He won at Goodwood. He's already travelled all over. And hopefully, if there is a turf programme for Arabian horses, he could come over to Saudi Arabia and possibly take on some of the best Al Khalidia horses we have over here.
Yeah, I mean, he'd have a very similar official rating to the top purebred Arabian horses here. So obviously he's racing on turf as a rule, and you know, we've seen some exceptional performances in the dirt here, but there's no reason why the horses who are doing so well on dirt can't be effective on turf as well. So it'd be great to see some mixed competition, and it'd be good to see Al Shakab send. And they've got a great strength in the purebred Arabian racing anyway. So it'd be good to see a clash of the 2 countries.
Now, away from Al Shakab racing, we've got Shalat Al Nakail, horse number 1.
Yeah, I mean, she's only raced at 47. She is not a pretty picture. She is certainly not the most handsome, but she gives her running, and she was going on at the finish last time out when went 4-length 4th in a 0-60 handicap last time out. Somra Al Sagera has pretensions to be a fair bit better than that, But, of course, she's stepping up markedly in trail, having shown speed and faded on her debut over 6 furlongs 2 weeks ago. The question is whether she will find the 2,000 metres within her compass at this stage. And then we've got Durgam Al-Ansari, who looks very well.
Yeah, the best-looking horse in the race for me.
Horse in the race, behaving himself very well. But to give you an idea of where we stand, Summer Al Saghir was a length and 3/4 behind Taif Hassan when third on her debut. She was giving him 2.5 pound that day, including jockeys alliances. Durgam Al-Ansari was 16 lengths behind Taif Hassan when fifth 3 weeks ago, and on that occasion Durgam Al-Ansari was getting 7 pounds. So there does appear to be a bit of a gulf between those two. But we don't know whether Summer Al Saghir will stay. I don't know enough about the Arabian pedigrees to tell you whether that's a pedigree that's full of speed, or whether she was starting off at 6 furlongs because that was the opportunity. But she showed speed to be competitive throughout there and faded in the last furlong. Now, for me, she faded because she was short of peak condition, and she'd raced reasonably freely in the race, rather than because she doesn't stay. But we don't know whether the 2,000 metres will be her thing or not. So, again, this is a harder contest, despite the fact that she appears to have plenty in hand. You know, as you said, Shalat Al-Nakhail has that lowly rating and is a 21 race maiden. So on paper, if you don't look at the races, on paper this looks like a penalty kick. But I don't think it's as simple as that.
I think she gets beaten here. I think Somra Al Saghira does not get home over 2,000 metres. I thought we saw the horse getting quite worked up in the parade ring, jig-jogging around, probably over-exerting herself early. So I'd be a little bit concerned about that. And I think Shalat Al-Nakhail will relish this step up in trip. I think she really wants 2,400 if that option is available to her, because she's got no speed and
she just keeps going. She's slow, but she keeps going.
Yeah, Shamila is in the parade ring. Do you agree with us? Is Somra Al Saghira getting a bit too worked up?
She is getting a bit too worked up, Callum. That was going to be my paddock negative out of all of these 3 horses, and they're just coming by me now. 2 fillies in the race, 1 gelding, and I am going to go with the gelding, horse number 3, Digram Al-Ansari, by the exact same sire, Nemr Al-Khalidiyah, who won the first Arabian race of the day. Taif Hassan is also by Nemr Al-Khalidiyah. Now, this is the only gelding in the race, 4-year-old, and he looks really nice. He is sporting a fluffy noseband or a shadow roll and a cross noseband, which indicates that he does have a high head carriage. They just want to bring his head down a little bit, calm him down in the races. Now, this race is over 2,000 meters, which is a very long distance, especially for Arabians, especially in a 3-runner field. So this could be a very difficult test for all of these horses. I particularly like, out of both of the fillies, horse number 1, Shalat Al-Nakhail. She's been pretty unlucky this season. A lot like Taif Al-Hassan, I would have to say her season has been. I feel like we've almost seen her out every single week. However, I will stick with Digram Al-Ansari, the only gelding in the field.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Now, you mentioned the pedigree there with Durgam Al-Ansari. I think clearly this stallion, Nemr Al-Khalidiyah, is throwing out lovely-looking animals, because they're both very similar shapes, Taif Hassan and Durgam Al-Ansari. Is that common with Arabian stallions to stamp their stock like this?
It really is, Callum. I mean, if you look at Layth Al-Khalidiyah's horses, they all look exactly the same. You're thinking Kasrat Al-Khalidiyah, Asfan Al-Khalidiyah, they are copy-paste, and they're full brothers, however, they're only a year apart. So, as you said, they do tend to stamp their stock indeed. And do we have time for a little recap of Arabian breeding?
Of course we have time for a recap of Arabian breeding. I'm all about it.
Brilliant. So if you didn't already know, Arabians can be bred artificially, which means that you can take the semen out of the stallions abroad, you can freeze it, you can put it in an embryo from a mare, put the embryo in a surrogate mare. So technically, a mare can be racing and have foals running, being born as well, which is really interesting because it's not allowed in thoroughbred racing, so that's why I find it so fascinating.
Yes, Shamila, it's something we see quite commonly in the show jumping world, in the polo world as well, where embryos are put into surrogate mares. But on the same token, in thoroughbred racing, it's not uncommon to see mares in foal run better than what they did when they weren't in foal.
That's very true, and they do say sometimes if a mare is a little bit keen or she's very green in herself and is very difficult to settle down. Usually having a foal will calm her down a lot more, and she will race on better for it. So it's really interesting to see how these different animals, obviously they're the same species, but different breeds can react differently. And there is one mare in Abu Dhabi, really famous Arabian mare called Mizna. She was a champion, and she had 2-year-olds while she was still running and winning big races.
Well, there you go. Imagine that if you were the owners of Mizna, and you're about to get not only her still winning races, but then you also have her young stock running in races as well. It's just it opens up so many more doors to continue racing when you've got a talented animal.
It does. I mean, we've had scenarios. We've had a mare and her first foal running on the same cards at Salisbury a few years ago, and I think also at Fontwell over the jumps. But it doesn't happen very often, and obviously for a mare to have that time out, she will lose a lot of her racing career. Whereas if you've got a surrogate mare, that takes that out of the equation altogether. And of course, Concertina's that time up, so you can take advantage of that with decent race mares. So it's interesting. I don't think it's coming to thoroughbred racing anytime soon. I think that's a big no-no, but interesting that we've even got cloning.
Well, I was literally about to mention that. One thing that I could see coming into the Arabian breed could be cloning. It's something that's definitely growing in the Grand Prix show jumping era, and in eventing we're seeing more and more cloning. And although it's a very scary thought just on the top of it, gives you very Frankenstein vibes, I think the way it's being done is being done in a very public, very open way, and it's being suggested as an option to keep very strong bloodlines alive. But again, part of the reason why I love thoroughbred racing is the idea that you are dealing with living, breathing animals that sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, and I don't think we have a massive problem in thoroughbred racing with keeping specific bloodlines alive. The only reason that successful bloodlines are dying out is because they've gone out of fashion, and there's no desire to keep those going. If anything, we're overbreeding a little bit.
To the same bloodlines.
Yeah. Exactly. So there's no need to really consider the need for cloning or for surrogate mares and stuff like that there. But it's a fascinating topic of discussion all the same, and brings us nicely into this purebred Arabian race.
It really does, and as we can see, the three of them making their way out to post. We see the Arabian camera team are clearly keen on Somra Al Sagira. Are you with them or are you against them?
Well, your concern with her was that she was getting a little bit flighty early on. My concern is more about, you suggested the concern about the trip. Well, obviously, it's an unknown. When you get any unknown, you can't mark that down as a positive. Let's watch Shalat Al Nakil leaving the paddock and see her in action last time out.
Yeah, she's only rated 47. You see her there right at the back of your shot in the pink colours and the grey cap, but she just stays on and keeps trying.
She does. You see her coming past horses. She gets a little bit tight for room late in the day, but she'll pick up another place shortly after the line. So this fourth isn't a bad run at all. Obviously, it comes in a fairly lowly race, but not a 55 handicap. But look, there's only a small gap between runners in front of her here, and she's maybe not relishing coming between that gap, but she does run on. And she's only a length behind the runner-up at the line, and the fact that she keeps doing her best work late means you think there must be a race that will come her way eventually.
Somra Al Sagira is another horse in this field. Now, this horse ran a very nice race on debut. You just see right on the wide outside in the green cap and the luminous green sleeves. But for me, she was emptying in a 1,200-metre race.
Yes, but she was made an awful lot of use was made of her this day, and this was her race course appearance. So she was running on a lot of nervous energy as well. So yes, she is beginning to empty out very late. But I reckon if she'd been ridden cold at the back of the field, she'd have been running on through horses here. Your choice is you either give her a chance to win the race, and then she's a little bit vulnerable late, or you do what the runner-up did, and you sort of bury it away and then run past horses late on. That's the best form in the race, but because it's her only start to date, it's difficult to know whether she's going to take a big jump forward in form terms or whether she's going to shrink back because this run comes very quickly. And that's my concern. It's more the trip may or may not be a negative, but I think the quick turnaround is not ideal for a filly like this. But they've got no choice. This is the last race available to her this season. So you're kind of forced to turn her out quickly. And she might handle it perfectly well, but I think quite a lot of times, especially with fillies, turned out so quickly after debut, they will shrink and they come backwards from that run. They'll end up progressing later, but on their immediate start after a promising debut, they'll often not repeat the form. She could, of course, do both. She could not repeat the form of her debut and still win this race. But I think it's an interesting one. I think we'd all love to see Shalat Al-Nakhail win because for all she has that low rating, she's quite a likeable type.
Right, as they're circling down at the start, let's go through selection. Shamila like Durgam Al-Ansari. I like Shalat Al-Nakhail. Rory, who are you with?
Well, someone's got to be with Sumra Al-Sagir. It'd be absolutely daft if we all go against the blinding, the obvious in the race. So I'm the poor mug who's got to go there with the. No praise if you get the winner, but
you could have left it to Mark Francis. You could have left it.
That's a good point.
Left it away.
Yeah, well, Sumra Al-Sagir, despite potential concerns about both the quick turnaround and the step up and trip, she's also the best here.
Yeah, so just go through those selections again. 3 horses, 3 different selections. Shamila likes Durgam Al-Ansari, Rory likes Somra Al-Sagir, and I like Shalat Al-Nakhail. Mark Francis, whose side are you on?
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, I thought Somra Al-Sagir was the one to beat here. Was beaten 4 lengths on debut. Shalat Al-Nakhail is mightily exposed. And Durgam Al-Ansari was beaten nearly 25 lengths last time out, but the third has won if you're using a form line. But the runners are at the 1.25 mile start, so they'll complete about 400 metres of their journey up the straight before a full lap here. These are Arabian horses made in for 4-year-olds. A couple of fillies here, the 1 and 2. The gelding Durgam Al-Ansari. So Callum with the 1, myself and Rory with the 2, Shamila with the 3. Best of luck. Last one to move forward is Shalat Al-Nakhail. Lined up. And they're off. Jumping away then over 2,000 metres, and Durgam Al-Ansari will pick up the early running. Durgam Al-Ansari in the white and blue is pulling quite hard here. Just allows Somra Al-Sagir in the lime green and white colours to move a little bit closer. The leader is now settled, as Shalat Al-Nakhail is last of the trio with a circuit to go. So passing the judge for the first time, Durgam Al-Ansari. Blue cap for Albra Al-Muhammadi, establishing a lead now of about 4 lengths. Somra Al-Sagir, Abdulaziz Al-Yesh, is in second position, the grey. Shalat Al-Nakhail a further half length down for Abdullah Al-Khamis, as the runners turn towards the far side of the racecourse, and Durgam Al-Ansari is getting it easy up front. Durgam Al-Ansari up in trip today to break the maiden tag at the 4th time of asking. Somra Al-Sagir now moving up sides. She applies a bit of pressure, as does Shalat Al-Nakhail. So the lead has changed hands, but the group are tightly clustered here, as they're well past halfway now. And it's all change at the head of affairs, as the grey, Somra Al-Sagir, is in front by 2. Shalat Al-Nakhail now being called upon for an effort. Durgam Al-Ansari has fallen out of the picture, very disappointingly indeed. Somra Al-Sagir, just the 1 start so far, but showing the most amount of ability at the moment, with 500 metres left to travel, is in front by 3. Chased by Shalat Al-Nakhail, and Durgam Al-Ansari is well tailed off as they turn into the straight. Somra Al-Sagir, Abdulaziz Al-Yesh, looking for a winner this evening, and it's looking good at the moment for this leader, although she is beginning to hang, giving a chance to Shalat Al-Nakhail, who's come wide down the centre of the course inside the last 200 metres. This is not wrapped up yet. Somra Al-Sagir in front, chased by Shalat Al-Nakhail, who's slowly closing the gap. Somra Al-Sagir at the far side is toiling, and here comes Shalat Al-Nakhail to win for the first time. A maiden no longer. Shalat Al-Nakhail wins on start 22. Somra Al-Sagir, tired late on, didn't get to the line, and was beaten in the end Durgam Al-Ansari well tailed off at the back of the picture. But Shalat Al-Nakail, her day is today. For Abdullah Al-Khamis, 22nd start, first victory. She never gave up, showed a tremendous attitude to chase that leader, and she caught her. Shalat Al-Nakail, in a time of 2:33.19, has won. A kiss to the cameras from Abdullah Al-Khamis, a length and a half back to Somra Al-Sagera, who didn't get home, and a further 35 lengths back to the third place horse, Durgam Al-Ansari. In race card order, 1, 2, 3, Shalat Al-Nakail. It's her day today.
Do you believe now? Shalat Al-Nakail, finally, on the 22nd time of asking, has put that trying spirit right on show, dug deep despite looking beaten turning for home, and just gets up to deny Somra Al-Sagera.
Yes, Abdulaziz Al Yaish ignored the primary rule of riding in Arabian races. Don't kick for home. Never kick for home. No matter how well you appear to be going. Yeah, I mean, Somra Al-Sagera was travelling all over. I can't say the other two, but Durgam Al-Ansari, after getting to the run going slow, was beaten very quickly. So it boiled down to a two-horse race. Somra Al-Sagera clearly travelling better than Shalat Al-Nakail. But what she needed to do is just sit there, sit there. Put the other one under pressure, but he's been fooled into going for home on a filly who was clearly travelling well. But by going for home, he's tested her stamina, and her stamina ran dry in the last furlong. And Shalat Al-Nakail needed no second chance to come through and gain a belated first win.
And the crazy thing to me is that Shalat Al-Nakail will chase and run home late in a race. You know that from all the races that Shalat's run. But then we see our jockey aboard the second, Somra Al-Sagera, not only goes outside past Durgam Al-Ansari earlier than needed to, then went and kicked for home and tried to run the finish out of a horse who stays all day on board a horse that has no record staying out that trip.
Yeah, it would have been an easy win, I think, for Somra Al-Sagera, as long as her jockey concentrated on her speed, keeps Shalat Al-Nakail in front of you as much as possible. Because she's got no speed at all, and if you force her to make the running, she's got nothing to run at. So she's game. If she's got horses in front of her, she'll try to chase them down. But you leave her in front, and she's going to be very vulnerable. And then you just do her for speed in the last 100 metres. But because he's going so well, he thought, I can win this by 20 lengths.
Yeah.
And he's kicked on to do that, and she's gone clear. But once she's gone clear, once she's given that effort, there's no effort left in her, and she's running on empty, and that's just. Shalat Al-Nakail has literally been waiting 20-odd races for a horse to do that. And it's finally happened.
It has finally happened, and I'd like to apologise for everyone here at King Khalid Racecourse who swiftly turned around about halfway up the straight as I'm going mental as Shalat Al-Nakail is going to sprout wings. Can't even see her in shot at this point. She's come so wide off the turn, but she concentrates and stays straight and then runs on really nicely.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with the attitude of the second, but you can see she's punch drunk at this stage. That's the idea of pressing on, just not ill-advised really in a race like this. And it doesn't matter what you do; she's just rolling around, absolutely drunk. You see the tail's not come up, the head's not coming up. No. She's just dead tired. That's all. Dear old Shalat Al-Nakail. I hope the handicapper doesn't put her up much for this, because she hasn't really had to improve to win the race, and the winning time tells you a lot of what you need to know about the contest. But yeah, we did say last week, if there's ever a race that falls into her lap, she won't turn it down.
No.
You know, and there are plenty of horses who are capable of winning races who, given an opportunity, will turn it down, and she's not one of them. But she needed a weak race to win, because that rating of 47, I know you were saying that the rating of 55 of the horse who finished second in the previous race was a little bit of a joke. Her rating is realistic. It's not. She's not a good thing in handicaps. Her rating, as she's shown in handicaps plenty of times before.
Yeah.
But given a proper test of stamina and given a horse who's stopping in front of her, she will chase them down and she will go past. This might be the only win she ever gets, to be perfectly honest, but I'm delighted I was here to see it.
Yes, and my thought was, if there's a race over 2,400 metres, it'd be right up her street, because all she does is gallop and stay. She's got no speed whatsoever, and I think if you watch the whole race, Durgam Alanzari does exactly what you'd want if you were a Durgam Alanzari supporter. Take the lead and at least try and run a good race, but very quickly fades out of it, and I'm not sure why Somra Alsagira didn't put the brakes on at that point and say, we're not going by. We're gonna wait. If you slow down, go into a lap, and we're going to turn it into a speed contest and kick.
Yeah.
And because Somra Alsagira did kick, and was 20 lengths clear at one point, coming down the back straight on that turn, and then just fell into a hole when this Charlatan Lekale, who just stays all day, relished every inch of that.
Yeah, listen, kicking past her was the right thing to do, but it was 4 furlongs early, that's all.
As we can see the full race here, and this is it's a fascinating affair, because not only is it different to a lot of Arabian races we can see what the jockeys are thinking tactically all the way around, because Charlotte Allen Lekale, although it's third here, desperately tries to get up in between those two horses early on.
Yeah, and again, this gets Durgam Alansari running a little bit too fast in front, and that probably explains why he dropped out so quickly. But he did drop out very quickly, really, didn't he? Which was disappointing. And yeah, from my point of view, things are absolutely fine as they are. Somra Alsagira can sit just on the shoulder of Shalat Al-Nakale, waiting for Durgam Alansari to run himself into the ground. Perhaps, yeah, maybe he thought when the other horse got 3 or 4 lengths clear that he didn't want to let it go. And he's going to run it down. There's no need to do that in this situation. But again, with inexperienced jockeys in this kind of scenario where it is a tactical affair, it only takes you to make that one bad decision. You know, the one thought has to come to you just at the wrong point for you to do the wrong thing.
He took a pull there, didn't he? He got there on the outside and then took a pull, and then Charlotte said, okay, I'm going to go. And then he goes, okay, I've got to go now. I have to kick.
Yeah, but really, I mean, at this stage, you think it's okay.
Does he have to kick?
He doesn't really have to kick, because the one thing we know about Shalat Al-Nakale is that for all she's game, she is slow. And her best chance of winning. This is a good ride on the winner, though, because he has he's kind of conned Abdulaziz into going harder than he could by coming up the inside and saying, look, I'm coming after you. Yeah. Knowing that he couldn't really raise the pace on Shalat Al-Nakale, but as a result of forcing Abdulaziz Al-Yesh into kicking into the lead.
Straight yet.
Yeah, but he hasn't gone absolutely mad. It's about 6 lengths, and Shalat Al-Nakale is all out to try to keep the distance down to what it is. But there's only so long Somra Alsagira can keep going at this pace, and we've reached the limit now. And you see, she starts to roll off the inside, she starts to get tired, and as the gap begins to narrow, then Shalat Al-Nakale believes and her jockey believes that she can win, and he gets animated and asks her to go forward. And all the time, the runner-up is just, you know, as I said, you know, there's nothing wrong with the way she holds her head there. Nothing wrong. You know, we see them flashing their tail an awful lot. Yeah. Nothing wrong with what she does. She just went for home too soon and got tired. This trip may always be beyond her. Yeah. Given the speed she showed on debut, it just looked at a very good opportunity for her. She may stay, you know, if ridden with extreme patience. But that's what she needed today. Her jockey needed to believe that the race was his to win, and then just wait as long as possible to win it. But he's been panicked into making a move before he needed to, and that's possibly, as I said, a very clever bit of riding by Abdullah Al-Khamis, who's come up on the inside and just suggested that his filly was coming with a run. But we know that, you know, the only way she could have won it was by forcing the other one to kick on in front of her and stop. And that's exactly what's happened. So let's give credit to the winning jockey for that clever little bit of race riding mid-race. Rather than just call it a mistake by the rider on the runner-up.
He's always outriding the runner-up, though. You just see the jockey in Summerhouse Segura taking a look back, having a look, where are you, keeping an eye on that horse, and you just go, I'm going to stick right up your inside, and I'm going to make you always think that I'm here.
This is what we said various times about this. What you need to do is you just need to put pressure on your opponents and make them make mistakes, make them crack. And he's ridden the winner as if she's the best horse in the race.
Yeah.
And he's
she's
right,
not.
Right, I'm going to move up. I'm going to get within half a length of you to put you under pressure, and that's exactly what's worked. I mean, the chances are that the filly he's beaten, Summerhouse Segura, will end up being a better filly than Shalat Al Nakil by a fair way. But he's ridden his filly as if she's the best and put pressure on the runner-up, made her do things wrong or made her jockey do things wrong, which has played into the hands of the winner. And we said so often, because the Arabians are just a little bit tricky. Rather than trying to win the race outright, it's all about forcing mistakes from your opponent. It's a lot more like chess, isn't it,
yes,
than normal horse
really
racing? And actually, it's really intriguing as a result that you get these very tactical races.
And I've been watching these races for a couple of months now, and I've loved it because, like you said, it is very tactical. It does become quite chess-like, but one of the key things when I talk to people at home about Arabian races is always look for the most straightforward horse.
Yes.
If they try under pressure, you'll always have a good chance. So it's always one of those things, no matter what Shalat Al Nakil was going to do in this race, you knew she was going to try. And that, for me, is 75% of the job. And if she could stay close enough to have one last launch, she'd get there. And get there, she did, which was wonderful to see.
She has a face only a mother could love, though. She got that slightly overshot lower jaw, which is not particularly appealing. But bless her.
Not fit to parrot mouth.
Exactly. She's fish-faced, as we would say in the farming trade. But bless her, her heart's in the right place. And as we always say, handsome is as handsome
does. There it is. That's one for the T-shirts, isn't it? Now, as we move swiftly on to our next contest with horses already in the parade ring, we can hand over to Mark Francis to take us through the runners and riders for our lucky last.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, certainly was the good feel winner of the night, that Shalat Al Nakil. But we do move on to our final race, and this is over 2,400 metres, a mile and a half here at Taif, and they're headed by number 1, Amani Al Khail for Fawas Wanas, a rare quiet night for him. Kashab is number 2 for Naif Al Anazi, the same could be said for him. 3, Mosh Nissar, Ahmed Al Sharar. 4, Thebe Al Garar, Camilo Ospina. Practical Mischief, Alex Moreno still looking for that hat-trick and could get it here. Kia Rain for Wigberto Ramos, looking for winner number 25 of the season. Al Azal for Abdullah Ella Al Hussein. Union Strength is the 8, Sama Al Humadiani. 3 over the page, Manayir Abdullah Al Khamis, who won our last race. And then the bottom 2, Mr. Appalachian Abdulaziz Al Yesh, and Maker of Light for Norweth Al Mudiani. So I'm going to bring my selection in very early, chaps. I'm going to go with Maker of Light here for Norweth Al Mudiani. Something I missed last time out, perhaps. A line through that. It's got the pick of the 4.
Very much, Mark, for taking us through the runners and the riders for this, our final contest. And you like Maker of Light, well, there's plenty of others here who appeal just as much. Amani Al Khail is just one of them.
Yes, Almani Al Khail, we'll see this in action fairly shortly. Well held on his only start, or her only start rather, than a mile and a half. But a good 6 lengths force to Noor Al Elia over 2,000 metres last time out. A repeat of that gives her a chance. Kashab showed a bit up to a mile in Riyadh. Needs to improve for the step up to this sort of trip. Does have a half-brother who won the Ministry of Education Cup over a mile and a quarter, so the step up and trip could be a help to Kashab.
Moshnesha is number 3 and Sibal Gara number 4.
Moshnesh well behind Amani Al Khail, both meeting 50 and meeting 38, and it's hard to fancy here. Tibal Gara was 6th to Sati over a mile and a quarter in a race that's produced 2 good winners since. So Tibal Gara has to be one to consider. Good 4th over a mile last time out, stepping up and trip now.
Practical Mysteries and Karain are next.
Practical Mysteries, better effort was when 3.5 lengths 5th to Monat Al Bari over a mile last time out. Led and faded late, so the question mark over stamina there, and the sire only won up to a mile. Karain's best run was when 5.25 lengths 6 to Atomic Impact and a mile maiden last time out. Clearly needs further than a mile on that evidence and could be quite interesting here. Was been forced wide on his last 2 starts and is better than the bare result.
Alaj Zhao and Union Strengths are 7 or 8.
Yeah,
and we go straight on to Manea, who's number 9.
Well, Alaj Zal and Manea tie in quite closely. Manea was half a length in front of Alaj Zal over course and distance last time out, making the running at a strong pace and fading only late in the day, whereas Alaj Zal was held up on that race and ran through beaten horses late to be 4th. Interesting to see the pair of them clash again. Union Strength, half-brother to a 3-time sprint winner called Ferocity. Well held on 6 furlong debut, takes a massive hike and trip, although the sire Union Rags, of course, won the Belmont Stakes over this trip.
Mr. Appellation is drop dead gorgeous, but hasn't got the ability to do it on the track. And Maker of Light is horse number 11, Mark's selection.
Maker of Light, yeah, very interesting. When best effort wins second in a 1.5 knots and 90 in November 2021. Hasn't had too much racing since. Made most in a good race, much better race than this. He's only once tried the trip since in open company, and he was back to form in second over a mile 2 starts back, beating Dan Doon. Coming from the clouds on that occasion. Disappointed last time out when never able to get into contention, but very interesting back at this trip and an interesting runner.
Yes, it's fascinating runner for sure. I am all about Alaj Zal in this race, and I'm going to break it down. I think you could break this down into about 2 categories. Horses that know what they're doing over this trip, and horses that haven't got a clue what they're doing over this trip. Shamila is in the parade ring. Who's caught your eye?
Thank you very much, Callum. It's the last race of the day and the furthest race of the day. You can only go this distance, 2,400 metres is the furthest distance you can do at Taif Racecourse. My horse that I've chosen as my standout paddock pick is horse number 5, Practical Mischief. Alex Moreno is chasing that 3 winners today, and honestly, the horse looks really, really well in the parade ring. Naif Almondale has also already had a winner today, so he is chasing that double, and I really think they can do it. Other standouts in the parade ring is horse number 6, Kirain, and horse number 1, Amani Al Khail. No paddock negatives as yet that I can see. All these horses, it was actually really difficult for me to choose a standout in this race because they all look really well.
Thank you very much, Shamila. They all do look lovely in this parade ring. But yes, Roy, back to how I figured this race breaking out.
Yes.
There's plenty of horses stepping up to this trip for the first time, and there are others that have already performed at this trip who are clearly not going to find the danger being the journey that they're travelling on. For me, Alaj Zal, the last time this horse was ridden around here, last time out, was ridden to get home. Really sat miles off the pace and then flew home to finish. The trip is now not a concern, so I imagine this horse is going to get a much more positive ride and be closer up with the main proceedings. That same thing goes down to Manea, who was in the same race, who also was ridden much less patiently, pushed to make the running but unable to stay, so I imagine they'll be more patient. And Mr. Appellation, who was also ridden cold on that contest and came home late.
Yeah, they were 3rd, 4th and 5th in that contest. There was a weak affair. The horse with the best form in that race ran a stinker, and I think came home a little bit feelingly.
Yeah, he looked unwell afterwards, didn't he?
It's form that you would take with a pinch of salt. And I'm of the opinion that Alaj Zal wasn't really a stayer there, but has not been put in the race at all and then allowed to run into it late, and has obviously caught the eye running through beaten horses, but still finished behind Manea, who went off like a scalded cat.
Yeah, made all the running.
I thought Manea ran really well to keep going. I thought she shaped like a stayer that day. And although she wasn't that far clear of Alaj Zal and not miles clear of Mr. Appellation, who's pretty limited, I thought she shaped with a lot of promise, and I would fancy her to confirm the form. Although, as I said, I think Maker of Light's a very interesting runner now. He's not from 17 in his career. He's a 5-year-old now, and his form is a little bit patchy with a poor run last time out. But the race that he was second in, going back, I mean, it's 2 years ago now, in Riyadh, was miles better than this race. He went to the front and he proved very hard to pass. And for some reason, Connections have only run him once at the trip again, and that was when facing quite a tough task in an open. This is a much easier race. He showed that he retains all his ability when second over a mile last time out, and he came from absolutely miles back in that contest to take second. And then the way the race panned out last time, he could never get involved. His jockey gave up very quickly on him last time out when it was clear that the leaders weren't going to come back to him, so he didn't have a hard race. I think he bounces back here and proves his class at a trip he genuinely stays.
Yeah, so they're going around the parade ring looking all very calm. The bell has just gone, so they'll just get the jockeys will get their leg up. Now, jockeys came out very early here. Maker of Light My concern is, do the connections know more than we know in the idea that he hasn't run over this trip since Riyadh 2021? I mean, there was one run, but it's quite poor. But that Riyadh 21 run surely is good enough to figure here. You're absolutely right. But why have they not come back to this trip?
Well, that's a question I asked myself, and then I thought I'll look at his runs and see if maybe he's a bit of a short runner these days. But no, he's got absolutely no pace at all. He gets way back in his races, and often when you get way back in your races, there's no way back into them. There's nothing to pull you into it at all. But the way he made relentless progress to finish second 2 starts ago, that was behind Dan Doon. That suggested that he was desperately in need of a step back up to at least 2,000 metres. And I thought the 2,400 would suit him. Interestingly, he was able to go to the front at Riyadh. He's not able to do that here, but they're going to be going a lot slower in this race than they have been in the races he's been contesting on his last couple of starts. And I think he actually can get in front against these rivals if they want to. They may not want to, but I think given that he's proven he stays, and he's looked like stamina is a strong suit, he's not, he really grinds at the finish. He doesn't pick up and show a turn of foot. So
let's have a look at some of these in action. You've got Alaj Zhao behind Manea here running very good races. Mr. Appellation in behind both of them as well. You can see Manea there in the black cap, Alaj Zhao fast finishing, and Mr. Appellation in the yellow cap. Now, Manea had done all the donkey work on this occasion,
yes,
and is just getting very tired at the end. Meanwhile, Alaj Zhao running like he'd been chucked in.
Yes, but interesting, given there wasn't an awful lot between them, with a furlong to go, she's still in front of him at the line.
But you can see Alan Zhao's jockey does ease off very quickly, way before the line, and Manea is getting ridden right to the line.
She is, but she's closing again on the second, as if the way they rode her was to bring her stamina into play, which worked. She's then, she got a little bit tired and they come past her, but her innate stamina has kicked in again late. Obviously, you don't want to be going off too fast. Even if you do have the stamina for this sort of trip, you don't want to go too fast.
This is Amani Al-Khail, running in a fairly decent contest last time out, came fourth on this occasion. This was the back end of September. You'll see Zircon and a horse we've already seen winning today, winning this race.
Noor Al-Elia wins the race, and Zircon finishes second. Amani Al-Khail runs well to be fourth, beaten 6 lengths in the end. You see running on at the 1 pace, and you can see this race. You can see the way this race pans out and think he's worth trying over further. But he has been tried at this trip in the past. Apologies, and she didn't stay.
Yes, the final horse we'll look at is Practical Mischief, who is a horse pinned up against the rail here, making an early bid for home, but unfortunately doesn't stay there for long. Monat Al Bari breaking that losing run to win on this day.
Yes, Monat Al Bari had been one of the most frustrating horses around, frequently placed without winning, and belatedly got her head in front here. But there was nothing in this run to me that suggested that Practical Mischief wanted to step up and trip. Now, the clues for the potential stamina there come from the sire, who was a Belmont Stakes winner over 1.5 miles, so clearly stayed well. But I prefer to look for my stamina on the dam side of the pedigree, and there's not much there. The best of the siblings was a 6 furlong horse, and I don't really see the Practical Mischief is going to improve the step up and trip. He's got plenty of ability compared to 1 or 2 of these, but I don't think the trip is his thing.
Now we know Shamila like Seeb Al Gara. I like Alaj Zal. Who do you like in this one?
I like Maker of Light.
So Mark and Rory like Maker of Light. To go through that one more time, Mark and Rory like number 11. I like number 7. And Shamila likes number 4. Mark Francis, for our lucky last, it's over to you.
Callum, thanks very much indeed. Yes, can't believe how quickly the day has gone here at Taif. But we're at our last race, which pretty much confirms Camilo Ospina as champion jockey here. Of course, Adel Al-Faredi banned and Naif Al-Anazi back on 25. So Camilo with a 19-point advantage, more or less, confirmed him as the champion jockey in Taif. Alex Moreno next door. Thebe Algara, who is ridden rather by Camilo Ospina. Next door, Practical Mischief, Alex Moreno looking for that hat-trick. Seems a little while ago now that Alex was in the winner's enclosure. Practical Mischief, 3rd start today, 3rd different trip. But it is Maker of Light for me. Yes, 0 from 17 is the worry. It has been running well at Taif this year. Disappointing start to proceedings back at meeting 6. Was a good 4th at meeting 13 and turned out quickly again at meeting 16. of which he finished a very close second. Then had a bit of a break and didn't really show much a couple of weeks ago. But I think that run, in effect, blows away the cobwebs and is given a chance here. From widest of all in 11, next door to Mr. Appalachian, who I think will really struggle here. Also 0 from 17, but just rated 50. Maker of Light, 67. Alazao and Manayir, as we saw in the VT, were just half a length apart back at meeting 46. Union Strength just had the one run. It's been off since March. That was over 6 furlongs, doubles in trip here to 1.5 miles. So essentially Connections are getting 2 races into him for the price of 1. Circling. What else we've got in here? Kia Rain, 0 from 4, has shown a bit of promise. Rated 60. 6 inferior to Practical Mischief, who we've already discussed. Thieb Algarar, the 4. Green jacket, red epaulets, familiar colours. 4th in a good race last time out. Thought was one of the more likelier winners, aside from my selection. Mosh Nissar, one of the 3 fillies, 0 from 19. Doesn't often beat many home. Kashab is the 2. Taif Alanazi, off since January, this one. And Amani Al-Khail for Fawas Wanas. Behind Zircon and Noor Ala Eliar, who of course won earlier on in the programme. So Maker of Light for me. It's been another good afternoon and evening's racing here at Taif. I think you and I are all looking forward to making the move to the capital later this month. Winter season is fast approaching, not just here but with Meydan as well. Jebel Ali not too far away. In comes Practical Mischief. 2 at the back, Kashab being one of those, and Maker of Light. This will be the final duo in. 2,400 metres. They'll complete about 600 of those up the straight for the first time, and then a full circuit. All in. And they're off. Slowly away was Thieb Al-Garar from stall number 4 as they go down the chute and complete their first of 12 furlongs. Up with the pace early on, Manayir. Yellow jacket out wide. The black colours of Union Strength, and towards the inside is Practical Mischief. This is the leading trio. Getting a nice position into the race is the white jacket of Mosh Nissar, probably 4th, towards her inside, the red colours of Kashab, and out wider, the white cap of Alazao. These are the first 6, being followed by Kirain. Towards the outer is Maker of Light, number 11, who's company on the inner with Thieb Al-Garar, and the yellow cap of Amani Al-Khail. The back marker, as expected, is Mr. Appalachian, just currently out of shot. But they're turning left-handed and on their way to the back straight. Towards the inside, Alex Moreno looking for the hat-trick. 3rd different trip for Practical Mischief. The inside runner to Union Strength, who's been off since March, in 2nd. Manayir the filly, 3 wide on the turn. Next in the field is Kirain, the white cap on the inside of the white blinkers of Mosh Nissar. They're going a good gallop here. What's the midfield then? Amani Al-Khail, red jacket, yellow cap. Then the green colours of Thieb Al-Garar. Camilo Ospina still has 4 or so behind. The one that's getting increasingly detached is Kashab. Mr. Appalachian has passed that one, as the runners, or the leaders, are pressing on. There's been very little change in the order at the head of the fares. And it's still Practical Mischief, just turning round Union Strength's rider as he begins to draw alongside. The yellow colours of Manayir, just wide on the turn. Kia Rain now being called upon for maximum effort. Creeping into the race is Maker of Light. Then comes Thieb Al-Garar. They've got 400 metres left to travel. And Union Strength goes on now. Practical Mischief still there in second. Staying on from out of the pack is Maker of Light, now moving into third. Might get better for Maker of Light as they're inside the last 200. Under maximum pressure, Union Strength, but digs in for the fight. Here comes Maker of Light, storming down the centre and begins to serve it up to this long-time leader. And Maker of Light, making dramatic progress in the closing stages, goes on to score in smart fashion. Maker of Light the winner. In second position, Union Strength. That one's run pretty well indeed. Malahir may have just got third, ahead of Practical Mischief. Maker of Light, a winner for us in the last. Wins for Norwith Almudiani. Took it up with 2 furlongs left to travel down the centre of the course. Finally gets home to win. A 5-year-old now. Seems that when this horse makes a return, you can put a line straight through it, because it's all about the next time start. And in a time of 2:43.72, has won this impressively. Second position, Union Strength. That one's won very well indeed on return. And back in third position. We'll wait to see. The winning distance, by the way, 4 lengths. Third is yet to be confirmed. But Maker of Light has won our last. It's been my pleasure to bring you some of the racing here at Taif over the summer. This is Mark Francis signing off. Next stop, Riyadh.
Next stop, Riyadh, indeed, Mark, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy your little break beforehand and get right back into it when we follow the road to Riyadh. But take nothing away from Mark and Rory, who have selected the winner in our lucky last, Maker of Light, who clearly thrives over this trip.
Yes, it's just unusual that he's hardly been tried at it. Not from 17 in his career, but an absolutely massive run in Riyadh back in 2021 against much better horses than these, where he went hard from the front and stayed on all the way to the line. So it's just a little bit of a head scratcher that he's not been tried. Obviously, there aren't many races at the trip. That's the point that you made, Callum. But he showed that he was a true stayer here. We saw that 1.5 mile maiden that Al Ajzal, Menayer and Mr. Appalachian ran in. And we said, I remember going into that race going, none of these want the trip, do they? Right. So you end up having to have horses who look like they stayed better than others on the day, but I'm not sure that was particularly solid form. I thought Menayer, as I said, would stay better given she was ridden aggressively that day, but Maker of Light struck me as the true 1.5 mile horse in this race. And I've been hit and miss today, it has to be said, but I'm delighted to finish on a winner with Maker of Light, who despite the pedigrees by a son of Mason, who of course won the July Cup on heavy ground, he clearly relishes the trip. He's just got no early pace, and if you look at his run 2 starts back, you'll see he's come from absolutely out of the clouds and just ground past his rivals there over a much shorter trip. Just ignore a poor run last time out where his jockey gave up very early when he couldn't get involved. And this was much more his cup of tea, and he's run out a pretty comfortable winner. Fair play to Union Strength for being ridden like he would stay the trip. I don't think he quite has in the end, but he's finished well ahead of the rest. And that opens up options for him because obviously he's lightly raced, but that's a good pedigree. It's just a mixed bag with Union Rags being the Belmont winner. With the mare Majestic is producing winners at 6 furlongs. Ferocity, the best of her offspring to date.
Well, I think Union Strength is the key thing to mention, that horse got very warm in the preliminaries, got very warm behind the saddle, between the legs, and still ran such a good race, going from up front, going early, and doing it the hard way, and just reeled in by a horse who relished this distance. Yeah,
that's pretty much how it panned out. I thought Union Strength, you'd say on this evidence, drop back to 1.25 miles will clearly suit. But obviously, the further up the distance scale you go in maiden races, the weaker the competition tends to be. So for all the positives you get from Union Strength there, the races will be tougher over shorter trips. But he's unexposed, and there could be a fair bit more to come from him.
Shamila, Phoebe, Algara, what happened? What happened there?
I really don't know. Don't ask me, Callum, and don't ask me about Practical Mischief either, because Alex was leading from the front, and that was probably half the problem. I mean, in these 2,400 metre races, I mean, somebody has to lead. And if you're at the front, you have the job of trying to conserve enough energy to try and push through the finish, but also I wouldn't want to lead from the front.
No, you don't want to be in the front because you're there to be shot at. He tried to set a gentle pace, but unfortunately, Practical Mischief was just reeled in by horses that were staying on better. Al-Azal, you were proven absolutely right there. That horse ran no race.
He just drew you in because he wasn't in the race last time out, in a race full of non-stayers, and by just allowing him to run on lit, he caught the eye, but there was no real value to that. And of course, if he was a stayer, then that would have been an injudicious ride. But in the end, that was a ride that made him look better than he was.
Yes, and he was found out here running against proven stayers. So certainly a great spot there from Rory and Mark. Talking about great spots and Rory, what is your moment of the day?
Yeah, I thought the win of Marsoum Al Nayef was a really interesting one. Not that it's the best form in the race. He's rated 60 of the day. He was rated 62, but he is a horse with a little bit of positivity about him. And I thought we got a really good interview from Shamila, so she'll be able to weigh in with that. The trainer Naif was very upfront in saying that this horse, the reason he ran disappointingly on his previous start, because he was in the stalls too early, bashed his head in the stalls, had a bad experience, and then we saw him not really wanting to go in the stalls today on the back of that. But when he went in, he was very good, and it was interesting to hear valid excuses being put forward for horses and reasons why they'll go forward. And he was very positive about this horse as a horse who will keep improving and will do well in Riyadh. As we said pre-race, he'd shown plenty of promise in Riyadh last season in 3 runs and hadn't built on it until today. But we now know that there were good reasons for that. He said he badly needed the run. He just gave him a run first time out just to get that into him, and then he had that bad experience at the start last time out, but now he can go forward. And I like that because I think the horse is a positive going forward. But I love the interview because we need to get this kind of information out there, and it's great to have a trainer who will give that information and put it in the public domain. And he was so positive about Shamila and about the English crew here in Taif, so that was nice to hear as well.
Well, you mentioned he was positive about Shamila. I never heard I've really enjoyed listening to Callum and Rory. I heard Shamila is like a sister over here, a real part of the family. So Shamila, talk to me about that interview and how wonderful it was to hear from someone for the first time.
Yeah, huge shout out to Naif Alatowi. We've said it before, I think we were talking about it last week. It's fantastic how open and honest all the horse connections are over here. Like, I feel like you would be trying to get blood out of a stone back home, trying to get a trainer to tell you that their horse bashed its head in the stalls and started bleeding and had a bad experience. But they're so open and honest here. And all of us in the press room had no idea what was wrong with this horse, why it wouldn't load. We were like, just scratch him, and then he only went and won.
Yeah, well, that was it. I was the complete opposite. I was stood at the top of our presenting position, screaming, you got to give him another turn. You got to give him another turn. Get everybody off him. Get a blindfold on and just walk in. And that's because I'm an equine expert.
we do get some funny looks, it has to be said, and that's mostly the reason for it.
Yeah, they're always the reason for it, especially with the Shalat Al Nakale earlier on today as well. What a moment that was. But Shamila, we begin to prep for Riyadh now, but take nothing away from what we've got left here at King Khalid Racecourse. We're seeing some really good horses over the next couple of days.
I really cannot wait for Sunset Flash. Obviously, we spoke to Alex Moreno after he had his 2 winners. Sunset Flash is his baby, and she is really, really impressive every time I've seen her, so I cannot wait to see her.
She scared off most of the opposition as well. I think she only faces 6, including a Taif Cup 3-year-old winner. So there's certainly ability in that field, but it looks to be Sunset Flash's to lose. Rory, we've got a big field Arabian race tomorrow, 18 runners going forward there. Great to see full fields in the purebred Arabian contest.
Yes, after only having 3 and 2 races today, but that still threw up 2 really good stories, didn't it? So it's really interesting to see how even the small field races can be full of intrigue. An 18-runner contest will be the other end of the scale tomorrow, but we'll get stuck into it.
Yes, there'll be plenty of form to dig into and plenty full of fields to get stuck into tomorrow. Shamila, thank you very much for suggesting us going to the track on the early hours of Tuesday morning. That was a real test for both our stamina and the horses, but what an atmosphere when you get down here. It really is the stillness, which is just so wonderful.
It's brilliant. It's still, it's silent, and everybody is so welcoming and wants to talk to you and wants to come up to you. All the jockeys are really friendly. It's just a great place to be.
Yeah, well, clearly, because you're a sister here of everyone in Saudi Arabia. Rory and I didn't quite get the same reception. No one was like, brother Callum, brother Rory. We didn't get that feeling at all, but it was still welcoming.
I took that as being extended, so I'm more than happy with my situation here.
As am I. So we move on. Just a reminder, we have racing on Thursday. It is Thursday. I'm losing track of days all of a sudden. We have racing on Friday and we have racing on Saturday. And then we do take a bit of a break before returning to Riyadh, where we'll be on the turf. I know you're excited about that. Rory, are there any horse you've seen here so far that you're most excited to see in Riyadh?
I'm very keen to see Almar Moomgate. He's the horse who's. I'm not saying he's impressed me most, has the highest rating, but he's come on an awful lot here, and his 2 wins have been very impressive to date. And I hope he can continue that progress in Riyadh as well.
Well, Tom Collins will be in Riyadh before you and I will be. Shamila, you'll be there straight away early. But Tom Collins is a big fan of Kutney Mark, who's another horse in that 2,000-metre division who looks to be a real danger. So it's a wide open contest, and Intergene as well as another horse that just continues to add to that division and build that strength and depth.
Yeah, those 3 all tied together. They're all in the same race, weren't they, a couple of starts
They
back?
were,
so
yes.
It'd be interesting to see how they continue to progress. The 3 of them have scope for further improvement, so it's an exciting time.
Yes, an exciting time indeed, and plenty more to look forward to. So just a reminder, we're here tomorrow, we're here on Saturday, and then we move on down to Riyadh. But to wrap up, I'd like to thank Shamila, I'd like to thank Rory, I'd like to thank everyone behind the camera who does an amazing job. But most of all, thank you, Shalat Al Nakail. You're an absolute superstar and 21 times lucky.